Chapter 27:16. Day after day, year after year. The ancestral dragons would go out almost every day. Not only that, but they would also let the people on the plains go out to look for people. Of course. These people were the ones they could trust. They were the minions of the dragon clan. After all, there were many people in Divine Land who had been trying to curry favor with the dragons. There was strength in numbers. There were more and more people on the plains day by day. 10 years later, there were already 50 to 60,000 people on the plains. 50 years later, the number of people had reached more than 300,000. Time flew by. More than 100 years had passed. At this moment, the plains and the tens of thousands of miles outside the plains were already crowded with people. This is a bit beyond our expectations. On a certain mountain ridge, Qin Feiyang and the others stood at a commanding height, looking at the sea of people in front of them. There was a trace of shock on their faces. They originally thought that there would be at most a few 100,000 people alive, but now there were as many as 1 million people here, and there was still a steady stream of people coming to this place. As for the cultivation of these 1 million people, most of them were in the Nine Heavens realm. This was a force that could not be ignored. Young master, if these people can all be taken under our command, then in time, they will definitely become a main force to destroy the dragon. The beast sovereign said excitedly. What do you mean? Qin Feiyang was stunned. That's right. We can't just look for those hidden powerhouses, the others are also very important. So, I suggest that we subdue all of them, the beast sovereign said. Subdue all of them? Qin Feiyang was stunned. There were 1 million people. How could he have so many resources to provide? Although there were many spirit veins and crystal veins in the Black Tortoise realm, these spirit veins and crystal veins had been distributed to the creatures in the Black Tortoise realm. And the spirit veins and crystal veins in the Devil's Land could not be given away casually. This was a problem. And it was a big problem. The beast sovereign shook his head and said, there is no need to consider resources. No need to consider? If there are no resources, how can we train them? If we don't train them, then they won't be of much use. Qin Feiyang frowned. The beast emperor smiled and said, Young lord, have you forgotten that there are still the west, east, and south of the Divine Land? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Although you've plundered a lot of resources in the north, there's still the west, east, and south. These 3 places also have large amounts of resources. With the resources of these 3 places, how could they not be able to feed these people? The beast emperor said. You old bastard, you are indeed a heartless fellow. But I like it. The white-eyed wolf laughed heartily, then turned to Qin Feiyang and said, Little Qin Zi, weren't you planning to loot the Dragon God Palace? The resources of the Dragon God Palace in the north are enough to nurture these people. Qin Feiyang hesitated. Wang Ming looked at Qin Feiyang and said, Young lord, we have the right time, the right place, and the right people. There's no need to hesitate. The madman glanced at Qin Feiyang, then at the beast emperor and Wang Ming. He shook his head and said, You don't understand. Huh? The 3 of them looked at the madman suspiciously. This kid is most afraid of trouble. He doesn't want to provoke a few or dozens of people, let alone 1 million people. The madman said. I see. The 3 of them were enlightened. The white-eyed wolf thought for a moment, then shook his head and said, It's indeed troublesome. Forget it. It'll be a pity if we don't. The fact that these people were able to come to the forest of gods and demons alive shows that they are quite strong. Wang Ming shook his head. How about this? Young lord, you just need to subdue them. We'll take care of the management. Young Li said. You'll take care of it. Qin Feiyang was stunned. Yes. Wang Ming and I are the divine emperors of the Dragon Slayer Palace. We can do that. Young Li smiled. A rare look of confidence appeared on Wang Ming's face. Qin Feiyang frowned and said, But I have other plans for you. What plans? The 2 of them were suspicious. You'll continue to stay in the Dragon Slayer Palace. On the surface, you'll still be the subordinates of Venerable Cloud and the Beast Emperor, but in fact, you'll be secretly assisting my 2 ancestors. Qin Feiyang said. Assisting them? The 2 of them were stunned for a moment, then shook their heads and smiled. That's not necessary at all. That's right. Qin Batian and Lu Xingyang are very capable people. Also, they have 4 divine emperors under them. Wang Ming and Yang Li don't have to stay in the Dragon Slayer Palace at all. The Beast Emperor nodded. In that case, Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment, then nodded and said, "All right, I'll listen to you. But let me say this first. I'm only in charge of subduing them and providing them with resources. You'll be in charge of everything else." Just thinking about 1 million people made his hair stand on end, let alone managing them. "Don't worry. Leave it to us." Wang Ming patted his chest and said with a smile, "There's one more important thing. You're the strongest fighting force around me, so you can't neglect your cultivation. I hope to see you break through to the great success stage, or even the consummate indestructible stage," Qin Feiyang said. The consummate indestructible stage? The two of them looked at each other. To be honest, although they were at the initial indestructible stage, they had never thought about the consummate indestructible stage. Because it was too difficult. There was almost no hope. The maximum they could reach was the great success stage of the indestructible stage. That was the level of the Beast Emperor, Yi Zhong, and the various ancestral dragons. This might be their final destination. One must be confident. Especially now that you're following me, you must be even more confident. Qin Feiyang said. "All right. We'll work hard." The two of them nodded, but they didn't sound confident at all. Qin Feiyang looked at them and didn't say anything else. Confidence was something that some people were born with, some were nurtured, and some were stimulated. For Wang Ming and Crazy, what they needed was the last method, stimulation. But to stimulate it, they needed an opportunity. Right now, he hadn't found this opportunity. So no matter what he said, the two of them would only agree verbally and wouldn't have any effect on themselves. Hey, do something serious. See who exactly is the hidden supreme expert among those people. Crazy glanced at them and said. Beast Emperor and Wang Ming looked up at the dense sea of people and shook their heads. There's too many, it's hard to tell. But we still have to look. Crazy said. Yes. Beast Emperor nodded. After pondering for a while, he looked at Wang Ming and Crazy and said, "You basically know all the hidden supreme experts. Why don't we split up and look?" "Okay." The two of them nodded. "Then be careful," Qin Feiyang reminded them. The three of them nodded and hid their auras, disappearing into the mountains below. Night fell. The ancestral dragons returned. Beside the boulder, the young man in blood-red clothes frowned. "It's been more than 100 years. Why aren't Li Biu'er and Qin Feiyang here yet? Could they have changed their appearances and hid in the crowd?" Golden Dragon Ancestral Dragon asked. "I don't think so. I've checked these people with the Heavenly Eye Stone. None of them have changed their appearances. And I don't see Beast Emperor either. Did something happen to him?" The ancestral dragons frowned, looking a little frustrated. Suddenly, they looked at Yi Zhong, who had been silent all this while. "Old man Yi, let's not talk about Qin Feiyang and Beast Emperor. Let's talk about your disciple first. If he and Crazy aren't dead, where could they have gone?" Silver Dragon Ancestral Dragon asked. "I don't know." Yi Zhong shook his head. The young master in blood-red clothes said unhappily, "Aren't you Li Biu'er's master? Why don't you know? Do I have to know everything just because I'm his master? What kind of logic is this? According to your logic, since you're the ancestral dragon of dragons, shouldn't you know the whereabouts of all the dragons?" Yi Zhong was a little annoyed. This was a completely unreasonable statement. Hearing this, the young man in blood-red clothes looked a little embarrassed. He looked at the woman in white clothes and changed the topic. "I don't know about Li Biu'er and Crazy, but I think Qin Feiyang might still be in the ancient city of Qingyu." "I think so too. There's a time array in the ancient city of Qingyu. They should be taking this opportunity to raise their cultivation to the perfected Nine Heavens realm." Silver Dragon Ancestral Dragon nodded. "Who cares about him? We'll continue to look for him tomorrow. Because he can't stay in the ancient city of Qingyu forever. He'll come to the Forest of Gods and Devils sooner or later. By then, It'll be his doomsday. The young man in blood-red clothes sneered. Another half a month passed. Whoosh. Beast Emperor and Wang Ming finally returned. How is it? Qin Feiyang asked. Beast Emperor shook his head and said, we didn't see a single one. What? Qin Feiyang couldn't help frowning. How could there not be a single one? One had to know. Before entering the Hell of the Nether King, he had discovered that there were hidden supreme powerhouses hiding in the crowd. Could it be that they had all died in the Hell of the Nether King? But how could this be possible? Which supreme powerhouse didn't have a few life-saving means? As long as one didn't provoke the blood demon race, it wouldn't be a problem to survive. If there was anyone who overestimated themselves and provoked the blood demon race, they could only apologize. Even if one was a supreme powerhouse, they would still have to die. But there wasn't a single one. This was indeed strange. Qin Feiyang lowered his head and pondered. Crazy couldn't help frowning as well. What are you doing? White-eyed Wolf looked at Crazy. Nonsense, of course I'm thinking about the reason behind this. Crazy rolled his eyes. Fool. With little Qin Zi, just use your brain. What are you thinking about? You're hurting my brain cells. White-eyed Wolf looked down on him. Crazy was stunned. He glanced at Qin Feiyang and chuckled. That makes sense. On the side, Beast Emperor and Wang Ming were speechless as they looked at Crazy and White-eyed Wolf. If thinking about a problem could hurt his brain cells, did that mean that moving his hands would also hurt his blood cells? Why was this wolf cub so outrageous? More importantly, someone like Crazy was actually joining in the fun. Looking at the situation, it wouldn't be long before Crazy was completely led astray by White-eyed Wolf. A moment later, Qin Feiyang frowned and looked up at everyone. He shook his head and sighed. I neglected a problem. What problem? Everyone was stunned and looked at him suspiciously. Chapter 27:17. These reclusive omnipotent masters did not want to offend the dragons, so they have been hiding from the world. It's the same for now. Seeing the ancestral dragons gather humans on such a large scale, they will definitely think that there is a conspiracy. Given their character, they will not show themselves easily. Qin Feiyang said. Hearing this, the Beast Emperor nodded immediately. That makes sense. Even if they have come to the forest of gods and demons, they will hide far away. Wang Ming looked at Qin Feiyang and asked, shall we search far away? No need. If these people are bent on hiding, it will be very difficult to find them. Don't waste time. Qin Feiyang waved his hands. Are we just going to let it go? Wang Ming asked. Of course not. Their target is the forest of gods and demons. Even if we can't meet here, we will meet them in the forest of gods and demons sooner or later. At the very least, they have to leave the Hell of Hade. To leave Hell, they have to go to the square of gods and demons. At that time, at this point, Qin Feiyang looked at the Beast Emperor and said, go to the square of gods and demons and keep an eye on them. It will be best if you can persuade them to surrender, but if not, don't offend them. Wait for me to come out and deal with them. Understood. The Beast Emperor nodded. Qin Feiyang looked at the plains and a cold glint flashed in his eyes. Let's move then. Whoosh. Immediately, the group did not hide anymore. They soared into the sky and flew toward the plains. Apart from Qin Feiyang and the White-eyed Wolf, everyone had changed their appearances. Therefore, even if everyone saw them, they would not recognize Lunatic and the Beast Emperor. The light of the evil moon illuminated the mountains and rivers. Although there were millions of people here, the plains were extremely quiet. Everyone closed their eyes and rested. Even if they chatted, they whispered or secretly transmitted their voices. This aura. Suddenly, at the edge of the sea of people, an elder at the perfected ninth heaven's realm trembled and looked up at the void in the distance. Immediately, he saw 5 people and 1 wolf streaking across the night sky like lightning, heading toward the plains. It's him. Qin Feiyang. The old man's eyes trembled as he roared. Qin Feiyang? This roar immediately broke the silence. Everyone opened their eyes and looked over in surprise. It really was him. Beside the huge rock. The various ancestral dragons opened their eyes abruptly and looked up. When they saw Qin Feiyang, Their eyes were filled with murderous intent. Immediately after, the 7 ancestral dragons stood up, and a bone-piercing cold current spread out. In an instant, it was as if the plains had entered the dead of winter. Everyone couldn't help but shiver. Sigh. Yi Zhong also slowly opened his eyes. He looked up at Qin Feiyang and the others and sighed in his heart. Being so brazen and unscrupulous meant that Qin Feiyang didn't put these million people in his eyes at all. He looked at the backs of the 7 ancestral dragons and could not help but shake his head and sigh. How long are these ancestral dragons going to act smart for? They didn't realize, the current Qin Feiyang was no longer the Qin Feiyang who had just entered the divine land. If this continued, he would get himself killed. Everyone listen up, whoever can kill Qin Feiyang, I will bring him to the Divine Dragon Island. Divine Dragon Island has limitless resources and even time arrays. Moreover, I will give him a heaven-defying divine art. The blood-red-robed youth suddenly roared. What? Enter the Divine Dragon Island. There is a heaven-defying divine art. The million people here were in an uproar. Whether it was resources, time arrays, or heaven-defying divine art, they were all irresistible temptations for them. Because these things, for example, heaven-defying divine art, even the giants of the divine land did not have it. But, kill Qin Feiyang? They didn't have the guts. What are you afraid of? Although he has heaven-defying divine artifact and divine art, he is now in hell. He can't use these divine arts and divine artifacts. Moreover, look at his cultivation, he is only at the greater ninth heaven realm. Many of you have a higher cultivation than him. The blood-red-robed youth roared. But he was extremely shocked. He had broken through to the greater ninth heaven realm. This speed was too terrifying. No. He must be killed here. That's right. He is indeed at the greater ninth heaven realm. Lord Ancestral Dragon is right. In hell, we can't use heaven-defying divine arts and divine artifacts. We don't have to be afraid of him. Everyone became restless. And, the 10 heaven-defying divine artifacts of our dragons are all with him. Moreover, he has a heaven-defying divine artifact himself. He even has an independent world. As long as you kill him, we dragons don't want any of these things. They are all yours. The blood-red-robed youth increased the price again. Boom. Immediately, some of them could no longer hold back the greed in their hearts. Their aura suddenly erupted and they rushed toward Qin Feiyang and the others with murderous intent. When one of them moved, there would definitely be others who would follow suit. Not to mention that there were tens of thousands of them. With so many people rushing toward Qin Feiyang, the others naturally had the courage to do so. One by one, they rushed towards Qin Feiyang in a rush. Because other than Yi Zhong and the ancestral dragons, no one else knew about Qin Feiyang's means. Therefore, in their opinion, Qin Feiyang, who was in hell and couldn't use any heaven-defying divine artifacts, was like a fish on the chopping board, unable to withstand a single blow. Greed and lust had clouded their rationality. When they were a little more clear-headed, they would think that if there was such a good thing, would the ancestral dragons give this opportunity to them? They would have done it themselves. Interesting. In the distance, on a mountain peak, a middle-aged man in a long golden robe stood at the edge of the cliff, looking at the plains from afar. He was about 1.9 meters tall, and his long golden hair was as dazzling as gold leaf. He was about 30 years old and had an extraordinary temperament. At this moment, the corners of his mouth were pursed with a trace of playfulness. In his arms, there was a woman nestled in his arms. This woman was also in her 30s. Her clothes were very revealing, and her enchanting figure exuded a mature charm. Although she was a little old, she looked very attractive, and there were no wrinkles at the corners of her eyes. Her skin was as soft as water. Her smile was very charming. The woman was also looking at the battlefield. When she heard the middle-aged man's words, she nodded and smiled charmingly. It's indeed interesting. On the other side, there was a burly man, who was more than 2 meters tall, with thick black short hair. He wore a pair of large black pants, revealing his 8-pack abs, which were full of explosive power. Ordinary people who stood in front of him couldn't help but feel afraid. The burly man was also looking at the battlefield at this time, and there was a trace of mockery on his cold face. It seemed that he was mocking the millions of people. At the same time, there was also an old man hiding at the top of a huge mountain, watching the battlefield. The old man's attire was very low-key. His clothes were tattered, his hair was messy, and he wore a pair of old straw sandals on his feet. His entire person was sallow and emaciated, as if he was malnourished. However, his dark eyes shone with a bright light. "So you're hiding here?" Suddenly, a very hoarse voice sounded behind the old man. When the old man heard the voice, he raised his eyebrows, but he didn't turn his head to look. He said in disgust, "What an annoying old witch. Aren't you an annoying old man as well?" The hoarse voice sounded again. An old woman in a green robe walked out of a small forest at the back of the mountain. The old woman was also very old and emaciated. She was holding a green snake-shaped walking stick in her hand. The old woman staggered as if she would fall if the wind blew. She walked to the side of the old man and looked at the battlefield. "I didn't expect an old witch like you to be interested in such a small scene," the old man said. "Small scene? 7 ancestral dragons, Yi Zhong, Qin Fei Yang. There are more than 1 million people. If this is a small scene, then tell me, what is a big scene?" the old woman said. "Humph." The old man snorted. In order to deal with Qin Fei Yang, they actually mobilized so many people. The ancestral dragons are really interesting. The old woman shook her head. "I think the ancestral dragons are at their wits' end. But it's really unexpected. The dignified ancestral dragons were actually forced to such a state by a kid. It's quite sad." Suddenly, another voice sounded behind them. However, this voice was very strange. It actually had a childish tone, as if it was a child. However, when they heard this voice, the old woman and the old man couldn't help but frown, and there seemed to be some fear in their expressions. The two of them turned their heads and saw a child walking behind them. This child looked to be about 5 or 6 years old. His height was estimated to be about half a meter. He wore a big red doo-doo and a small bell hung around his neck. As he walked, it made a tinkling sound. At first glance, this child looked like an auspicious doll. He was chubby, pink, harmless, innocent, and cute. However, the fear in the eyes of the old woman and the old man was enough to show that this was not an ordinary child. "Are you following us?" The old woman raised her eyebrows. "Following you? Don't joke around. I just happened to pass by and came to watch the show." There was a trace of disdain in the child's eyes. "Passing by? Even ghosts wouldn't believe you if you said that," the old man said. "Believe it or not," the child said indifferently and raised his head to look at the plains. There seemed to be a trace of blood in his eyes. As for the existence of these mysterious people, neither Qin Fei Yang's group nor the people on the plains noticed. On the plains, murderous intent filled the sky. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Qin Fei Yang. As for the white-eyed wolf, madman, and beast emperor, they were directly ignored. "Young master, this is going to be a fight." Wang Ming looked at those people who seemed to have gone crazy and shook his head. "There's a good saying, kill one to warn the rest. As long as we kill a few, the others will naturally behave." Qin Fei Yang stopped in the air and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly with a hint of a smile. However, Beast Emperor and Wang Ming both felt a chill. Chapter 27:18. Everyone instinctively retreated to the side. Because they knew that with Qin Fei Yang's strength, it was enough to deal with all of this. Moreover, Madman, Beast Emperor, Wang Ming and Yang Li couldn't casually make a move. After all, once they made a move, their identities might be exposed. As for the white-eyed wolf, perhaps because it had been cultivating in seclusion, it had developed a lazy habit. Unless it was absolutely necessary, it wouldn't make a move. Qin Fei Yang, be obedient and don't move, will give you a quick death. If you dare to resist, then you will die miserably. The group of people at the front stared at Qin Fei Yang and laughed sinisterly. Without exception. They were all at the great perfection ninth heaven's realm. "Die miserably," Qin Fei Yang murmured. Was he a little sheep on the chopping board? Boom. His aura suddenly erupted, courting death. The group of people was furious. They had already said it so clearly, yet he still dared to release his aura. Was he looking down on them? One of the burly men took the lead to rush in front of Qin Feiyang, his divine power surging out as he threw a punch at Qin Feiyang. He was at the great perfection ninth heaven's realm. Therefore, he had full confidence in this punch. Even if it was at the great perfection ninth heaven's realm, it would be able to kill him in seconds, let alone Qin Feiyang who was at the great perfection ninth heaven's realm. Without a heaven-defying divine artifact, without a heaven-defying divine art, Qin Feiyang was just an ordinary person. You are the ones courting death. Qin Feiyang smiled coldly as he suddenly raised his arm and grabbed the burly man's wrist. The burly man was about to laugh at Qin Feiyang for overestimating himself, but he realized that the power coming from Qin Feiyang's hand was stronger than his. What was going on? Wasn't he at the great perfection ninth heaven's realm? Who gave you the courage to attack me, Qin Feiyang? Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed with a cold light, his 5 fingers suddenly clenched, and with a crisp crack, the burly man's arm shattered on the spot. Blood dyed the sky red. Ah, the big man screamed in pain. However, there was no fear in his eyes, only resentment and greed. Kill. The others also finally arrived, their battle cries shaking the heavens. You're courting death. Qin Feiyang harumphed coldly. His godly power gushed out like a tidal wave. The 4 styles of the fire phoenix appeared. Rumble. A tremendous godly aura roared in all directions. Ah, miserable cries rang out as dozens of people lost their lives. That's a supreme-grade divine art. The people behind him were shocked. What are you afraid of? As long as it's not a heaven-defying technique, he's just a clown. Another person sneered. That's right. We also have deity arts. Why should we be afraid of him? Everyone, activate your divine arts. Kill. Immediately. Tens of thousands of deity arts appeared out of nowhere. There were perfect-grade deity arts, pinnacle-grade deity arts, and a few legendary-grade deity arts. However, he didn't see any supreme-grade divine arts. After all, these people were the real ordinary people. To them, a supreme-grade deity technique was an extravagant hope that was out of their reach. If you don't even have a supreme-grade deity art, how dare you call me a clown? Qin Feiyang was so angry that he laughed. The 4 styles of the fire phoenix crushed all the way. Puff. People kept spurting out blood. This was the backlash caused by the destruction of their deity arts. After a while, boom. Finally, the 4 styles of the fire phoenix was blocked by several legendary-grade deity arts. After all, the people who attacked now were all at the peak ninth heaven realm. Their cultivation was 2 small realms higher than Qin Feiyang's. Although the fire phoenix art was a supreme-grade deity art, it was only 1 level higher than a legendary-grade deity art. In other words, Qin Feiyang's overall strength was 1 level lower than those who had legendary-grade deity arts. Look. Even if he has a supreme-grade deity art, so what? As long as we work together, killing him won't be a problem at all. Seeing that the fire phoenix art was blocked, everyone was excited. Sigh. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Ignorance was too scary. Thinking back, even if he was at the ninth heaven realm, he could kill all the creatures below the imperishable realm, let alone now. Kill. Snatch his heaven-defying deity artifact. And that independent world. If we can get that independent world, then we'll be the god of creation. Haha, Qin Feiyang's cultivation is so fast. Maybe it's because of that independent world. Kill him quickly. Countless people rushed over. Their murderous aura soared into the sky. Qin Feiyang glanced over. Murderous intent also appeared in his eyes. Boom. With the emergence of a terrifying aura, Qin Feiyang's cultivation instantly soared to the peak ninth heaven realm. This was naturally the rising dragon art. Now, not only could this rising dragon art be activated twice a day, but it could also last for 2 hours each time. For him, the rising dragon art was already a trump card. And as Qin Feiyang's cultivation increased, the power of the 4 styles of the fire phoenix that was blocked also suddenly skyrocketed. Boom. The scene of destruction appeared again. What's going on? Why did his cultivation increase to the peak ninth heaven realm? Everyone was happy. They were even thinking about how to fight for Qin Feiyang's treasures after he died. And the appearance of this scene immediately caused them to fall into a state of shock. How dare you say that I, Qin Feiyang, am a clown? Qin Feiyang said coldly. The 4 styles of the fire phoenix attacked the crowd in front of him. Screams immediately resounded, and hundreds of people's blood splattered in the sky. Everyone was shocked. The cultivation of the peak 9th heaven realm, coupled with the sovereign-level fire phoenix art, it seemed that none of them was a match for this person. Who has a sovereign-level divine art? Someone shouted. I have it. I have it too. There's more. Qin Feiyang, your end is here. Hundreds of people rushed out of the crowd. They were all young men and women with extraordinary temperaments. There were more than 1 million people, and it was not strange that 100 people had a sovereign-level divine art. Moreover, this also showed how rare a sovereign-level divine art was in the divine prefecture. Because this was equivalent to 1 in 10,000. Only 1 in 10,000 people could have a sovereign-level divine art. Qin Feiyang looked at them one by one and said indifferently, looking at your appearance, you shouldn't be ordinary people. I'm from the 10th island of the Southern Dragon God Palace. I'm from the Eastern Dragon God Palace Island. Almost all of these people were from the Dragon God Palace. Only a few dozen people were from the Divine Prefecture's rich and powerful families. There were many rich and powerful families in the Divine Prefecture. And their foundations were extremely deep. Some of the big families' foundations were even more terrifying than the City Lord's palace. And a big family like this naturally had the ability and financial resources to obtain 1 or 2 sovereign-level divine arts. Qin Feiyang, I'll kindly advise you to stop resisting. Look at the millions of people here. Even if your means are heaven-defying, you're no match for us. Unless you activate a heaven-defying divine art and a heaven-defying divine artifact. However, you know the rules of hell. The consequences of using a heaven-defying divine artifact will be even more miserable. More than 100 people stared at Qin Feiyang and sneered. In other words, in your eyes, I, Qin Feiyang, have been relying on a heaven-defying divine artifact all these years? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Isn't that so? Without a heaven-defying divine artifact, what are you? I can kill you in seconds by myself. A young man in purple stepped out with an overwhelming aura. He then raised his arm and went straight for Qin Feiyang's head. So in your eyes, I, Qin Feiyang, am so unbearable. Qin Feiyang suddenly smiled. Don't act all high and mighty like that. Now I'll show you what a real genius is. The young man in purple snorted. That's right. If we also have a heaven-defying divine artifact, Qin Feiyang won't be able to show off all the time. A young man in black behind also said with disdain. Qin Feiyang looked at the young man in black and then looked at the young man in purple. He said lightly, fine, then let me see a real genius. After saying that, he raised his hand and punched at the young man in purple. The young man in purple's eyes flashed coldly. The big hand that was reaching for Qin Feiyang's head suddenly sank and punched at Qin Feiyang's fist. Boom! The 2 fists collided. Crack! The young man in purple's arm was immediately torn open. His whole body was also sent flying. Is this the strength of a genius? Qin Feiyang looked at the young man in purple in astonishment. The young man in purple didn't become angry out of humiliation. Instead, he had a superior attitude and praised, "You are indeed as strong as the rumors say. Thank you for your praise. But don't talk nonsense. Let me see the strength of a genius like you." Qin Feiyang's face was full of impatience. Since you are eager to die, I'll fulfill your wish. The young man in purple smiled proudly. As divine power surged, a huge monster suddenly appeared in the sky. It was a giant golden beast with dense fangs and looked extremely ferocious. Kill him! The young man in purple roared. Roar! The giant golden beast suddenly roared and pounced at Qin Feiyang with bared fangs and brandished claws. This is your supreme level divine art? Qin Feiyang asked. That's right. The young man in purple said proudly. I see. Qin Feiyang nodded. He raised his arm and gently pointed at the void with his fingertip. Boom! Immediately, A terrifying invisible force emerged like a volcanic eruption. Void returning art. Another supreme-level divine art? The young man in black and the others behind were shocked. Boom. The invisible force pounced on the giant golden beast. A loud explosion suddenly sounded. In the next moment, the two supreme-level divine arts shattered at the same time. Puff. The young man in purple spat out a mouthful of blood. Qin Fei Yang, on the other hand, relied on his powerful physical body to forcibly block the backlash from the shattering of the divine art. Even his body didn't sway at all. The strength of a genius, it's not that great. Qin Fei Yang looked at the young man in purple and shook his head with a smile. Don't be arrogant. The young man in purple flew into a rage out of humiliation. Am I being arrogant? It seems that the one who has been arrogant is you. After Qin Fei Yang finished speaking, the Void Returning Art and the Fire Phoenix 4 styles appeared at the same time. With monstrous power, they charged at the young man in purple. Battle Soul, open. The young man in purple roared. A sword-shaped battle soul immediately appeared. It looked like it was made of gold and emitted a terrifying aura. At the same time, he activated the supreme-level divine art again. Kill. Following his roar, the giant golden beast formed by the supreme-level divine art and the sword-shaped battle soul madly charged at the invisible force formed by the Fire Phoenix 4 styles and the Void Returning Art. Boom. However, with an earth-shattering explosion, the giant golden beast and the sword-shaped battle soul were shattered on the spot. Puff. The young man in purple spat out blood. His entire body was like a rubber ball as he flew out and fell in the void. Carry him away. Next. Qin Fei Yang smirked and glanced at the young man in black and the others. Chapter 27:19. He was defeated just like that. The young man in black and the others were stunned. They thought that Qin Fei Yang, who didn't have any godly spells or godly weapons, was nothing. However, he didn't expect that the result would also be a scene of utter destruction. It seemed that they had underestimated him. I'll do it. Looking at Qin Fei Yang's provocative eyes, the young man in black took a step forward with a strong aura. Boom. He didn't waste any time and immediately used a supreme spell. Clang. There were 9 black swords. Although they were condensed from divine power, each sword looked like it was made of divine iron, and their sharpness could tear the sky and the earth apart. 9 palace sword array. Every single one of these swords is comparable to an autarch-level divine artifact. Die. The young man in black sneered, and the 9 black swords instantly formed a sword array and charged toward Qin Fei Yang. 9 palace sword array? Qin Fei Yang was stunned. It looked good, but unfortunately, it was not on the same level as Wang Ming's God-slaying sword array and Sky Destroyer sword array. 9 swords, is it? I'm sorry, but I have a total of 90 sword images. Every single sword image is comparable to an utmost exalt-level deity technique. As Qin Fei Yang finished speaking, the Guyuan sword art was activated, and 90 sword shadows appeared. The young man in black's pupils shrank. The power of these 90 sword shadows was indeed comparable to a supreme weapon. I can crush you in terms of numbers. What else do you have to fight me? Qin Fei Yang's face was full of disdain. Without any fancy sword array, he directly slashed at the 9 palace killing array. Boom. In just a moment, the so-called 9 palace killing array was crushed to pieces by the 90 sword shadows. Carry him away. Next. Qin Fei Yang also spoke. He was incomparably indifferent, as if he had done a very simple thing. 3 supreme-grade divine arts. The young man in purple who had been seriously injured earlier had recovered. Looking at the 90 sword shadows floating above Qin Fei Yang's head, he was in disbelief. He alone actually possessed 3 supreme-grade deity arts. Since when had this supreme-grade deity art become so worthless? Hurry up. Don't waste my time. Why don't you all come at me together? Qin Fei Yang glanced at the 100 people and said indifferently. Arrogant. How arrogant. He actually asked them to come at him together. Everyone was shocked. How much courage did it take for her to say such words? After all, these hundreds of people were all top geniuses of the divine prefecture. They were invincible among the younger generation. But even so, Qin Feiyang still had a contemptuous attitude. Who could be a match for such courage? Boom. Qin Feiyang's words had undoubtedly infuriated the violet-clothed young man and the others. Fine. We'll grant you your wish. Everyone, let's kill him. The young man in purple. Roar. Clang clang. For a moment. Divine arts appeared one after another, and all of them were supreme-grade divine arts. The void space and mountains. Just the aura released caused a doomsday-like scene. Go to hell. The young man in purple roared. The black-clothed youth was also brimming with killing intent. The Nine Palaces sword formation carried a world-destroying sharpness as it charged towards Qin Feiyang. Boring. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Whoosh. Suddenly, more than 100 incarnations appeared behind him. As soon as these incarnations appeared, they all activated the Guiyuan sword technique. Immediately, there were more than 10,000 flaming sword shadows in the sky. Clang. 10,000 flaming sword shadows rushed toward them. There was no suspense. It was an irresistible situation. The young man in purple and the others' weapons were constantly destroyed. They were also sent flying one after another. In just a few breaths, they were all lying in the void. Their faces were pale and blood was gushing out. At this moment, the arrogance, disdain, and contempt from before were all gone. What was left was fear, awe, and panic, especially when they saw the 100 incarnations behind Qin Feiyang. They were extremely shocked. What the hell were these? Each of them was exactly the same as Qin Feiyang's original body. Are you really geniuses? Qin Feiyang looked at the embarrassed group of people suspiciously. Hearing this, the young man in purple and the others could not help but lower their heads in shame. You so-called geniuses are indeed not bad. You are almost invincible in the same realm. But unfortunately, you met me. In front of me, no matter how talented you are, you will become a fool. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Why are you so arrogant? Isn't it because you are lucky to find a few more supreme-level divine techniques? The young man in purple could not help but stare at Qin Feiyang angrily. You are wrong. He is not lucky. It is because he has a good backer. That's right. With Qin Batian and Lu Xingyang as his backers, what can he not have? The group of people mocked and ridiculed. You don't think that these supreme-level divine techniques were given to me by the two ancestors, do you? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Isn't it? Don't tell us that you created them yourself. You have this ability. The young man in purple sneered. I originally said that you were fools, but now I feel that I am insulting the word fools. Qin Feiyang chuckled. They were really a group of frogs at the bottom of a well. What do you mean? The group of people frowned. Qin Feiyang said, You still don't understand? You are even worse than fools. Bastard. The group of people flew into a rage and took out their trump cards again, madly attacking Qin Feiyang. Not only are you fools, but you also don't know your own limits. It seems that I have really misunderstood the word genius in the past. If you are considered a genius, then mankind is really finished. Qin Feiyang's eyes turned cold. Speaking of geniuses, the lunatic behind him was the real genius. Boom. The more than 100 clones attacked and with absolute combat power, the group of people was blasted to the ground in the void. You think you are infallible and can defeat me, but little do you know that you are not even qualified to be my opponent. And I, whether it was in the past or now, have never regarded you as my opponent. Because, I, Qin Feiyang's opponent, is them. Qin Feiyang pointed at the ancestral dragons, the killing intent in his eyes was not concealed. The 7 ancestral dragons' eyes darkened. Even if these humans had the supreme-level divine secret art, they were still not Qin Feiyang's opponent. When the young man in purple and the others heard this, they could not help but be shocked. It turned out that, in Qin Feiyang's eyes, they were not even qualified to be his opponent. Although Qin Feiyang was a young man like them, whether it was in terms of means or state of mind, Qin Feiyang had far surpassed them. Recalling their previous attitude, even they felt that it was ridiculous. Among the younger generation, there is no one who can stop Qin Feiyang. On the mountain peak in the distance, the old man in straw sandals shook his head and sighed. Yes. His target has long been the older generation. I'm afraid it won't be long before even us of the older generation will pale in front of him. The old woman in green nodded. This is the state of mind. Qin Feiyang's state of mind has far surpassed his peers. His vision is not on the same level as the other young people. What he sees and thinks is naturally not something the other young people can compare to. I like this kid. The child standing next to them smiled. The old man in straw sandals and the old woman in green turned to look at the child. In the sky above the plane. Don't you hate humans? Why are you still hiding behind us humans? Is this how the ancestral dragons behave? Qin Feiyang looked at the ancestral dragons, his eyes full of mockery. The young man in red clenched his fists and shouted, "What are you waiting for? There are 1,000,000 of us. Even if everyone spits, we can drown him." That's right. Activate your divine arts and kill him together. It will definitely be a one-hit kill, the ancestral dragon, Silver Dragon, shouted. Yes. Follow us and kill. The young man in purple roared. Boom. The supreme divine art was activated, and the golden beast roared out. If we don't kill him today, he will kill us. Everyone, it's time for us to work together. Follow us and kill him. The young man in black roared. Kill. The words of the two instantly ignited everyone's killing intent. Boom. More than 1,000,000 people attacked at this moment. Countless divine arts, divine weapons, fighting souls, they were like ants, densely packed and filled the entire world. The terrifying aura destroyed all directions. Working together to kill me? Qin Feiyang murmured as he looked at these people, his eyes full of disappointment. If these people were willing to show the courage and unity to fight against the dragons, no. There was no need for all of them. If only half of this courage and unity were needed, the humans would not be suppressed by the dragons to this extent. This was the classic example of a bully in one's nest. In front of the dragons, they lowered their heads like ants, but in front of him, who was also a human, they wanted to kill him. These people. What was the use of having them? Boom. The actions of these people had undoubtedly aroused Qin Feiyang's murderous intent. Originally, he wanted to listen to the Beast Emperor's suggestion to take these people under his command and train them as the main force to fight against the dragons in the future. But now, it seemed that these people were definitely not worth his time to train. Training them was a complete waste of resources, time, and energy. These people, there should only be one outcome: death. Swoosh. 3,000 clones were activated. 3,000 clones appeared behind him. Qin Feiyang shouted, "I want everyone here to die." Understood. The 3,000 clones nodded, and the dragon souls roared out in unison. All of them to die. The Beast Emperor's gaze trembled. Didn't he say that he wouldn't kill them? Why did he suddenly change his mind? Frenzy secretly snorted, "If it was me, I would also kill them all." Why? The Beast Emperor frowned. Look at them. Why didn't they unite when facing the dragons? They only know how to be a bully in one's nest. For people like them, living is a waste of air. Frenzy said with a face full of disgust. The Beast Emperor couldn't find a reason to refute these words. Because as the Emperor of the Dragon Slayer Palace, he had long seen through this point. Perhaps, the initial suggestion was a mistake. These people were not worth training. Chapter 2720. Kill them all. Hearing Qin Feiyang's murderous words, not only the Beast Emperor, but also Yi Zhong and the other ancestral dragons trembled. There were 1,000,000 people, and all of them were killed. Was he crazy? At the same time, the old man with straw sandals, the old woman in green, the little child, the burly man, the middle-aged man in gold, the enchanting woman, their faces also turned pale with fright. Kill 1,000,000 people? Even they didn't dare to think about it. What kind of young man was Qin Feiyang? Where did he find the confidence to say such big words? In their eyes, it was simply a fantasy. With the strength of one person, he was able to fight against 1,000,000 people. And most of them were in the 9 Heavens realm. Half of them were in the peak 9 Heavens realm. Every peak 9 Heavens realm had mastered at least the perfect level of deity technique. The young man in purple and his group even had supreme level deity techniques. Such a huge force, other than the strongest of the undead realm, who had the ability to fight against it. Not to mention killing them all. At the same time, the million people in the sky above the plane were stunned when they heard Qin Feiyang's words. But then, their faces were full of cold smiles. He wanted to kill all of them by himself. He must be dreaming. There should be a limit to his arrogance. Did you hear that? Did you hear that? He said he wants to kill us all. Haha, ridiculous. You want to fight against millions of us with just the strength of one person? You must be dreaming. No. This is stupidity, complacency, arrogance, and overestimation of one's own capabilities. Everyone, let's show him how small he is in the face of the power of unity. The young man in purple and his group laughed. The power of unity. Qin Feiyang looked at the young man in purple and his group. So you know that the power of unity is very strong. But why didn't you unite when facing the dragons? Let me ask you, what did I, Qin Feiyang, do all of this for? Isn't it to destroy the dragons and take back the dignity that humans lost in front of the dragons? But now, you are helping the dragons to kill me, Qin Feiyang. Excuse me, are you still humans? Are you worthy of the souls who fought against the dragons and died in battle? Qin Feiyang roared. His words, sonorous, powerful, and resonant. Hearing these words, the Beast Emperor and the old man in straw sandals and his group fell silent. Even Yi Zhong lowered his head with a trace of sorrow on his face. Don't be fooled by him. It's because he's scared that he's using this trick to trick you. As long as you kill him, all the divine artifacts on him will be yours. Divine artifact. If you miss this opportunity, you won't be able to find another one. And, I believe you should be clear about Qin Feiyang's character and style of doing things. He is a vengeful person. Today, you guys are his opponents. Once we leave the hell of the underworld, he will definitely kill you all. At that time, he will have a divine artifact and a divine art. You can only die. The blood dragon ancestor dragon shouted. When everyone heard this, their bodies and minds trembled. That's right. No one can stop Qin Feiyang's revenge. Just like the major city lord mansions in the north, they were all robbed by this person. If we let him walk out alive, none of us will be able to escape. So everyone, don't be fooled by him. Follow me and kill. The purple-clothed young man roared. The giant golden beast raised its head and roared. It carried a surging ferocious aura as it pounced towards Qin Feiyang. If we don't kill him now, when will we? The black-clothed young man also roared. Kill. In an instant. Everyone began to roar. Divine arts, divine artifacts, battle souls, densely packed, they turned into a raging wave, shattering the sky and charging toward Qin Feiyang. At this moment, the sky was collapsing. The earth was also sinking crazily. Millions of miles of mountains and rivers were instantly razed to the ground, and the sky was everywhere. This scene was the end of the world. What a sad group of people. A million people joining forces is indeed very strong. Any creature below the imperishable realm will only end up with their bodies crushed and their bones crushed. But do you think this is useful to me, Qin Feiyang? Wrong. Let me tell you. The more people there are, the stronger I, Qin Feiyang, will be. Eye of heaven, open. Qin Feiyang suddenly let out an explosive shout. The glabella of the 3001 dragon souls floating in the air immediately split open, and a third eye appeared. Not good. Yi Zhong's expression suddenly changed. Eye of heaven. If he opened the eye of heaven, then Qin Feiyang really had the ability to slaughter 1,000,000 people with his own strength, because the eye of heaven could copy all attack methods. No matter how many divine arts, no matter how many battle souls, it could be copied. And one had to know. At this moment, Qin Feiyang had also activated 3,000 incarnations. In other words, although Qin Feiyang was only one person, because of the existence of 3,000 incarnations, the Eye of Heaven could copy 3,000 times more than this million people. For example, the golden beast formed by the purple-clothed young man's supreme divine art, once it was copied by Qin Feiyang and his 3,000 incarnations, it would become 3,001 golden beasts. 1 against 3,001. What kind of concept was this? Not to mention a massacre, it was simply an instant kill. Qin Feiyang, stop! Yi Zhong shouted. But it was too late. Qin Feiyang, who had the intention to kill, would not let go because of Yi Zhong. All kinds of deity arts and fighting souls were continuously replicated. All of you, go to hell, Qin Feiyang muttered. With a wave of his hand, the copied divine arts, battle souls, suddenly turned into a frenzy, with the power to destroy the world, surging toward the sea of people in front of him. How is this possible? The purple-clothed young man and the others standing at the front looked at this scene with their mouths agape. Following closely, their faces, their eyes, were filled with panic. Run! The black-clothed young man suddenly roared. But it was too late. Divine arts, battle souls, in an instant, they drowned in a flood. Miserable screams suddenly sounded, filled with despair and regret. Please, let us go. No, the purple-clothed young man roared in horror, but it was meaningless. Hundreds of golden beasts pounced, instantly tearing him to pieces. These golden beasts were copied by the Eye of Heaven. In other words, it was equivalent to him dying under his own divine arts. Qin Feiyang, spare me. The black-clothed young man also knelt in the void and begged. But it was useless. A frenzy formed by a divine art instantly rushed over, and the black-clothed young man's blood splattered across the sky. Not even his divine soul was left. No, please, we know we were wrong. Looking at this scene, the people behind could not help but feel despair. There were even people who were already fleeing. Qin Feiyang was not human at all. Divine arts, battle souls. How could a human copy all of them? Massacre. This was a merciless massacre. The whole world was filled with blood and corpses at this moment. Painful screams, helpless cries for help, were incessant, resounding throughout the world. This scene made the various ancestral dragons tremble. This scene made Yi Zhong limp on the ground powerlessly. This scene made the straw-sandal old man and the others feel their hair stand on end. Besides the white-eyed wolf, Frenzy, and the Beast Emperor, no one would have thought that the outcome would be like this. 1 million people, such a terrifying force was actually single-handedly massacred by one person. There was no way to fight back. This Qin Feiyang, this heaven-defying battle soul, the Eye of Heaven, it was simply invincible. The massacre lasted for hundreds of breaths. 1 million people were slaughtered. Only a small portion of them fled into the forest of gods and devils. The broken ground below was already blood-red, and corpses were piled up like a mountain. The smell of blood was pungent. Looking from afar, it was even more terrifying than Azura hell. The scene was dead silent at this moment. Whether it was the various ancestral dragons or the straw-sandal old man's group, they were all silently watching all of this. But in their hearts, they were overturning rivers and seas. He really did it. With the strength of one person, he massacred 1 million people. Such means, such strength. Looking at the current world, who could compete with him? The Eye of Heaven was already heaven-defying enough, but he actually had 3,000 clones. Wasn't this like adding wings to a tiger for Qin Feiyang? With 3,000 clones and the Eye of Heaven, he was invincible. Amazing, amazing. The Eye of Heaven is indeed a heaven-defying battle soul. An exclamation sounded. The one who spoke was the middle-aged man in golden clothes. He stood at the edge of the cliff, looking at Qin Feiyang in the sky above the plain from afar, his eyes full of fear. The enchanting woman lying in his embrace had already stood up. She was also looking at Qin Feiyang with fear in her eyes. How could there be such a crazy young man in this world? He was already so strong at the 9 Heavens realm, then when he broke through to the imperishable realm, thinking of this, the woman couldn't help but shiver. Once this man broke through to the imperishable realm, even if he was only a half-step imperishable realm, he was enough to pose a huge threat to these veteran supreme experts. What a terrifying young man. On the other side, a trace of reverence appeared on the expressionless face of the burly man, who was over 2 meters tall. Powerful. On the other side of the mountain, the straw-shoe old man took a deep breath, looked at the old woman and the child, and said, if nothing unexpected happens, this man will definitely become the strongest in the ancient world in the future, and even we will have to bow down to him. Yes. The old woman nodded. That depends on whether he can grow up or not. Because what he did today will definitely arouse the most intense killing intent of the dragons. When he returns to the divine land, the dragons will definitely kill him at all costs. After all, he's too much of a threat. His two ancestors, Qin Batian and Lu Xingyang, are nothing compared to him now. The child shook his head. The straw-shoe old man and the old woman nodded. If they were the dragons, they would also immediately think of a way to kill Qin Feiyang. Even if it would greatly damage the dragons, they wouldn't hesitate. Chapter 27-21. Even Beast Emperor and Wang Ming couldn't help shuddering in fear when they saw this scene, let alone the ancestral dragons and the straw-shoe old man. He killed more than 1 million people just like that. This character, this method, could be said to be universally shocking. They had always thought that although Qin Feiyang was talented, he was too benevolent and righteous, and would not be able to achieve great things. Only now did they realize what kind of person Qin Feiyang was. Benevolence, righteousness, and righteousness. He only gave them to those who deserved it. He would not show any mercy to those who deserved to die. On one hand, he was righteous, and on the other hand, he was decisive. It could be said that such a person was almost perfect. But in the face of all this, Qin Feiyang himself was unperturbed. Swoosh! Qin Feiyang took a step forward and landed in the sky above the 7 ancestral dragons. Sensing the terrifying murderous aura, the 7 ancestral dragons couldn't help but feel fear in their hearts. Do you want to kill yourselves or do you want me to do it myself? Qin Feiyang looked down at the 7 of them and said coldly. Hearing this, the 7 of them were instantly enraged. He was a dignified ancestral dragon, revered by the world. He actually dared to use such a tone and attitude in front of them. However, at the thought that it was Qin Feiyang, they were filled with helplessness. Whether it was in the past or now, Qin Feiyang had never shown them the slightest bit of respect. With their status and strength, they could make anyone lower their heads and fear them. Only in front of Qin Feiyang was they not allowed to do so. At this very moment, Qin Feiyang had the right to speak to them in such a manner. This was because Qin Feiyang was so powerful that they were powerless. At least in hell, they no longer had the power to resist. Publicizing hell and setting a trap to harm me, this is a good plan. Unfortunately, not only did your plan not succeed, it allowed me to grow. Speaking of which, I have to thank all of you for allowing me to break through to the 9th heaven's realm in such a short time. Take your own lives as a token of my gratitude to you. Qin Feiyang said. Good, good, good. You're amazing. But don't forget, it's because we're in the Underworld King's hell that we can't display our full strength. That's why you have the right to be arrogant, the red-clothed young man shouted. Only now. When I was in the Divine Land, I didn't see you guys that powerful. The white-eyed wolf laughed mockingly. Whoosh. All the ancestral dragons looked at the white-eyed wolf with cold glints flickering in their eyes. What are you looking at? Isn't that the truth? Initially, in the North Sea, all 10 of you ancestral dragons were mobilized. The revered dragon even personally took action. But in the end, all of you were seriously injured. Later, you pretended to be Lin Yi's master in the plains outside the Dragon God mountain range and lured us into a trap. But in the end, you reaped what you sowed and lost 4 heaven-defying divine artifacts. After that, we fought in the inland sea. I would like to ask, when have you ever won against us? Even if you only win once, I admit that you're good. But do you have it? The white-eyed wolf looked at the 7 of them playfully. Nonsense. Back in the inland sea, if it weren't for Qin Batian activating the law of time and space to save you, would you be able to escape alive? The red-clothed young man roared. But that time, you lost 6 heaven-defying divine artifacts, while we escaped safely. Isn't this a victory for us? The white-eyed wolf said. The red-clothed young man stared at the white-eyed wolf with anger rising in his eyes. Where did this wolf cub come from? Not only does he know everything, but he also seems to be more arrogant than Qin Feiyang. Don't dawdle. Hurry up and kill yourself. We still have to go to the mythical forest. The white-eyed wolf waved his claws and said. The ancestral dragons looked at each other with a murderous glint in their eyes. Boom. Almost at the same time. They unlocked their suppressed cultivation. Half-step immortal realm, first stage immortal realm, first stage immortal realm, first stage immortal realm. In the blink of an eye, they recovered their first stage immortal realm cultivation. The power of the Nether King Hell's laws also descended. But the 7 ancestral dragons turned a blind eye to the rule force and went straight to Qin Fei Yang. Their terrifying aura destroyed all directions. Obviously, they wanted to kill Qin Fei Yang before the rule force descended. A bunch of stupid things. Qin Fei Yang's face was full of ridicule, as if he had already expected such a thing to happen. Swish. He retreated like a bolt of lightning. Although his speed couldn't be compared to the current 7 ancestral dragons, the rule force descended very quickly. As long as he dodged a little, the 7 ancestral dragons would be obliterated by the rule force. Die. The 7 ancestral dragons chased after him with a strong cold light in their eyes. Soon, they would be able to kill Qin Fei Yang. But at that moment, the power of the rules crashed down. Accompanied by a miserable scream, the 7 of them were immediately obliterated by the rule force. Aren't you courting death? The white-eyed wolf shook his head. When the rule force dissipated, Qin Fei Yang stopped in the void and looked coldly at the place where the 7 ancestral dragons disappeared before looking at Yi Zhong below. Yi Zhong sighed and said, "You don't have to do it, this old man will do it myself. I didn't say I was going to kill you. Moreover, if I were to make a move on you, I would really be deceiving my master and destroying my ancestors." Qin Fei Yang said, "Don't say such nice words." Yi Zhong shook his head. "I'm serious. There is a good saying, a teacher for a day, a father for life. Although in today's world, this sentence is a bit exaggerated, in my eyes, you've never been an enemy. It's still the same sentence, my door is always open for you." Qin Fei Yang said. Yi Zhong was silent. But in the end, he still chose to end his own life. Boom. The old man's body suddenly exploded in the void, and a terrifying wave of air instantly flooded all directions. He self-destructed and died. Seeing that the situation was bad, the Beast Emperor and Wang Ming quickly rushed in front of Qin Fei Yang and released their divine power to block that terrifying wave of air. Sigh. Qin Fei Yang stood in front of the wind and couldn't help but sigh. Why were they so stubborn? No matter how he tried to persuade them, it was useless. Were the dragons really so good that they were worth risking their lives for? Suddenly, Qin Fei Yang looked at the Beast Emperor and asked, "Do you know if Yi Zhong and Long Zun have any special relationship?" Special relationship? The Beast Emperor was stunned and shook his head. "I really don't know." Qin Fei Yang asked suspiciously, "Then how did he and Long Zun know each other?" The Beast Emperor thought for a moment and said with a smile, "Speaking of which, there are many stories." "What stories?" Hearing this, the madman and the white-eyed wolf immediately looked at the Beast Emperor curiously. The Beast Emperor said, "I heard that when Yi Zhong was young, he pursued Long Zun." What? Qin Fei Yang, the madman, and the white-eyed wolf looked at each other. This was really big news. That was a long time ago. Yi Zhong and Long Zun were still young, just like you guys are now. And at that time, Long Zun hadn't married the dragon god yet. It is said that at that time, Long Zun turned into human form and entered the mortal world to train, and met Yi Zhong. At first, they were still a pair of enemies. They fought whenever they saw each other because they didn't like each other. But as time passed, Yi Zhong seemed to have slowly fallen in love with her. However, because Long Zun deliberately hid it, Yi Zhong didn't know that Long Zun was a divine dragon. And because of his personality, Yi Zhong didn't confess. And then, Long Zun and the dragon god married, gave birth to a son and a daughter, and became the leader of the dragons. It is said that at that time, Yi Zhong was still upset for a long time. Then one day, Long Zun finally discovered Yi Zhong's feelings for her. Perhaps because she felt guilty, Long Zun gave Yi Zhong a lot of resources, as well as unparalleled power and status. And the Dragon God Palace was founded by Yi Zhong at that time. The following situation is as you can see, Yi Zhong has been following Long Zun. Long Zun is also very good to Yi Zhong. And the degree of trust she has in him is even higher than the great ancestral dragons. The Beast Emperor said. Qin Fei Yang and the others were stunned and couldn't say a word for a long time. After all this time, Yi Zhong was protecting his beloved woman? The madman looked at the Beast Emperor and asked, "Are you sure this is true?" Whether it is true or not, the Beast Emperor pondered for a while and shook his head. Whether it is true or not, this emperor is really not sure, but all the great ancestral dragons said so. Qin Feiyang said, "Then have you asked Yi Zhong himself?" "Yes. But Yi Zhong didn't mention a word about this. Long Zun has never mentioned this matter either," the Beast Emperor said. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and said, "It should be close. If that is the case, then convincing Yi Zhong will be more difficult than we imagined." The madman said. "En." Qin Feiyang nodded. "I didn't expect this old man to be such a loyal person." The white-eyed wolf's eyes flickered as if he had discovered a new continent. "We can't make a conclusion too early. When there is a chance, let's find Yi Zhong and ask him about it. Next, let's prepare to enter the Godfiend Forest." Qin Feiyang looked at the Godfiend Forest. This was a place they had to enter. If he could comprehend another nomological law, he would undoubtedly be more confident when facing Ice Dragon and Small Beast in the future. "What about the others?" Wang Ming asked. "The others?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. "There must be some people who haven't rushed to the Godfiend Forest. Should we take the opportunity to catch them all?" Wang Ming said. Qin Feiyang nodded in realization and waved his hand. "There's no need for that." With that said, Qin Feiyang looked at the surrounding mountains and rivers. He was more concerned about the hidden supreme experts. Where would these people be hiding? "Old witch, little fiend, do you feel that Qin Feiyang seems to know that we are hiding nearby?" The straw sandals old man frowned. "How is that possible?" The old woman in green shook her head. "No. Look at him now. He seems to be looking for something." "I think so. Even if he doesn't know that it's us, he must have guessed that there are people nearby," the straw sandals old man said in a deep voice. The old woman in green and little fiend frowned. Looking at Qin Feiyang's current expression, that was indeed the case. Chapter 27-22. Wait. Suddenly, little devil child reached out his hand and asked, "Don't you think it's strange?" "What's strange?" The two old men looked at him in surprise. The Nether King's ferocious beasts are spreading the news that the Forest of Gods and Demons has a heaven-defying treasure and the power of laws. "Don't you think it's a conspiracy?" Little devil child frowned. "A conspiracy?" The eyes of the two old men trembled. "You mean to say that Qin Feiyang is the one controlling all of this, and Qin Feiyang's goal is to kill all of these people?" The old woman asked in surprise. "I don't know. But I have a feeling that the truth isn't as simple as it seems." Little devil child shook his head, his eyes flashing. Above the plain, Qin Feiyang adjusted his state and looked at the Forest of Gods and Demons again. "Let's go," the Beast Emperor said, "then I'll wait for you at the square." "Okay." Qin Feiyang nodded. Whoosh. The Beast Emperor immediately turned into a stream of light and landed on the bluestone path, then disappeared into the Forest of Gods and Demons. "Let's go." Qin Feiyang waved his hand and led Madman, White-Eyed Wolf, and Wang Ming into the Forest of Gods and Demons without looking back. But just as Qin Feiyang and the others entered the Forest of Gods and Demons, a blood-haired youth came and landed above the plain. This person was Li Feng, the flesh and blood essence of 1,000,000 people. This can't be wasted. Li Feng, hurry up and absorb it. These people are all at the ultimate God and 9 heavens realm. Absorb their flesh and blood essence and it'll be enough for you to enter the 9 heavens realm. Sanguis immediately appeared beside him and roared excitedly. "Okay." Li Feng nodded and looked at Qin Feiyang's back. He landed in the middle of the plain and absorbed it crazily. The flesh and blood around him turned into blood qi and rushed into his body. What? He's absorbing the flesh and blood essence of these people? When the old woman and the others saw this, their pupils constricted. However, Qin Feiyang and the others who had entered the mythical forest did not notice it at all. Because the moment they entered the divine demon forest, everything outside seemed to have been cut off. He couldn't hear any sounds from the outside, nor could he sense any aura from the outside. This place is indeed a domain of its own. Madman scanned the area in front of him, his eyes filled with surprise. There were clusters of ancient trees and vines everywhere. Thick piles of dead branches and rotten leaves were piled up on the ground. The surroundings were also deathly silent. At a glance, the entire forest was filled with a cold and mysterious aura. The Beast Emperor said that the forest of gods and devils is shrouded in an invisible force. One can only enter but not leave. Why can't I feel this power? The white-eyed wolf was suspicious. If you can't feel it, then feel it for yourself. Wang Ming smiled slightly, then turned around and raised his arm to reach out at the edge of the void. Immediately, his expression froze. Sure enough, his fingertip came into contact with an invisible force in the void. How is it? Qin Feiyang and the others also turned to look at Wang Ming. Yes. Wang Ming nodded. It can't be. The white-eyed wolf raised his paw skeptically and reached into the void. In the end, his expression froze. There was indeed an invisible force in the void. When did Li Feng and Blood Spirit appear? Suddenly, Yang Li exclaimed. Li Feng. Hearing that, everyone raised their heads to look at the plains and was stunned. This brat really doesn't learn. Seeing that Li Feng was absorbing the essence of the flesh and blood, Wang Ming couldn't help but frown. Let him be, Qin Feiyang said indifferently. He also stretched out his hand and pressed against the invisible force in the air. This invisible force was colorless and had no aura. If one didn't know beforehand, even if they stood in front of it, they wouldn't discover it. For living beings who didn't want to enter the divine demon forest, it was truly a fatal trap. Because by the time they discovered this invisible force, they would already be in the divine demon forest and wouldn't be able to leave. Since we're here, let's take things as they come. Let's go, let's go. Madman urged. Not only were they not afraid at all, they were full of anticipation for the unknown divine demon forest. Right away. Qin Feiyang, Madman and the white-eyed wolf turned and strode forward. Let's go too. Yang Li looked at Wang Ming and said. But Li Feng, Wang Ming frowned. Are you stupid? Can't you tell? Yang Li shook his head. Wang Ming was slightly stunned and turned to look at Yang Li suspiciously. What do you mean? Then let me ask you first. What was young master's reaction when he saw this scene? Yang Li said. Aren't you asking the obvious? Didn't you see that young master's reaction was very calm just now? Wang Ming rolled his eyes. Then let me ask you again. Why didn't young master burn the mountain of corpses and sea of blood before entering the divine demon forest? Yang Li asked again. This, maybe he forgot. Wang Ming hesitated. Forgot. Yang Li shook his head and patted Wang Ming on the shoulder. Brother, you've been with young master for so long. Why don't you understand him at all? With that said, Yang Li descended toward Qin Feiyang and the rest. Wang Ming was stunned. He glanced at Sanguis and Li Feng before turning to catch up with Yang Li and whispering, Can you make it clear? It's very simple. Young master deliberately left this for Li Feng. Yang Li said telepathically. What? Wang Ming was shocked. In other words, young master knew that Sanguis and Li Feng were hiding nearby. Although young master was somewhat dissatisfied with Li Feng's actions, since these people were already dead, it would be a waste to burn them. He might as well fulfill Li Feng's wish. Yang Li said to himself. I see. Wang Ming was enlightened. So, you have to carefully consider young master's thoughts in the future. Yang Li said. Yes. Wang Ming nodded. An hour later, Qin Feiyang and the rest were already tens of thousands of miles deep into the divine demon forest. Given their speed, it was naturally impossible for them to be so slow. After all, given their cultivation, it would only take them a short while to cross tens of thousands of miles. This was because they did not dare to move too quickly. This was because they knew nothing about this place. If they were not careful and encountered danger, they would not be able to think of a way to deal with it immediately. Furthermore, in this divine demon forest, they could not fly and could only move forward on foot. However, they did not know if it was because they were lucky that they had not encountered any danger until now. However, when the group passed by a small valley, they realized that there were many footprints at the entrance of the valley. Why are there footprints? The white-eyed wolf was astonished. Are you stupid? As early as the second day when we arrived at the plains, more than 100 people entered the divine demon forest. Furthermore, there were also many people who escaped into the divine demon forest previously. I noticed at that time and estimated that there were at least 50 to 60,000 people. The lunatic said. So many. I really didn't notice. It seems that even if we enter the divine demon forest, we won't be too bored. The white-eyed wolf laughed sinisterly and swaggered into the valley. Qin Feiyang and the rest exchanged glances and followed in. The valley was about a few miles long and was filled with gravel and weeds. However, they did not find any traces of people in the valley. However, there were still many footprints on the ground. These footprints were messy and disorderly, as if they were left behind by a hasty escape. Qin Feiyang and the rest followed the footprints and searched all the way. In the end, they found a crack that was several meters wide at the back of the valley. In the crack, more than 30 people were huddled together, pale and trembling. They seemed to be very scared. The white-eyed wolf walked to the crack and the 30 people laughed. What are you hiding here for? Don't kill us, we really know that we were wrong, please give us a way out. Dozens of people looked at Qin Feiyang and the rest and begged. Qin Feiyang and the rest were stunned. They thought that these people were so scared because they had encountered something terrifying in the divine demon forest. They did not expect that it was because they had discovered them that they had fled and hid here. However, Qin Feiyang did not know that in the eyes of these people, he was even more terrifying than the divine demon forest. In their eyes, Qin Feiyang could be described as a devil. He had killed millions of people in one fell swoop. This person's terrifying means was unprecedented and could be said to be shocking. The white-eyed wolf came back to his senses, bared his teeth, and said, "Who do you think you are? We won't kill you just because we said so. Then what do you want?" One of the burly men said with a bitter face. "What do you think? I believe you also know our means. For people like you who take the initiative to court death, we will definitely not be polite." The white-eyed wolf said. Hearing this, dozens of people curled up in the crack, their faces full of despair. Enough. Qin Feiyang glared at the white-eyed wolf and looked at the dozens of people. I don't want to talk about the past anymore. Let me ask you, you have been in the divine demon forest for so long, did you encounter any danger? You really won't kill us? The dozens of people stared at Qin Feiyang in a daze. Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded. Thank you, thank you. The group of people was grateful and climbed out of the mountain one after another. The burly man took a deep breath and looked respectfully at Qin Feiyang and replied, "We encountered danger." Qin Feiyang and the others looked at each other. Frenzy said, "What danger?" Not long after we entered the divine demon forest, we encountered 3 giant beasts. Their strength is simply too strong. At that time, there were more than 2,000 of us together. But even if we joined forces, we could not defeat them. The burly man's face was full of fear. That's right. They all had supreme-level deity techniques and deity artifacts, and they were extremely strong. More than 2,000 people were swallowed alive by them, and only the few of us managed to escape. It's too terrifying. If I had known, even if I died outside, I would not have come to the divine demon forest. The 30-odd people all had terrified looks on their faces. Giant beasts, Qin Feiyang muttered. It seemed that what the Beast Emperor said was true. They could not be careless in the divine demon forest. Otherwise, if they were not careful, they would die here. Chapter 27-23. What do these giant beasts look like? Wang Ming asked. They're the same as the beasts we usually see. But there's a strange mark between their eyebrows. The burly man said. Mark? Qin Feiyang and the others were slightly stunned and asked, "What mark?" The burly man said, "It's a blood mark." Blood mark? Qin Feiyang was stunned. He thought it was the kind of skull mark. Because the beasts outside also had this kind of mark. But unexpectedly, the giant beasts here had some kind of blood mark. What did the blood mark represent? Roar. Suddenly, a deafening beast roar sounded. Qin Feiyang and the others were shocked. They quickly jumped up and landed on the top of the mountain and looked down. They saw 3 giant beasts stepping into the valley and walking toward them step by step. With every step they took, the ground would crack. The whole valley was shaking because of their arrival. Their gazes were also constantly scanning the surroundings, as if they were looking for something. "It's them." The burly man and the others jumped to the top of the mountain. When they saw the 3 giant beasts, they immediately exclaimed, "Keep your voice down." Wang Ming glared at them. But it was too late. The 3 giant beasts had already heard the exclamation. They raised their heads and looked at Qin Feiyang and the others on the top of the mountain. The 3 giant beasts were a giant leopard, a giant tiger, and a giant lion. Their bodies were dozens of meters long, and their hair was black. Their eyes were like millstones, emitting a shocking murderous light. There really was a blood mark between their eyebrows, but at first glance, there was nothing special about it. It looked dim. As for their cultivation, it wasn't very strong. Like Qin Feiyang and Lunatic, they were also at the 9th heaven stage. Run. But even if they were only at the 9th heaven stage, the burly man and the others couldn't help but feel afraid. They turned around and jumped down the mountain, disappearing into the forest below without looking back. Isn't it just 3 beasts at the 9th heaven stage? Is there a need to be so afraid? The white-eyed wolf was speechless. In this group, half of them were at the 9th heaven stage, and 2 of them were at the 9th heaven stage. Such a powerful lineup was actually afraid of 3 beasts at the 9th heaven stage. It was really strange. Wang Ming turned to look at those people and said in a deep voice, "The more they are afraid, the more terrifying these giant beasts are. We can't let our guard down because of their cultivation." But before he finished speaking, he saw the madman rush out with a whoosh. The corner of Wang Ming's mouth instantly twitched fiercely. What a fearless person. Previously, in the plains, the limelight was stolen by Qin Feiyang. I didn't even have a chance to perform. So, all of you, don't interfere now. I want to see exactly how strong they are. Madman laughed loudly and released his aura to attack the 3 giant beasts. The 3 beasts looked at Lunatic. Lunatics. They actually dared to take the initiative to attack them? Big Tiger, he's challenging our dignity. Go and get rid of him. The giant lion laughed, its eyes filled with ferocity. Hee hee. The giant tiger bared its fangs and let out a fierce roar. Its ferocious aura erupted like a volcano. Then, it was like a sharp arrow piercing through the air, its speed as fast as lightning. Boom. In just an instant, Lunatic and the giant tiger met in the valley. As the two clashed, a destructive shockwave surged out. Boom. The valley was razed to the ground in an instant. The surrounding ancient trees and mountains were also collapsing and shattering. Amazing. Lunatic laughed. The giant tiger's body and strength were not weaker than his. You have to know. His physical body and strength had been strengthened just like Qin Feiyang's. To put it bluntly, with the strength of his body, even those at the 9th heaven stage were not his match. But this giant tiger was on par with him. You're not bad either. A little human can have such a strong body. After the giant tiger finished speaking, its huge body stood up. Then, its whole body pressed down, and the 2 thick claws in front slapped at Lunatic. Don't look down on me. I'm not like those humans you met before. Lunatic smiled coldly and threw out another punch. The fist and claws collided. Lunatic and the giant tiger were both pushed back. However, while retreating, Lunatic turned his foot and forcefully dispelled the impact. Then while the giant tiger was unprepared, he rushed up and kicked the giant tiger's head. Roar. With a painful howl, the giant tiger flew out like a meteor and smashed into the ground in the distance. With a bang, a giant pit appeared. No way. The giant lion and leopard looked at this scene, their eyes filled with disbelief. This is battle awareness and adaptability. Just based on these 2 points, you're not on the same level as me. Lunatic looked at the giant tiger proudly. Roar. The giant tiger roared and rushed out of the giant pit. It rushed at Lunatic, as if it was angry out of humiliation. You can't. Lunatic raised his arm, stretched out his index finger, and shook it lightly. His face was full of contempt. The giant tiger roared again and again. Its 1-meter-long fangs emitted a terrifying light, Rushing in front of Lunatic, the giant tiger pounced and bit at Lunatic's head. Its bloody mouth, not to mention biting off Lunatic's head, could even swallow him alive. Heh! The madman grinned and dodged. Then, he kicked the giant tiger's head from behind. However, at this time, a hint of mockery flashed in the giant tiger's eyes. A set of black armor suddenly appeared on its body. It looked like it was made of fish scales and emitted a faint light. This change was completely out of Lunatic's expectations. Lunatic kicked the armor and there was a deafening sound of metal. Lunatic didn't show any mercy, but because of the armor, it didn't cause any injuries to the giant tiger. When the madman kicked the tiger's head, the tiger also slapped the madman's body with its paw. The result was obvious. Lunatic was sent flying like a rubber ball and crashed into a mountain ridge in the distance. Boom! The mountain ridge collapsed on the spot. Many of the bones in his body were broken. Wang Ming and Yang Li looked at each other. This giant tiger actually knew how to trick people. On the surface, it looked like it had lost its mind out of humiliation, but in fact, it was waiting for an opportunity to trick Lunatic. Is this your battle awareness and ability to react on the spot? That's all there is to it. The giant tiger laughed disdainfully. Boom! Lunatic rushed out from the ground and arrived in front of the giant tiger at lightning speed. Looking at the armor on the giant tiger, he said, "Supreme divine artifact, little thing, you're very naughty. How is it? You're not so arrogant now." The giant tiger's eyes were full of ridicule. "Not arrogant. Sorry, arrogant is synonymous with this daddy. Little thing like you, this daddy can kill you with one slap." As Lunatic spoke, he really did slap it. "You're courting death." The giant tiger was furious. He was already wearing a supreme armor and still dared to look down on it like this. He really didn't know what death was. Boom! It raised its claws angrily. Those claws were bigger than millstones and aggressive, as if it wanted to slap Lunatic into meat pace. Seeing that they were about to collide again, a set of blood-colored armor suddenly appeared on Lunatic's body. The next moment, one man and one beast clashed. Bang bang bang! Whether it was the giant tiger or Lunatic, every punch hit flesh. And although the blood-colored armor on Lunatic's body wasn't a divine artifact, it was transformed from a supreme divine art. In terms of strength, it wasn't inferior to the giant tiger's armor. Boom! After dozens of exchanges, the giant tiger was once again smashed to the ground. Even the armor on its body showed signs of being broken. The blood-colored sword on Lunatic's body was already at its limit, but his situation was much better than the giant tiger's. "Are you convinced?" Lunatic said proudly. "Are you still human? Your body and strength are both so strong." The giant tiger got up in a sorry state and looked at Lunatic angrily. Strength and physical body were also its trump cards. Even a ninth heaven's great perfection cultivator couldn't withstand its strength. But at this moment, the human in front of it wasn't inferior to it at all. "Of course I'm human. As for body and strength, who said that humans are weaker than you beasts? My level isn't much." The person with the truly powerful body is still standing there and hasn't made a move. Lunatic said, "Chem, there's someone stronger than you." The giant tiger was surprised. The giant lion and the giant leopard were also stunned. The three beasts looked at Qin Feiyang and the others not far away. Who could this person with a powerful body be? Of course it couldn't be Qin Feiyang. Although Qin Feiyang's physical body was also strong, compared to a certain person, it was still lacking by quite a bit. This person was Wang Ming. Wang Ming's body was truly powerful, and even the transformed blood demon couldn't compare to it. Back then, they were both ninth heaven's great perfection cultivators, but Bloodgang, as a blood demon, was directly suppressed by Wang Ming. One could imagine. How strong was Wang Ming's body and strength? You so-called infinite strength can show off in front of others, but you have no advantage in front of us. It seems that the giant beasts in the forest of gods and demons are only SOSO. Lunatic shook his head. Ha! Hearing this, the giant tiger, the giant lion, and the giant leopard were stunned for a moment before they burst out laughing. Their laughter was full of sarcasm. "Chem, Lunatic glanced at the three beasts and said, "It seems that you're still hiding some extraordinary skills. Come, show it to me, human brat. Do you know the consequences of being arrogant in the forest of gods and demons?" The giant tiger said. "Then do you know the consequences of being arrogant in front of me?" Lunatic asked in return. Good. You're really arrogant. However, you've made a very serious mistake. Even if the blood demon comes to the forest of gods and demons, they have to lie down obediently. Boom. The giant tiger roared. Its body actually expanded with the wind, and in an instant, a giant tiger that was 1,000 feet tall appeared out of nowhere. Chapter 27-24. Is it useful to become bigger? Madman mocked. You'll know soon enough. The giant tiger smiled sinisterly and charged forward. Whoosh. A shocking scene appeared. The giant tiger's speed was several times faster than before. So fast. Madman was surprised. The giant tiger's current speed was definitely comparable to a ninth heaven's realm cultivator. Pay the price for your arrogance. Almost instantly, the giant tiger rushed in front of Madman and slapped him with its paw. Madman snorted coldly, raised his arm, and punched out. Divine power surged and shattered in all directions. Boom. However, at the moment of collision, Madman's arm was lacerated and blood flowed out. Moreover, even Madman couldn't block that terrifying power. He was sent flying and smashed into the ground in the distance. How is this possible? Qin Feiyang and the others were dumbfounded. Who knew Madman's strength better than them? Even if their cultivation was higher than Madman's, they would only be abused, let alone those of the same realm. As if something had suddenly happened, Wang Ming said in bewilderment, "Young master, quickly look between its eyebrows." Between its eyebrows? Qin Feiyang looked at the giant tiger's eyebrows and was stunned. The originally dim blood character mark between the giant tiger's eyebrows was now glowing with a bloody light. Was the giant tiger's change related to the blood character mark? Swish. At the same time, the giant tiger rushed in front of Madman and looked at him lying on the ground with blood flowing out of his body. It sneered. Still so arrogant. Hee. Madman grinned and slowly got up. He licked the blood at the corner of his mouth and looked up at the giant tiger. You really surprised me. The giant tiger frowned. At this point, he still dared to be so arrogant. I'd like to see how fast and powerful you are. Madman took a step forward, his divine power surging as he punched at the giant tiger. The giant tiger was extremely disdainful. With a wave of its paw, Madman was sent flying again, his body covered in blood. Not bad. This power is almost comparable to the blood demons at the peak of the Nine Heavens realm. Madman got up again and nodded. What? Qin Feiyang and the others were shocked. This giant beast was only at the Ninth Heavens realm, but its strength was comparable to a blood demon at the perfection Ninth Heavens realm? Isn't this too outrageous? Blood demon race? They're just trash. The giant tiger's eyes were filled with disdain as it charged at the madman. You are indeed very strong. But saying that the blood demon race is trash makes me very unhappy. Madman chuckled. Clang. A blood-red square seal appeared. Sovereign-level divine art, blood demon seal. As soon as the demonic blood seal appeared, it expanded with the wind. In an instant, it was like a towering mountain, blasting towards the giant tiger. Roar. The giant tiger roared. The gigantic body was sent flying by the blood devil seal. Its flesh was lacerated, and blood and flesh splattered everywhere. Bastard, how dare you injure me? The giant tiger was enraged. With a loud clang, a giant black sword soared into the sky, tearing the sky apart. This was a supreme being-level killing technique. Waves after waves of terrifying sword chi flooded the area with an earth-shattering force. Clang. Following closely. The giant black sword shook in the sky, sword energy crisscrossing as it slashed towards the demonic blood seal. The demonic blood seal shattered on the spot. The giant black sword charged towards the madman. A fatal crisis appeared. Heh. The madman grinned. As his divine power surged, a demon statue appeared. Roar of the blood demon. Roar. The demon statue roared into the sky. A destructive sound wave surged forward like a tide. With a clang, the giant black sword shattered. The sound wave swept across the sky and instantly submerged the giant tiger. Roar! The giant tiger roared in pain. The sound waves were like sharp blades that constantly sliced its body. Blood and flesh flew everywhere. Not good. This person is not the human we encountered before. He is very strong. Quickly help! The giant lion roared. Roar! At this moment, the giant lion and leopard roared and charged towards the madman like lightning. And at the same time, the blood word mark between his eyebrows emitted wisps of bloodlight. His body suddenly began to expand with the wind. In less than an instant, the bodies of the giant lion and leopard had also expanded to more than 1,000 feet. Their ferocity was monstrous. It is indeed related to the blood word mark. Qin Feiyang mumbled, "I will go and help him." Wang Ming took a step forward. Facing 3 giant beasts, even the madman would not be able to withstand it. No need. Senior brother madman can handle it. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Huh. Wang Ming was stunned. Qin Feiyang laughed. He hasn't even used his most powerful demonic blood domain. That's right. Wang Ming patted his head in realization. Besides, there are still the 5th and 6th forms of the demonic blood 6 forms. To be honest, I really want to see how powerful the 5th and 6th forms are. Qin Feiyang whispered. The madman had created the 6th form in the ancient city of Qingyu, but no one knew what it was. However, if the 4th form, demonic blood domain, was so powerful, then the 5th and 6th forms would definitely be extraordinary. Human, go to hell. In the blink of an eye, the giant lion and leopard charged towards the madman together with the giant tiger. Clang. Also, the giant lion and the giant leopard also summoned a piece of armor. And the 2 armors were also supreme level divine artifact. You guys, no. The madman shook his finger and the 3rd form, bloodthirsty demon king, appeared. The demon king was 10,000 feet tall, wearing blood-colored armor and holding a heavenly halberd. Its murderous aura was overwhelming. Kill. Following the madman's low shout, the bloodthirsty demon king immediately raised the heavenly halberd and an apocalyptic aura erupted. Immediately, the heavenly halberd descended from the sky and slashed towards the 3 beasts. The void collapsed on the spot. The surrounding ground also trembled violently under that terrifying aura and sank crazily. Seeing this, the giant tiger also immediately activated the supreme level divine art and the black giant sword appeared again. The giant lion and leopard looked at each other. As divine power surged, 2 giant beast shadows appeared. This was also formed by the supreme level divine art. Clang. Roar. The black giant sword destroyed everything in all directions. The 2 beast shadows roared in the sky and charged towards the bloodthirsty demon king. Clang. The heavenly halberd was suddenly blocked in the sky. The 4 supreme level divine arts crazily collided. The destructive aura was like a torrent, drowning the world. Aren't you very arrogant? Still looking for help? The madman looked at the giant tiger with ridicule. Less nonsense. The giant tiger shouted coldly. Crack. Facing the crazy bombardment of the 3 supreme level divine arts, the heavenly halberd finally shattered. The 3 beasts were overjoyed and the 3 divine arts attacked the bloodthirsty demon king. Blood demon domain. The madman spoke. A blood-red barrier suddenly appeared in the sky and then crashed down, enveloping the 3 beasts inside. At this moment, whether it was the cultivation of the 3 beasts or the power of the 3 supreme level divine arts, they all instantly fell by a large amount. What? The giant tiger and the other 2 beasts were shocked. 3 little worms, how dare you challenge me? The madman smiled proudly. The bloodthirsty demon king raised its giant fist and punched towards the 3 supreme level divine arts. Crack. Boom. The black giant sword and the 2 beasts were instantly shattered in the void. Immediately after, the bloodthirsty demon king's fist punched towards the 3 beasts. From afar, the fist of the bloodthirsty demon king was like a mountain, terrifying beyond compare. Roar. The 3 beasts suddenly let out a miserable howl and smashed into the ground below. Rumble. Dust billowed and 3 large pits appeared. The madman waved his hand and the dust dissipated. He walked over and looked at the 3 beasts lying in the pits. He joked, "How is it?" The 3 beasts looked at the madman again with a trace of fear in their eyes. The person in front of them was indeed not comparable to the humans they had encountered before. "Don't just lie there, get up, get up." The madman squatted on the ground and waved at the 3 beasts. The 3 beasts got up in a sorry state and looked at the madman suspiciously. "Do you want to live?" the madman asked. "What do you mean?" The 3 beasts were stunned. The madman said, "I'm asking you a question." "No." The giant tiger hurriedly waved its paw and said, "Do you think you have already won?" "Ah." The madman was stunned. Wasn't it obvious whether he had won or not? The giant tiger said, "You are indeed strong, but I'm afraid you don't have the strength to kill us." "Is that so?" The madman chuckled. What a conceited human. The 3 beasts shook their heads. Suddenly, the blood-word mark on their foreheads shot out a dazzling bloodlight. Swoosh. Immediately after, the 3 beasts soared into the air. What the hell? The madman looked at the 3 beasts in shock. Qin Feiyang and the others were also stunned. Wasn't it impossible to fly in the god-demon forest? What was going on? Looking at your expression, I know that it's hard for you to accept this scene. The giant tiger stood in the air and looked at the madman playfully. "No, how can you guys fly?" The madman frowned. "Is it strange that all the beasts in the god-demon forest can fly?" The giant tiger mocked. The madman was stunned and asked in confusion, "Then why can't we fly?" "Idiot. Can't you see the mark on our foreheads? If you have this mark, you can still fly." The white tiger rolled its eyes. The madman asked curiously, "Then how did you guys get this mark?" "When you go to hell, someone will tell you." The 3 beasts smiled sinisterly. Bang! Divine power was like a waterfall as it crazily blasted towards the madman. The madman kept dodging as he pondered in his heart. They could actually fly. This blood-word mark was really magical. In other words, as long as he had this blood-word mark, he wouldn't be restricted by the rules of the god-demon forest. In this way, wouldn't he be able to do whatever he wanted in the god-demon forest in the future? Haha, how does it feel to be beaten? The 3 beasts laughed. To be able to fly in the air was an absolute advantage for a powerhouse of this level. "Aren't you guys too happy too early?" The corners of the madman's mouth lifted as he looked up at the 3 beasts. He raised his arm and pointed his finger in the air. "Blood Demon 5 styles, blood prison." As this finger landed, a monstrous bloodlight suddenly surged out. "5th style, blood prison?" Qin Feiyang's eyes shone. He was finally going to use this style. He was looking forward to it. Chapter 27-25. Bloodlight surged into the sky and condensed into a 10,000 jong boundary. The boundary was blood red. A terrifying and monstrous evil aura shrouded the world. It looked like it was condensed from blood. However, although it was full of evil aura, Qin Feiyang and the others didn't feel any powerful aura from the blood prison. "What's going on?" Wang Ming muttered. If the 4th style, Blood Demon Domain, was so powerful, then the 5th style would definitely be heaven-defying. But why didn't it feel so powerful? The white-eyed wolf shouted, "Look at the reaction of the giant tiger and the others." "Huh!" Hearing this, Qin Feiyang and the others immediately looked at the giant tiger and the other 2 beasts trapped in the blood prison. They found that the 3 beasts were terrified at this moment, as if they had encountered some fatal crisis. And they seemed to be unable to move. "If you beg for mercy now, I can still consider letting you go." The madman looked at the 3 beasts and said. The 3 beasts were motionless and didn't speak, but their eyes were full of anxiety. It was as if they were imprisoned and wanted to speak, but couldn't. "Aren't you very arrogant? Why can't you even speak now?" The madman's face was full of ridicule. "It seems that this blood prison should be similar to the Emperor prison." Qin Feiyang whispered. "You mean, this blood prison has the ability to imprison others?" The white-eyed wolf asked. "Yes." Qin Feiyang nodded and said, "But it's definitely not as simple as imprison." The white-eyed wolf raised his head and looked at the blood prison, agreeing with Qin Feiyang's words. If this blood prison only had the ability to imprison, then it could only be regarded as ordinary. The madman waved his hand and the three beasts in the blood prison suddenly felt light. Beg for mercy? The madman asked again. Human, if you dare to kill us, I guarantee that you won't be able to walk out of the forest of gods and demons alive. The giant tiger roared. Haha, do you think I'm scared? The madman laughed. Crack. All of a sudden. Inside the blood prison, patches of blood lightning emerged. They were densely packed and looked like tiny blood-red snakes that slithered about inside the blood prison. The fear in the eyes of the three beasts grew even stronger. Speak. Do you want to beg for mercy? Madman shouted. What's wrong with this little lunatic? If you want to kill me, just do it. Why are you being so long-winded? The white-eyed wolf frowned. Did he have to force the other party to beg for mercy? Are you crazy? Don't you know Madman's personality? He must have a reason for doing this. Let's wait and see. After Qin Feiyang finished speaking, he silently looked at the three beasts in the blood prison. The three beasts looked at the blood lightning with extreme fear. I'm really curious. What kind of threat does the blood lightning pose to them? So fearful. Wang Ming whispered. Won't you know once you enter? Yang Li smiled. He was actually very curious. From the outside, there was nothing terrifying about the blood prison. However, the inside seemed to be different. None of you are saying anything. You're quite stubborn. The corners of Madman's mouth curled up. With a wave of his hand, the blood lightning instantly turned into a frenzy that surged toward the three beasts. Don't. We'll beg for mercy. The three beasts' eyes trembled as they hurriedly cried out. Heh. Madman smiled proudly. The blood prison dissipated as he said, then come down. This, Qin Feiyang and the others looked at each other. What on earth was going on? Was this blood prison really that terrifying? The strength of the three beasts was obvious to all. Even a great perfection ninth heaven's realm cultivator wasn't their match. But now, Madman had only opened the blood prison, but he had already turned them into little lambs. It was really puzzling. The three beasts obediently landed in front of Madman. Madman said, "Shrink your body a little. It's strenuous to look like this." Hearing this, the three beasts' bodies immediately shrank and returned to their original appearance. Let me ask you, where on earth did this blood word mark come from? Madman said. Temple. The giant tiger lowered its head and said honestly, Temple? Madman was stunned. Qin Feiyang and the others also rushed to Madman's side. Hearing the giant tiger's answer, their faces were also full of doubt. The temple is the holy land of the forest of gods and demons. If even we can't set foot in it, don't even think about it. That's right. The temple is the forest of gods and demons, a place that absolutely cannot be desecrated. You'd better put away that little thought in your heart. Although you're very strong, you're nothing compared to the guardians of the temple. At the mention of the temple, the three beasts' eyes were filled with reverence. There are guardians of the temple? Madman was surprised. That's right. Every single one of these protectors is extremely powerful, Lin Fan said. The giant tiger said proudly. If you didn't say it, I wouldn't be interested. Now that you say it, Madman grinned, his meaning self-evident. Wang Ming looked at the three beasts and asked suspiciously, since even you don't dare to set foot in the temple, how did the mark between your eyebrows come about? Actually, we don't know either. Where did it come from? The giant lion shook its head. You don't know? Didn't you just say it was because of the temple? Wang Ming frowned. It's because the temple isn't fake. But back then, I was brought to the temple by the guardians. As soon as I entered the temple, I fainted before I could see anything. By the time I woke up, I was already outside the temple and there was already this mark between my eyebrows. The giant lion said. There's such a thing. Qin Feiyang and the others exchanged glances. Fainting after entering the temple? This sounded a little unfathomable. Madman glanced at the giant lion, then at the giant tiger and leopard. You guys are the same? Yes. It's not just us. All the ferocious beasts in the forest of gods and demons are the same. The giant tiger said. Interesting. Madman chuckled. Qin Feiyang said, then, what's the use of this blood word mark? It increases strength. Once this mark is awakened, our strength, physical strength and speed will increase tremendously. Furthermore, we won't be restricted by the rules of the forest of gods and demons. We can fly and burrow underground. The giant tiger said. Then, where is the temple? Qin Feiyang asked. The central area. The giant tiger pointed to the front and said. Qin Feiyang raised his head and looked over, his eyes shining. Needless to say, he had already developed a strong interest in this so-called temple. The white-eyed wolf suddenly said, what's with the illusion here? Illusion. Hearing the two words, the giant tiger and the other two beasts' eyes trembled, as if they were very afraid of the illusion here. The illusion here is everywhere. For example, when you fall into the illusion, you won't even notice it. The giant tiger said. So magical. The white-eyed wolf was surprised. The giant tiger suddenly smiled, revealing a strange smile. Maybe you've already fallen into the illusion. Are you looking for a beating? Madman jumped and kicked. Qin Feiyang and the others were speechless. If it was really an illusion, why would the giant tiger and the other two beasts tell them so much? Did they really think they were scared? The illusion in the forest of gods and demons is different from the outside. The outside illusions are all illusions. But the illusion here is real, and this is the most terrifying part of the forest of gods and demons. Everything looks real, but in fact, you're already in danger. The giant tiger said. You say it as if it's real. The white-eyed wolf pursed his lips and slapped the giant tiger's head with his paw, asking, does it hurt? Nonsense. Of course it hurts. The giant tiger bared his teeth and said angrily, since you know pain, it's still an illusion. The white-eyed wolf said. The giant tiger was slightly stunned and said angrily, didn't I already tell you that everything in the illusion is real? Since it's real, it must hurt. You don't even understand this, are you stupid? The giant tiger's eyes were full of disdain. The white-eyed wolf looked at the giant tiger and then looked around. This guy said it as if it was real. Could it be that everything was really an illusion? The giant lion suddenly said, it's actually very easy to distinguish whether it's an illusion or not. How? Qin Feiyang and the others looked at it suspiciously. 3 days later. The souls of living beings who are trapped in the illusion will be annihilated after 3 days. Take a look at it then. If your soul hasn't been annihilated, then you haven't fallen into the illusion. The giant lion said. Soul annihilation. Qin Feiyang and the others were shocked. This is the illusion of the forest of gods and demons. If you fall into it unknowingly, your soul will have been annihilated by the time you realize it. A strange smile gradually appeared in the giant lion's eyes. Seeing this smile, Qin Feiyang and the others couldn't help but feel goosebumps. They didn't believe it at first, but after hearing what the three beasts said, they couldn't help but feel nervous. Was everything in front of him real or just an illusion? Whoosh! Suddenly, just as Qin Feiyang and the others were distracted, the giant tiger and the other two beasts rushed into the sky and fled. Qin Feiyang and the others were stunned. It turns out that you humans are so easy to fool. Wait and see, we'll settle this score with you. The giant tiger laughed without looking back. The others were stunned. After all this time, they had been fooled. Bastard. After coming back to his senses, Lunatic flew into a rage. But it was too late. The three beasts had already disappeared at the end of the forest. How embarrassing. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled bitterly. Each and every one of them were courageous individuals. Yet now, they were actually scared witless by the three ferocious beasts. Next time we meet, watch how I deal with them. Lunatic snorted coldly, furious. Wang Ming pondered for a while and said, I don't think they're trying to scare us. Huh? Lunatic frowned. Do you remember what Beast Venerable said back then? He also said that the illusion here is real. So, at least in this aspect, the three beasts didn't lie to us. It's also a reminder for us. In this forest of gods and demons, we have to pay attention to whether we're in an illusion at all times. Wang Ming said. That makes sense. Yang Li nodded in agreement. Then, do you think we're in an illusion now? Don't tell me those three guys are fooling us again, making us think that we're not in an illusion. White-eyed Wolf looked around worriedly. This, Qin Feiyang, Lunatic, Wang Ming, and Yang Li looked around. They really couldn't tell. Chapter 27-26. Let's stop scaring ourselves. If it really is an illusion, no matter how real it is, there must be traces of it. But now, we can't even find any traces of an illusion, which means that it's not an illusion. Qin Feiyang said. Yes, we have to stay calm. If we scare ourselves out of our wits before we even start, how can we continue? Yang Li nodded. Wang Ming, Lunatic, and White-eyed Wolf smiled when they heard this. I heard from the Venerable Beast that these damaged areas will automatically recover after an hour. I wonder if that's true. Yang Li was suspicious. White-eyed Wolf said, then let's wait here for an hour and see for ourselves. Yang Li looked at Qin Feiyang. Anything is fine. Qin Feiyang smiled. Yang Li immediately looked at the ravaged valley, his eyes filled with anticipation. An hour passed quickly. Immediately, a miraculous scene appeared. Whether it was the destroyed mountains or the grass and trees that were smashed by the battle, they all began to recover. In just a short while, everything returned to its original state. No way. They were dumbfounded. It was already ridiculous that the mountains and rivers could be restored, but even the smashed grass and trees could be restored. What kind of place was this forest of gods and demons? It can't be restored for no reason. This forest of gods and demons should be covered with some kind of mystical power. White-eyed Wolf scanned the void and said, that makes sense. Qin Feiyang nodded. It's getting more and more interesting. Lunatic chuckled. Wang Ming asked, where are we going next? Is there even a need to ask? Of course we're going to the temple. Lunatic said. Swoosh. The group immediately turned and dashed into the forest ahead. Brother Qin. But not long after they entered the forest, a group of people ran out of a valley and blocked Qin Feiyang's way. Tchem. Qin Feiyang frowned. The people who suddenly ran out to block them were the burly man and the others who had escaped earlier. What do you want? Wang Ming landed in front of Qin Feiyang and looked gloomily at the crowd. Don't misunderstand, we don't mean any harm. The big man hurriedly waved his hand. Then what are you guys doing? Wang Ming was suspicious. The big man hesitated and didn't say anything, as if he had something hard to say. The others also lowered their heads, looking nervous and ashamed. Qin Feiyang gently pushed Wang Ming aside and looked at the group. You want to travel with us, right? The group of people was stunned. The burly man smiled and said, Brother Qin is really smart. That's what we meant. After all, there's strength in numbers. Everyone can look after each other. Look after each other? Yang Li couldn't help but scoff when he heard this. With your strength, what can you possibly take care of us? The burly man was at a loss for words. You guys are just afraid of the giant beasts in the divine demon forest and want to follow us to seek protection. Don't you find it laughable? Yang Li mercilessly exposed the thoughts of this group of people. The group of people lowered their heads in shame again. Besides, you guys wanted to kill us in the plains earlier. Although young master is magnanimous and didn't take it to heart, it doesn't mean that it's all in the past. Yang Li said. Sorry, it's all our fault. We were muddle-headed and were instigated by the dragons. Brother Qin, please be merciful and help us. We really don't have a choice. As long as you're willing to take us along, we're willing to do anything. The burly man kept apologizing and begging. The others also looked at Qin Feiyang pitifully. Looking at these people, Qin Feiyang couldn't help but feel disgusted. If he wasn't strong enough, he would have died in the plains. And these people definitely wouldn't show mercy to him. They might even stab him a few times while he was down. Now, they were trying to curry favor with him when they were in trouble. He had never seen such thick-skinned people. Get lost. Don't waste our time. Yang Li shouted. I beg you, Brother Qin. The burly man knelt on the ground with a plop. Seeing this, the others also knelt on the ground and begged. Let's go. Qin Feiyang glanced at the group of people indifferently and walked straight past them. He wasn't a saint. Letting these people go was already his limit, and they still wanted him to help. How could that be? Dragons are your real fathers. Go ask the dragons for help. Wang Ming couldn't help sneering as he passed by the group of people. The burly man and the others trembled as they looked at the backs of Qin Feiyang and the others in despair. Suddenly, as if a cornered dog jumping over a wall, the burly man roared, "You're not helping?" Chem. Qin Feiyang and the others were stunned. They stopped and turned to look at the burly man. "I'm asking you, are you not helping?" The burly man said angrily. "Yes." Madman nodded and asked, "Then? Threaten us? Or kill us? We definitely don't have the strength to kill you. But we know who you are." The burly man stared at Madman with a sinister smile. "Who I am?" Madman was stunned. "We all witnessed the battle between you and the 3 giant beasts. Bloodfiend domain. If the rumors are true, you're Madman, right?" The burly man said. "Chem." Madman was stunned for a moment before he smiled. "I didn't expect to be so famous already. You even know what divine art I have. As a disciple of the Dragon God's Hall and a friend of Li Biyue, you're actually with Qin Feiyang now? What do you think the consequences will be if word of this gets out?" The burly man laughed sinisterly. "I see." Madman was enlightened. "So, this is the bargaining chip you're using to blackmail us." "That's right. If you take us out, we can promise to keep our mouths shut. But if you don't agree, although the forest of gods and demons is dangerous, there are so many of us. 1 or 2 of us will be able to make it out alive. At that time, don't blame us for not giving you any face." The burly man shouted. "Ha ha!" Madman suddenly laughed out loud. He had never seen such an ignorant person before. Even Yi Zhong, the Beast Emperor, and the various ancestral dragons didn't dare to step into the forest of gods and demons. How could it be so easy to make it out alive? Qin Feiyang asked, "So, are you sure you're going to eat us? What do you think?" The burly man said. Qin Feiyang said, "Since that's the case, I'll reveal my true identity." Chem. True identity? The burly man and the others were suspicious. Qin Feiyang said indifferently, "I am Li Biyue." "What? You're Li Biyue?" The group stared at Qin Feiyang in shock. "You're surprised, right? The disciple of the Dragon God's Hall Master is actually me, Qin Feiyang." Qin Feiyang said. "That's impossible. How could you be Li Biyue?" The burly man shook his head, his face full of disbelief. "The dragons see me as a thorn in their flesh. To enter the Dragon God's Hall, I definitely have to change my appearance." Qin Feiyang said. "Li Biyue is Qin Feiyang, and Qin Feiyang is Li Biyue?" The amount of information was too much, and the group couldn't digest it for a long time. "Wait a minute. Why are you telling us such an important thing?" An old man suddenly asked. "Think about it yourself," Qin Feiyang said. The old man looked at Qin Feiyang in shock. The others also had doubts in their eyes. Qin Feiyang is Li Biyue, and Li Biyue is Qin Feiyang. This was definitely an explosive piece of news. But now, Qin Feiyang actually told them without holding back. Wasn't this digging his own grave? Could it be? The old man's eyes suddenly trembled, and he stared at Qin Feiyang in shock and anger, shouting, "You want to kill us? You're quite smart." Qin Feiyang nodded. The old man's body and mind trembled. When the burly man and the others heard this, they were also panicking. "I really didn't intend to kill them. But you guys are too insensible. You actually want to threaten us?" "I, Qin Feiyang, am someone you can threaten?" Qin Feiyang's eyes were filled with killing intent. No, we were muddle-headed just now, we were anxious, so we said those words that overestimated ourselves. You're a great person, don't bother with us, we promise to keep our mouths shut. Don't kill us, we won't force you to take us with you, we're really sorry." The group suddenly panicked. How could they do such a stupid thing? Threatening Qin Feiyang, isn't this courting death? Especially the burly man. It was too late for regrets. Who was Qin Feiyang? He was the devil incarnate who even dared to touch the dragons. How could they be so stupid as to threaten him? Qin Feiyang glanced at the group, the killing intent in his eyes receding, and he turned to leave without saying a word. Thank you, thank you. The burly man and the others were extremely grateful, thinking that Qin Feiyang had already let them go. Wang Ming. But suddenly, Qin Feiyang spoke indifferently. Wang Ming smiled coldly and stared at the group. I'll tell you another secret. I'm one of the 8 great divine emperors of Dragon Slayer Palace, Emperor Ming, and me, one of the 8 great divine emperors of Dragon Slayer Palace, Emperor Li Yang Li also sneered. Divine Emperor. The group turned ghastly pale. There were actually 2 great divine emperors of Dragon Slayer Palace. One was the infamous Qin Feiyang, the other was a famous lunatic, and the other was 2 divine emperors who struck fear in countless people. They had actually provoked such a terrifying existence. If this wasn't courting death, then what was? Now do you know how stupid your actions were? Killing intent flashed in Wang Ming's eyes, and he darted in front of the burly man like a ghost. Don't kill me, the burly man roared in horror. But it was to no avail. With a wave of his hand, Wang Ming directly smashed the burly man's head, and his soul was instantly annihilated. Don't, I beg you, don't kill us. If you attack again, I'll blow myself up and take you down with me. Seeing this, the group of people were instantly terrified. Blow yourself up? Do you think you have a chance to blow yourself up in front of us? Yang Li's face was full of disdain. He also dashed out like lightning and smashed that man's head with one punch. Screams rang out one after another, and in less than 3 breaths of time, all 30 or so people were dead. You don't know what's good for you. After that, Wang Ming, Yang Li, the lunatic and the white-eyed wolf chased after Qin Feiyang, leaving behind a ground full of broken bodies and severed limbs, and the pungent smell of blood. Chapter 27:27. This young man is getting more and more terrifying. After Qin Feiyang's group left, an old man with white hair appeared beside him. It was the old man with straw sandals. That's right. He had also entered the divine demon forest. For an expert like him, the divine demon forest was more tempting than any other place. Hee, old man, I meet you again. Suddenly, accompanied by laughter, the old woman in green walked out from the side with a snake-shaped walking stick. The old man with straw sandals frowned and said angrily, Are you following me? No. I can only say that this is fate. The old woman in green waved her hand, her eyes glowing with a green light. Scram. Who is fated with you? The old man with straw sandals ran forward with a black face. Since we've met again, why don't we travel together? We can take care of each other. The green-robed old woman said with a smile. Take care of each other? I'm worried that my old life will die in the hands of an old witch like you before I die under the claws of a giant beast. The old man with straw sandals sneered. Don't be so heartless. The old woman sighed helplessly. If I'm not heartless with you, should I talk about feelings with you? Don't follow me. I don't like to travel with others, especially you. The old man with straw sandals warned. But the old woman in green turned a deaf ear. On the other side, I wonder if this divine demon forest has any heaven-defying treasures or inheritances of the power of laws. A man and a woman stood on a mountain ridge and looked ahead. The woman was enchanting as she nestled in the arms of the golden-clothed man. The golden-clothed man also hugged the woman's slender waist with one hand. They were like a couple in love. The golden-clothed man frowned and said, Right now, I'm most concerned about that child called Li Feng. Why? The woman was surprised. Absorbing the essence of flesh and blood to strengthen himself. As far as I know, there's only one person in history who can do this, the golden-clothed man whispered. Blood ancestor? The woman thought for a moment and asked. Yes. The golden-clothed man nodded. It can't be. Didn't the blood ancestor fall with the destruction of the previous era? The enchanting woman was bewildered. Perhaps Li Feng obtained his inheritance, or perhaps, the blood ancestor didn't truly perish. It seems that with the appearance of Qin Feiyang, the situation is quietly changing. Many big shots who have disappeared will slowly appear. The golden-clothed man said in a deep voice. If the people of the previous era become active, I'm afraid there will be a catastrophe. The enchanting woman was somewhat worried. Yes. The people of the previous era hated dragons even more than the people of this era. They have been waiting for an opportunity. And the appearance of Qin Feiyang may be an opportunity for them. I just hope this calamity doesn't involve us. The golden-robed man whispered. When that time comes, I'm afraid we won't be able to stay out of this, the enchanting woman said. Sigh. The man in gold sighed and looked up at the evil sun in the sky. Was there really no way to avoid it? Time flew by. It had been exactly 3 days since Qin Feiyang and the others entered the divine devil forest. At this moment, Qin Feiyang and the others stopped at the peak of a giant mountain and looked at the sky in silence. Phew. A moment later, Frenzy let out a long breath and retracted his gaze. He looked at Qin Feiyang and the others and said, "Everyone is fine. It seems that we really didn't fall into an illusion. We were worried for nothing." Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled bitterly. They were very concerned about this matter. Thus, they decided to stay here and wait until the end of the 3rd day. If they really fell into an illusion, there would definitely be signs before their divine soul was annihilated. This way, they could think of a solution in time. But until now, nothing had happened to them. This was enough to prove that they didn't fall into an illusion. His heart, which had been hanging in the air all this time, could finally be put down. Lord, it's them. Suddenly, an angry roar sounded. Qin Feiyang and the others raised their heads to look. They saw 4 huge creatures flying straight towards them. 3 of them were the giant tiger and the other 2 beasts. The other one was a bird with flame-like feathers and its wings were a few 100 feet wide. Fire Luan. Wang Ming whispered. It's quite powerful. It's at the peak 9 heavens state. I'm afraid it's a bit difficult to deal with. Yang Li said telepathically. The giant tiger and the other 2 beasts were already staring at them. It was too late to hide now. You're the divine emperors of the Dragon Slayer Palace after all. How can you be afraid of a beast? Don't you feel ashamed? The white-eyed wolf said in disdain. The 2 smiled bitterly. If they were outside, they definitely wouldn't be afraid. They could even kill a half-step Eternal Realm cultivator, let alone a peak 9 heaven state cultivator. But how could the outside compare to hell? Here, they were merely at the great perfection 9 heavens realm. Not to mention that this was a beast from the forest of gods and demons. The beasts in the forest of gods and demons were more terrifying than the blood demons. They had to be careful. We'll have to face them sooner or later. There's no need to hide. Wang Ming, Yang Li, go and get rid of them. Let them know that we're stronger than the blood demons and the dragons, Qin Feiyang said. Yes. Wang Ming and Yang Li nodded respectfully. Then, they stomped on the ground and jumped high. The giant tiger shouted, "The Guardian is here in person. How dare you act rashly? I don't care if you're a guardian. If you dare to provoke us, even the Heavenly King will have to kneel down," Wang Ming shouted. The god-slaying sword array appeared. 100,000 swords gave off a destructive aura, dragon-slaying formation. Yang Li also let out a roar. 99 giant pythons appeared out of nowhere, forming a terrifying killing formation. You're courting death. Fire Luan's eyes darkened. Kill them for me. Roar. Giant tiger and the other 2 beasts roared, and 3 supreme-level divine arts appeared out of thin air. Carrying monstrous momentum, they charged toward Wang Ming and his companion. Ants. Wang Ming and Yang Li snorted. The god-slaying sword array and the dragon-slaying formation instantly shattered the sky and charged toward the 4 beasts. The 2 couldn't fly, so they landed on an ancient tree below. The ancient tree was so tall that a dozen people couldn't surround it. The 2 stood at the top of the tree with cold eyes. Boom. The 5 supreme-level divine arts collided with each other. The god-slaying sword array and the dragon-slaying formation, these 2 supreme divine arts, were shattered. Wang Ming and Yang Li spat out mouthfuls of blood. How is that possible? The 2 of them were dumbfounded. Although the god-slaying sword array and the dragon-slaying formation weren't their strongest techniques, they shouldn't be this weak. They couldn't even withstand a single blow. Don't underestimate them. They've awakened the power of the blood word mark. Lunatic shouted. Blood word mark. The two of them looked up at the glabella of the three beasts. The blood word mark shone with an intense bloodlight as if it was condensed from fresh blood. Is this the strength of the godfiend forest's beasts? Seems like we've underestimated them. Wang Ming smiled bitterly. That's right. Although they're only at the 9 heavens realm, they're not weaker than us because they've awakened the power of the blood word mark. This also means that we've underestimated Lunatic's strength in the past. Yang Li whispered. Yes. The fact that Lunatic can defeat them so easily shows how strong he is. No wonder young master admires him so much. The two of them couldn't help glancing at Lunatic with respect in their eyes. Once this person rose, he would definitely become a super terrifying expert like Qin Fei Yang. Good luck. As White-Eyed Wolf said, we're the divine emperors of the dragon-slaying palace. We can't lose to a junior. I can't afford to lose face like this. Taking a deep breath, Wang Ming waved his hand, and the million battle sword appeared. Heaven-slaying sword array. Ha ha. I didn't expect you to be so anxious. But it's not your fault. Who asked these youngsters to be so outstanding? Wang Ming laughed, and his aura surged as he shouted, dragon-slaying formation. 9 divine pythons instantly rushed into the sky. Although there were only 9 divine pythons, it was a level stronger than the dragon-slaying formation formed by the 99 giant pythons. Kill. The two of them shouted. The heaven-slaying sword array and dragon-slaying formation instantly shattered the sky and charged toward the 3 beasts' sovereign-level divine arts. Boom. A deafening sound exploded between heaven and earth. The divine arts of the 3 beasts were shattered. Immediately after, the heaven-slaying sword array and dragon-slaying formation charged toward the 4 beasts with an apocalyptic aura. Swoosh. The fire wand spread its wings and soared into the sky instantly. The 3 beasts' reactions seemed to be slower. In the nick of time, the 3 beasts summoned their armor. Boom. The 2 killing formations charged forward. The 9 divine pythons and million battle sword drowned the 3 beasts. Crack. The armor on their bodies did not last long before it shattered into pieces. Seeing that the 3 beasts were about to die, the fire one in the sky suddenly swooped down with flames all over its body and blasted toward the 2 killing formations like a meteorite. Boom. The 2 killing formations were shattered by the fire one on the spot. Fart. Wang Ming and the other beasts spat out mouthfuls of blood once more, their eyes filled with shock. Did he just rely on his physical body to shatter their 2 strongest killing arrays? Was the body of the fire one made of iron? Even if it was, it couldn't be that strong. One had to know. Whether it was the heaven-slaying sword array or the dragon-slaying formation, they were both supremacy-level divine art. No matter how strong one's physical body was, there was no way it could deal with divine arts of this level. Qin Fei Yang, Lunatic, and the White-Eyed Wolf were equally dumbfounded. Look. The mark on its forehead is different. The White-Eyed Wolf suddenly shouted. Different. Qin Fei Yang and the other 3 were stunned. They hurriedly looked at the fire wand's forehead and their expressions froze. They had not noticed it before, but the blood word mark on the fire wand's forehead was golden, as if it was cast from gold leaf and emitted a mysterious aura. A golden blood word mark? What's the difference between this and the blood word mark on the 3 beasts? Everyone could not help but frown. The fire wand's extraordinary strength must have something to do with the golden blood word mark. How dare a bunch of ants enter the divine demon forest? The fire wand floated in the sky and looked at Qin Fei Yang and the others with disdain in its blazing eyes. Chapter 27-28. So arrogant. Wang Ming was slightly taken aback. His gaze turned cold as he shouted, "Heaven and earth cage." Boom. A huge cage fell, trapping the fire one and the giant tiger within. Kill. Immediately after, the 2 of them activated the heaven-destroying sword array and the dragon-slaying array once again and charged towards the fire one. Indeed, an unsightly ant. You don't even know your own limits. The fire one was extremely disdainful. It raised its sharp claws and clawed at the heaven and earth cage. Crack. Immediately. Like an eggshell, the heaven and earth cage was shattered. No way. Wang Ming's body and mind trembled. Qin Feiyang's heart was also in turmoil. The powerful heaven and earth cage was destroyed just like that. How strong was the fire Luan exactly? Boom. After the heaven and earth cage shattered, the fire Luan destroyed the heaven-destroying sword array and the dragon-slaying array once again. Poof. With the divine arts broken one after another, Wang Ming and Yang Li suffered severe backlash. They bled profusely and their faces were pale. I hate ants like you who don't have any strength and still like to jump around. I'll send you to hell right now. The fire Luan's tone was extremely cold. Boom. The next moment, a huge claw appeared. The claw was as sharp as a mountain. It was completely red and looked like it was made of magma, exuding an apocalyptic might. Immediately after, the claw descended from the sky and charged towards Wang Ming and Yang Li at lightning speed. Supreme killing technique. Not good. Wang Ming's expression changed as he roared, "Invincible shield." 10 golden shields appeared, emitting a dazzling divine light as they surrounded Wang Ming and Yang Li. Boom. Almost at the same time, the claw struck. Crack. A crack immediately appeared on one of the golden shield. The shock in Qin Feiyang's heart at that moment was indescribable. Wang Ming's invincible shield was formed from his innate divine ability. Back then, even Blood Gang's self-destruction did not completely shatter the invincible shield. But now, how could a mere claw formed by a sovereign-level deity technique shatter the shield of invincibility so easily? Didn't that mean that the fire Luan's strength was comparable to the self-destruction of a Nine Heavens realm great perfection cultivator? Compared to the self-destruction, isn't this too outrageous? No matter how strong he was, it was impossible for him to be this strong. Crack. In the blink of an eye, with a loud bang, the broken shield was completely shattered. Following closely, it was the second and third sides. The shields shattered one after another. Wang Ming was also seriously injured time and time again, and he couldn't stop coughing up blood. It seems, it's even stronger than self-detonation. Qin Feiyang murmured. Golden blood words. This was truly a terrifying force. The scariest thing was the person who had given these bloody words. What kind of powerful existence was hidden in this mysterious temple? Crack. The ninth shield was also completely shattered. Young master, Wang Ming exclaimed. If even the shield of invincibility couldn't block the sharp claws, then other means would be useless. Boom. Hearing Wang Ming's call, Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed with murderous intent, and an invisible force suddenly rushed out from his body like a tide toward the fire Luan. Soul-extinguishing technique. No matter how strong the fire Luan was, it was useless against the soul-extinguishing technique. That was because the soul-extinguishing technique could ignore all defenses and attack the soul directly. However, the fire Luan didn't seem to panic at all. With a cold snort, a golden light suddenly shot out from the golden bloodword mark between its eyebrows. The next moment, under Qin Feiyang's incredulous gaze, the golden light actually disintegrated the soul-extinguishing technique. This lunatic and white-eyed wolf were also dumbfounded. It could even disintegrate the soul-extinguishing technique? This golden bloodword mark was a little too strong. Crack. At the same time, the 10th shield in front of Wang Ming and Lunatic also shattered with a sound. Boom. As the sharp claws fell, the two of them instantly felt a strong sense of danger. They even felt the aura of the Grim Reaper. Swoosh. However, just as their lives were hanging by a thread, a golden figure suddenly appeared in front of them. White-eyed wolf. Wang Ming and Lunatic were stunned. Qin Feiyang and Lunatic were also stunned. Then, they looked to their sides, but there was no trace of the white-eyed wolf. What's going on? When did the white-eyed wolf leave? We didn't sense it at all. The two of them were extremely shocked. Even they didn't sense it. What did this mean? It meant that the white-eyed wolf's speed was almost to the point where they couldn't sense it. But how could the white-eyed wolf be so fast? In terms of understanding of the white-eyed wolf, Lunatic aside, who in the world knew the white-eyed wolf better than Qin Feiyang? It could be said that the person who knew the white-eyed wolf the best was Qin Feiyang. However, in Qin Feiyang's memory, the white-eyed wolf didn't have such a fast speed. But now, The truth was right in front of him. Was this still the white-eyed wolf he knew? Hee. The white-eyed wolf grinned and clawed at the sharp claws. Golden light burst out from the claws. Boom. Wang Ming and Lunatic were stupefied by what happened. The white-eyed wolf's claw actually blocked the sharp claws. How was this possible? This scene completely overturned their understanding of the white-eyed wolf. After all, even the shield of invincibility couldn't block the sharp claws of the Fire One, but now, the white-eyed wolf blocked it. The most important thing was, the white-eyed wolf's cultivation was only at the 9th heaven realm. Why aren't you stepping back? The white-eyed wolf patted the two of them and raised his eyebrows. Yes. The two of them came back to their senses and hurriedly nodded. Then, they turned around and ran to Qin Fei Yang and Lunatic at lightning speed. Yang Li said, "Young master, you really hid your strength well. You can't talk about us. You should talk about the white-eyed wolf alone. It's hiding its strength well." Qin Fei Yang smiled bitterly. Even he didn't expect the white-eyed wolf to be so powerful. Puff. But before he could finish his words, the white-eyed wolf spat out a mouthful of blood. Its claws were cut open and like a meteorite, it was sent flying by the sharp claws and smashed into the mountains behind it. "I thought you could give me a little surprise, but it turns out that you're just an ant." The Fire One looked down at the white-eyed wolf condescendingly. Boom. Its sharp claws shattered the sky and blasted toward the white-eyed wolf. "Will it be okay?" Yang Li exclaimed. "Who knows?" Lunatic pursed his lips. Qin Fei Yang shook his head and said, "It didn't ask for help. It should be fine." Whoosh. Suddenly, a golden light rushed out from the ground. Who else could it be but the white-eyed wolf? No way. Looking at the white-eyed wolf at this moment, Qin Fei Yang and the others suddenly widened their eyes. They saw that the white-eyed wolf didn't have a single wound on its body. Moreover, its claws, which had been cut open earlier, had healed at this moment. Did it take some magical elixir? Wang Ming murmured. Magical elixir? It can heal so quickly unless it has 10 divine life elixirs with dragon-shaped elixirs. And the divine life elixirs I gave it have 4 dragon-shaped elixirs. Qin Fei Yang shook his head. Powerful strength, terrifying recovery ability, this was really unimaginable. Although the white-eyed wolf was sent flying by the sharp claws in the end, its strength was already very terrifying. At the same time, Fire One, Giant Tiger, and the other two beasts looked at the lively white-eyed wolf with a hint of surprise on their faces. The white-eyed wolf looked at the sharp claws coming at it, then turned to Qin Fei Yang and the others and said with a smile, "Look at your little expectant eyes. I'll show you a little. Show you a little." Qin Fei Yang and the others were stunned. Boom. All of a sudden, a golden light rushed out from the white-eyed wolf's back. At this moment, a giant golden wolf appeared behind the white-eyed wolf. The appearance of that enormous golden wolf was exactly the same as that of the white-eyed wolf. However, its body was extremely enormous. It was several tens of thousands of feet long. It was like an enormous mountain that stood between heaven and earth. "Look at my invincible overlord fist," the white-eyed wolf roared. The giant golden wolf behind it immediately stood up and threw a punch at the sharp claws. With a loud bang, the sharp claws shattered in the air. Immediately after, the giant golden wolf's claws attacked the Fire One. "You're courting death." The Fire One was furious. All of a sudden, his entire body was enveloped in flames. The next moment, a huge fireball appeared in the sky. It looked like a meteorite flying from outer space, carrying a monstrous wave of fire as it blasted towards the giant golden wolf. "Look at my second move, invincible overlord fist." The white-eyed wolf roared again, and the giant golden wolf punched the fireball. Invincible overlord fist. Qin Fei Yang was stunned. What was the difference between this and the first move, invincible overlord fist? It was just the name reversed. A huge fireball, a huge fist. It was like a comet colliding in the sky. The heaven and earth here were suddenly shrouded in flames and golden light. A destructive aura surged out in all directions, destroying everything in its path. "Hey, look at my brother's third move, invincible overlord fist." The white-eyed wolf grinned. What the hell? Another invincible overlord fist? Qin Feiyang and the others were quite speechless. Invincible overlord fist, invincible overlord fist, invincible overlord fist. What kind of names were these? There was no difference at all. The giant golden wolf punched again, and the fireball immediately shattered with a crack. Like fireworks, the flames illuminated the sky. So powerful. The giant tiger and the other two beasts were terrified. The guardian was actually no match for this wolf cub. The Fire One's eyes were also full of disbelief. What kind of monster was this? Invincible Overlord Fist. Invincible Overlord Fist. Invincible Overlord Fist. It sounded so unreliable, but it was actually so powerful. The last move, Invincible Overlord Fist. The white-eyed wolf roared, but then it was stunned. It raised its claws, scratched its head, and muttered, "This name doesn't sound right." Nonsense. Invincible Overlord Fist, no matter how I look at it, it doesn't sound right. Qin Feiyang and the others were speechless to the extreme. What Overlord Fist, what Invincible Fist, it was simply the white-eyed wolf's nonsense. Forget it. Whatever. Anyway, it's invincible. Look at my last move, Invincible Little Fist. The white-eyed wolf shook its head, looking very casual and arrogant. What's that? Invincible Little Fist. The corners of Qin Feiyang and the others' mouths twitched. Was it here to be funny? However, although the white-eyed wolf was a bit nonsensical, the strength it displayed was really terrifying. Bang! As its voice fell, the giant golden wolf's aura reached an unprecedented peak, and a fist suddenly blasted toward the Fire One. I can't even beat this unreliable thing. It's a great shame, a great shame. The Fire One was unable to restrain its anger. Its huge body turned into a ball of raging fire and blasted toward the giant golden wolf. Chapter 27-29. The last move was called Invincible Fist Overlord, but in the blink of an eye, it became Invincible Little Fist. How could it be so casual? It was simply humiliating, and looking down on it, it couldn't take it. Burning with rage, the Fire One's aura soared to a terrifying level. The golden light from the blood character mark between its eyebrows was even brighter than before. It looked like a golden sun embedded in the center of its brows. Boom! In that instant, the fists of the Fire One and the giant golden wolf collided. At that moment, a terrifying and destructive aura burst out from it. For a moment, the Fire One and the giant golden wolf were in a stalemate. The two seemed to be evenly matched. But this stalemate was quickly broken. The giant golden wolf seemed to sense the Fire One's provocation, and it slammed its head into the Fire One's head. The Fire One was immediately dizzy. The giant golden wolf took the opportunity to kick it, and the Fire One was immediately sent flying with a howl and smashed into the ground. Did you see that? Where did it kick the Fire One? The corner of Wang Ming's mouth twitched. Yes. Qin Feiyang and the others nodded, and a row of black lines appeared on their foreheads. Earlier, they could clearly see that the golden wolf had kicked the Fire One's egg. It's as shameless as the white-eyed wolf. Madman was speechless. As shameless as what? I think that giant golden wolf is the white-eyed wolf's true form. A Nine Heavens realm cultivator actually used such a despicable method. It's embarrassing even if it wins. Yang Li despised it. Looking at the Fire One again. Lying on the broken ground, its two wings were covering a place where blood was flowing, and its eyes were full of pain. Whoosh! The white-eyed wolf ran to the Fire One's side and sighed. Are you stupid? I already said that this is the Invincible Little Fist, and since it's the Invincible Little Fist, it must be invincible. Why did you still charge at it? You bastard! The Fire One was furious. Not only did it use such a despicable method, it even dared to mock it. How could it be so outrageous? Being invincible is so lonely. The white-eyed wolf shook his head, as if he was invincible and lonely. I can't take it anymore. Beat him up. The giant tiger roared. He was too good at pretending. Boom! The giant tiger and the other two beasts immediately charged towards the white-eyed wolf. The blood character mark between their eyebrows emitted a dazzling blood-red light. Not to mention the three beasts, even Qin Feiyang and the others wanted to rush up and beat this wolf cub up. Will you die if you don't pretend? Sigh. The white-eyed wolf glanced at the three beasts and shook his head helplessly. It's hard to keep a low profile. Pretending, my ass. Go to hell. The three beasts roared. Boom. However, with a loud bang, the three beasts were sent flying by the giant golden wolf's claw, smashing into the ground not far away. Look, look. I'm just so invincible. Even I feel helpless. The white-eyed wolf sighed. That cocky look was really asking for a beating. The File One, the giant tiger, and the other two beasts got up and stared at the white-eyed wolf as if they wanted to eat him up. It didn't matter if they lost. However, this non-stop posturing really annoyed them. Not convinced. Fine. I'll let you have a taste of my invincible punches. The white-eyed wolf chuckled. As soon as he finished speaking, the giant golden wolf rushed up and gave them a good beating. The four beasts wailed incessantly. Venomous curses rang out incessantly. Because not only the File One, but even the three beasts' little genitals were specially taken care of by the giant golden wolf. Although it's a little shameless, it's really strong. Wang Ming murmured. Yes. Yang Li nodded and turned to look at Qin Feiyang. Young master, what the hell are these things around you? Each one is more perverted than the other. Do you know how to talk? What do you mean by things? You should call us geniuses. Lunatic glared at Yang Li. Yes, geniuses. Yang Li smiled bitterly. Let's not talk about other things, just talk about strength and talent. The so-called geniuses of China were really nothing compared to this group of people. Do you admit defeat? Yes. Are you still arrogant? Not arrogant. Is your brother powerful? Yes. All right. Since you're so sensible, I'll reluctantly accept you as my little brothers. Come, let me hear you call me Big Brother. Hello, Big Brother. Big Brother, awesome. Big Brother, mighty. Not bad. In a short while, the File One and the four beasts were subdued by the white-eyed wolf. Let's go. The white-eyed wolf smiled proudly and walked toward Qin Feiyang and the others. The four beasts got up and helplessly followed the white-eyed wolf. Not only were they beaten up, but they also became this wolf cub's little brothers. How embarrassing. How could they survive in the forest of gods and demons in the future? Little Qinzi, what do you think? The white-eyed wolf smiled at Qin Feiyang. Tell me honestly, what did you get when you became a god? Qin Feiyang grabbed the white-eyed wolf's tail and said, What are you doing? Are you trying to force a confession out of me? Let me tell you, it's useless. I'd rather die than submit. The white-eyed wolf was stunned and immediately said angrily, You, Qin Feiyang's face darkened. Damn wolf cub, you're so stubborn. However, he was already sure that the white-eyed wolf must have received a great fortune when he became a god. Otherwise, how could he be so strong? As people often said, one could amaze the world with a single brilliant feat. Ever since he became a god, the white-eyed wolf had not fought, so later on, Big Black Wolf, the three Black Panther brothers, and even Lunatic thought that the white-eyed wolf was just a decoration. But the truth was that he was truly strong. The white-eyed wolf roared, Let go, or don't blame me for getting angry with you. Qin Feiyang sighed helplessly. It seemed that it was useless to interrogate him, so he let go of the white-eyed wolf's tail. Brother Wolf, since you're so strong, why didn't I see you take action when we were in danger before? Lunatic stepped forward and asked curiously. I keep a low profile. Besides, look at those big shots, don't they always appear at the end? The white-eyed wolf raised his head and said, Get lost. Lunatic's face darkened. He really did get angry at being called fat. On the side, Wang Ming and Yang Li looked at each other. These guys couldn't be treated like ordinary people. Wang Ming looked at Hulwan, then at Qin Feiyang. It just so happens that we're going to the temple. Why don't we let it lead the way? Sure. Qin Feiyang nodded. What? You're going to the temple? Hulwan looked at Qin Feiyang and the others in astonishment. Is there a problem? Qin Feiyang asked. Haha. Do you know how many guardians there are in the temple? Do you know how many guardians are stronger than me? If you go to the temple, you're courting death. Hulwan sneered. Still so arrogant. The white-eyed wolf glared. Thimpy. I'm just stating a fact. Hulwan snorted coldly. Pondering for a moment, Qin Feiyang looked at Hulwan and asked with a smile, then I want to ask, are those guardians as strong as transformed blood demons? A transformed blood demon, Hulwan murmured and looked proudly at Qin Feiyang. They're about the same. I thought they were stronger than transformed blood demons, but it turns out they're just about the same. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Hulwan said, from your tone, it sounds like you can even defeat transformed blood demons. I haven't truly fought with a transformed blood demon before. But I killed millions of people by myself, and most of them were in the Nine Heavens realm. Can you so-called guardians do that? Qin Feiyang said. Kill millions of people? You must be kidding. How can you, a human, do that? Do you think I'm so easy to fool? Hulwan's eyes were full of disdain. Ha ha, Qin Feiyang laughed and said, whether I'm fooling you or not, you'll know soon enough. Lead the way. Okay. If you insist on courting death, I'll fulfill your wish. Hulwan sneered. As soon as its voice fell, Qin Feiyang took a step forward and landed on Hulwan's back. What are you doing? Hulwan immediately roared. What do you think? Qin Feiyang asked in return. Looking at Frenzy and the others on the ground, he said, why aren't you coming up? Okay. The group of people came back to their senses and jumped onto Hulwan's back. Bastard. You actually think I'm a mount? Hulwan was furious. What did you say just now? Are you being arrogant again? White-eyed wolf slapped Hulwan's head with its claw. Hulwan was flustered and angry. If you keep talking, I'll pluck your feathers and roast you on the fire. White-eyed wolf said. Okay. You wait and see. Hulwan roared in its heart, rose into the air, and flew into the depths of the forest like lightning. Giant Tiger and the other two beasts looked at each other, looked up at Hulwan's back, and shouted, Master, what should we do? Up to you. Hulwan shouted coldly without looking back. You, of course, take us to the temple. Suddenly, a hoarse laugh sounded behind the three beasts. Giant Tiger and the other two beasts were shocked. They turned around and saw two humans standing not far away. It was the straw-shoe old man and the green-robed old woman. And me. Little demon child also came out from the other side of the forest. Bang! After little demon child appeared, there was a steady and powerful sound of footsteps. The burly man, who was more than 2 meters tall, also came out of the forest expressionlessly. Of course, we can't be left out. The golden-robed man also came out from the other side with the enchanting woman in his arms. The straw-shoe old man glanced at them and frowned. You're all here? The enchanting woman smiled charmingly. This can only mean that we have the same idea. What idea? I don't understand. The straw-shoe old man shook his head. You old man, you still like to play dumb. Why are you following Qin Feiyang? Isn't it because you think that following Qin Feiyang will give you a chance to obtain the heaven-defying artifact and the inheritance of the power of law? The enchanting woman said. Do you need to talk? The straw-shoe old man stared at the enchanting woman. What? Are you going to bully me because you're old? The enchanting woman looked at the straw-shoe old man pitifully. The straw-shoe old man couldn't help but feel a headache. He looked at Giant Tiger and the other two beasts and said, Take me to the temple immediately. Who are you? Do you think this is still your human territory? Do you think you can do whatever you want? It just so happens that I have nowhere to vent my anger. Go to hell. Giant Tiger and the other two beasts roared and pounced on the straw-shoe old man's group. Chapter 27:30. However, they ignored the injuries on their bodies. Previously, they had been beaten black and blue by the white-eyed wolf. Perhaps, they did not ignore the fact that they were injured because they did not take this group of people seriously. They thought that this group of people was as easy to bully as those people in the past. Humph! Accompanied by a cold snort, the burly man, the green-robed old woman, and the enchanting woman rushed out at lightning speed. Bang! Bang! In just a few rounds, the three beasts were beaten down by the three people. Another group of ruthless people? The three beasts were somewhat stunned. Whoosh! The File One flapped its two huge wings and shuttled through the sky above the Godfiend forest like a stream of light. Wherever it went, the beasts avoided it. The white-eyed wolf scanned the mountains below and said, "Let me ask you, is there really an illusion in the Godfiend forest?" "Of course." The File One nodded. "Then why didn't we encounter it?" The white-eyed wolf was suspicious. "I can only say that you guys are lucky. We'll talk about it later. How long have you guys been in the Godfiend forest?" The File One snorted coldly. "Lucky?" The white-eyed wolf was stunned and chuckled. "Needless to say, it must have something to do with my character." "What does it have to do with your character?" The File One was stunned. Qin Feiyang and the rest also looked at the white-eyed wolf suspiciously. "Of course, I have good character, so I'm lucky." The white-eyed wolf smiled narcissistically and looked at Qin Feiyang and the rest. "You guys are basking in my glory, do you know that? Shameless." The File One cursed in its heart. Qin Feiyang and the rest also rolled their eyes. They did not object to narcissism, but could there be a limit to it? How could it take credit for such a thing? The white-eyed wolf did not mind at all. Standing on the File One's head, it asked, "Now that we're high up in the sky, will we encounter an illusion?" "Not in the sky." The File One shook its head. "Why?" The white-eyed wolf was suspicious. "Why are you asking so many questions?" The Huil One was infuriated. Couldn't they just keep quiet? Why did they keep asking? How annoying. Arrogant again? The white-eyed wolf was slightly taken aback. He kicked the File One's head and shouted, "Do you want to die?" "You." Huil One was furious. As a member of the shrine's guardians, he was actually bullied by a wolf to this extent. How infuriating. "Quick, answer my question," White-eyed wolf said angrily. "All right, all right, all right." The File One answered, "Because the illusions are set in the forest, there are no illusions in the sky." "I see." In other words, the mythical forest's restriction on flying is due to these illusions? The white-eyed wolf said. "That's right. If everyone can fly, then what's the point of setting up these illusions?" Huil One nodded. "All right then, after we go to the Divine Palace, bring us to the Divine Devil Square." The white-eyed wolf laughed. Since they were flying the entire time, they didn't have to worry about falling into illusions. "You have the final say," the File One said. Since they weren't under the eaves, they had to lower their heads. No matter what the white-eyed wolf said, it would agree first and wait until they reached the Divine Palace. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and asked, "How long will it take to reach the Divine Palace?" "Half a year," the File One said. "Half a year." The white-eyed wolf was slightly stunned and frowned. "That's not right. Didn't the giant tiger and the other two beasts only take 2 or 3 days to ask for your help?" "Because I wasn't at the Divine Palace," the File One said. "What do you mean?" The white-eyed wolf was suspicious. "We are the guardians of the Divine Palace, and each of us is guarding an area. And I, the Emperor, am guarding this area. Therefore, the giant tiger and the rest don't need to go to the Divine Palace to look for me," the File One said. "I see." The white-eyed wolf nodded in realization and asked curiously, "Then how many guardians do you have in total?" "I don't know. Everyone is scattered all over the place and rarely interacts with each other. If anything happens, we will go directly to the 10 strongest guardians. The 10 strongest guardians are stationed at the Divine Palace and are the most powerful existences in the entire forest of gods and demons," the File One said with admiration in its eyes. "The 10 strongest guardians?" They looked at each other. The File One's strength was obvious to all, but even it was so respectful and worshipful. Then how strong were these 10 strongest guardians? "Look, there's a group of people over there." Wang Ming suddenly pointed to a plain below and said. "A group of people?" Qin Feiyang and the others were stunned. Looking down, they saw 40 to 50 people walking on the plain in a sorry state. There were men and women, old and young. Everyone looked exhausted and their bodies were covered in wounds. They seemed familiar. Yang Li frowned and suddenly slapped his head. "I saw them when we first arrived at the plain." In other words, They were the first batch of people to enter the forest of gods and demons. The white-eyed wolf mocked, "It's truly a miracle that they're still alive. I think there were only slightly more than 100 people who entered the forest of gods and demons back then. It's indeed a miracle that there are 40 to 50 people left after more than 100 years." Young Li nodded. It took them more than 100 years to get here. It's obvious that they must have been hiding in this area and didn't move forward. What kind of miracle can this method of living without purpose be considered? The File One was disdainful. "I don't agree with you. Although living without purpose is a sign of incompetence, as long as you can survive, you're the winner," Young Li said. However, before he could finish his sentence, the group of people collapsed one after another and died without any warning. "What's going on?" Qin Feiyang and the others were bewildered. "Do you even need to ask? They must have fallen into an illusion and their souls were destroyed on their own," the File One said. "Illusion?" Qin Feiyang's heart skipped a beat and he said in a deep voice, "Let's go down and take a look." "Are you sure you want to go down? There might be an illusion on the plane," the File One said. "If there really was an illusion on the plane, would you say that?" "I'm afraid you can't wait for us to run down immediately," Qin Feiyang said indifferently. "You're smart." The File One snorted coldly and swooped down in front of the corpses. "Wang Ming, go and check it out." Qin Feiyang. "Yes." Wang Ming jumped over to the group of people and checked carefully before returning to the File One's back and saying in a deep voice, "They did die because their souls were destroyed." The gazes of Qin Feiyang and the others froze. Sure enough, Giant Tiger and the other two beasts hadn't lied to them. This was the outcome of falling into an illusion. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, it would have been hard for them to believe it. Illusion. The group couldn't help but look around. There were no traces of an illusion on the plane or in their surroundings. Furthermore, they had seen these people walking with their own eyes. In other words, indeed, it was as Beast Emperor and Giant Tiger and the other two beasts had said, even if they were in an illusion, everything that happened and saw was real. There was no way to break an illusion like this. Because you didn't know if you were in an illusion or not. "When did you fall into an illusion? Let's go," Qin Feiyang shouted. From now on, they would try their best to stay high up in the sky. It was simply too dangerous in the forest. Time flew by. Half a year later. The group had already entered the central region of the forest of gods and demons. The mountains and ancient trees here were even more majestic and magnificent. One after another, giant peaks towered into the sky. Dozens of people probably wouldn't be able to encircle the ancient trees. The vines were as thick as horned dragons. Furthermore, the giant beasts in the mountains were all at the Nine Heavens' Great Perfection realm and exuded an extremely powerful aura. Humans. When they saw Qin Feiyang and the others on the File One's back, the giant beasts below were very shocked. However, because of the File One's identity, none of the giant beasts blocked their way or questioned them. Very soon, an incomparably huge mountain entered the vision of Qin Feiyang and the others. The mountain was more than 100,000 feet tall and its peak towered into the clouds, making it difficult to see its full appearance. However, Qin Feiyang and the others could sense a terrifying ferocious aura from the peak of the mountain from afar. The File One said, "The temple is at the peak of the mountain." Qin Feiyang and the others looked at the peak of the mountain. Since the temple was at the peak of the mountain, the ferocious aura they sensed was definitely from the so-called 10 strongest guardians. Qin Feiyang patted the white-eyed wolf and the other two and said telepathically, "Don't be rash. Try not to attack if you can." Understood. Wang Ming and the other two nodded with solemn eyes. That was because the ferocious aura alone was enough to make them feel a fatal threat. However, the lunatic and the white-eyed wolf were eager to give it a try. Swoosh. The File One did not stop at all and charged directly to the peak of the mountain. The peak of the mountain was shrouded in clouds and mist like an immortal realm. At the peak of the mountain stood a majestic palace. The palace was approximately 1,000 feet tall and was pitch black in color, emitting an ancient and mysterious aura. Apart from that, there was nothing else at the peak of the mountain. However, in front of the palace, There was a square that was approximately 100 meters wide. The square was paved with a layer of black stones that were as flat as a mirror and had signs of severe weathering. Clearly, this had been there for many years. There were 10 ferocious beasts sprawled on the square. The 10 ferocious beasts were not huge and were only half a meter long each. They sprawled on the ground with their eyes closed as though they were taking a nap. Among them, there were 3 wolves. A black wolf, a silver wolf and a white wolf. The remaining 7 ferocious beasts were a black eagle, a white python, a black bear, a golden mouse, a dragon horse, a ferocious crocodile and a snow rabbit. That snow rabbit and little golden mouse are pretty cute, the white-eyed wolf muttered. Cute. Qin Feiyang's mouth twitched. Hadn't he heard of the saying that the cuter something was, the more dangerous it was? Hulwan was speechless as well. Did he know how strong the snow rabbit and golden mouse were? How ferocious. When they went berserk, even they were afraid of themselves. The word cute had nothing to do with them. Greetings, sirs. Hulwan calmed down and prostrated on the ground, greeting respectfully. Qin Feiyang and the rest jumped down from Hulwan's back and stood at the edge of the square, looking at the temple curiously. The temple's doors were tightly shut, giving off a mysterious vibe. What kind of treasure was hidden inside? Swoosh. The 10 ferocious beasts opened their eyes slowly and looked at Qin Feiyang and the rest with a cold glint in their eyes. Don't you know where this is? Why did you bring them here? Black Bear looked at Hulwan and shouted. Hulwan shuddered and said hurriedly, Forgive me, Lord Black Bear. I didn't want to either. They forced me. Forced? Black Bear was stunned. The other 9 ferocious beasts were surprised as well. Chapter 27:31. This surprised them greatly. Failwan was the guardian of the temple and was one of the strongest in the entire forest of gods and demons. But now, it was no match for a few humans and was forced to bring them to the temple. If Failwan wasn't lying, then the 4 people and 1 wolf in front of them weren't simple. Lunatic said to himself, Look, the marks between their eyebrows are different. Qin Feiyang and the others looked over and realized that the marks between the eyebrows of the 10 great ferocious beasts were white. The 10 most powerful guardians, I think this white blood mark should be even more terrifying. Wang Ming said telepathically. Don't panic. Let's wait and see. Qin Feiyang said secretly. I'm not panicking. In fact, I'm looking forward to it. The white-eyed wolf snickered. Qin Feiyang couldn't help but roll his eyes. What do you mean? Rolling your eyes at us? The golden rat glanced at Qin Feiyang and frowned. Qin Feiyang was stunned. How could he be implicated like this? That was right. He was looking at the 10 great ferocious beasts when he rolled his eyes, but his target was the white-eyed wolf. However, he didn't expect this to lead to a misunderstanding. Lords, they are arrogant and conceited. Not only did they injure me, they also spoke rudely to you. Especially this one. Failwan glared at the white-eyed wolf and shouted, This wolf cub even threatened to kill all of you and flatten the temple. Heh! Kill all of us? Flatten the temple? The 10 great ferocious beasts glared at the white-eyed wolf. Stunned, the white-eyed wolf looked at Failwan suspiciously. When did I say that? Why? You dare to say it but don't dare to admit it. I knew it. You only dare to be arrogant in front of me. Failwan sneered. Did the white-eyed wolf say that? Wang Ming was also suspicious. I don't think so. Yang Li shook his head. They had been with the white-eyed wolf the entire time. If the white-eyed wolf had really said that, there was no way they wouldn't have an impression of it. How sinister. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Doesn't matter. The white-eyed wolf waved his paw and looked at the 10 great beasts. He shouted, Yes, I said that before, but what can you do? Qin Feiyang looked at the sky, speechless. This damned wolf cub, why was he so disobedient? Didn't I tell you not to be impulsive just now? Why are you challenging me now? Wasn't this deliberately provoking the 10 great ferocious beasts? As expected. Hearing this, the 10 great ferocious beasts' eyes shone even more fiercely than before. Hulwan was also very surprised. She thought that the white-eyed wolf would definitely exonerate her, but she didn't expect him to admit to this groundless accusation. Was he really not afraid of death? Why are you staring at me? Let's do something practical. Come at me together or one by one. I'll let you choose. The white-eyed wolf stood on the ground and looked at the 10 ferocious beasts proudly. Boom! The black wolf, silver wolf, and white wolf who were lying on the ground suddenly got up. A monstrous aura erupted and rushed toward the white-eyed wolf like a torrent. Hey! The white-eyed wolf grinned. Everyone, please calm down. This white-eyed wolf is indeed a little annoying, but he really didn't say that he would kill all of you and flatten the temple. The reason why he didn't clarify is because of his character. I hope you can forgive him. Qin Feiyang hurriedly stopped the white-eyed wolf and looked at the 10 great beasts. He didn't say. Do you think that I dare to lie to the 10 great beasts? Hulwan smiled coldly and looked at the 10 great beasts. Great beasts, these people are full of tricks. You must be careful. You can leave now. The black dragon waved its paw. Yes. Hulwan responded respectfully. Then, she looked at Qin Feiyang and the others sarcastically and soared into the sky. Want to leave? The white-eyed wolf leaped and instantly landed on the back of Hulwan. Her eyes flashed with a fierce light. What do you want to do? Hulwan panicked. She didn't expect the white-eyed wolf to be so bold. In front of the 10 great beasts, she dared to make a move. Swish. At the same time, the black wolf, white wolf, and silver wolf's bloodmark between their eyebrows emitted a ray of divine light. Following closely, the 3 beasts took a step forward and appeared around the white-eyed wolf. You still dare to be presumptuous? The white wolf shouted. Hee hee. The white-eyed wolf grinned and looked down at Hulwan. Do you know that there is a saying among humans? What saying? Hulwan asked in a panic. Trouble comes from the mouth. After the white-eyed wolf said that, a giant golden wolf appeared behind him and slashed down with its paw. Chirp. With a wail, Hulwan's head exploded like a watermelon. Don't kill me. Accompanied by a scream, Hulwan's divine soul flew out. Only now do you know fear? The white-eyed wolf sneered, and the giant golden wolf behind him waved its paw again. No, with another scream, Hulwan's divine soul was annihilated on the spot. You're courting death. The black wolf, white wolf, and silver wolf standing around were furious. Boom. The 3 beasts rushed toward the white-eyed wolf in unison. 3 little wolf cubs dare to be arrogant in front of me? Do you know who is the Wolf King? The white-eyed wolf landed on the ground, and the giant golden wolf behind him roared toward the sky. A great majesty suddenly shrouded the peak of the mountain. The white wolf, silver wolf, and black wolf's eyes trembled slightly. This majestic aura actually gave them a sense of oppression that came from their souls. Sure enough, we can't underestimate it. The 7 golden beasts looked at the abnormality of the white wolf and the other 2 beasts, and their pupils suddenly shrank. Killing the Hulwan in an instant was enough to prove the strength of this white-eyed wolf. Now, even the white wolf, black wolf, and silver wolf seemed to be afraid. Was it really a wolf king? You guys stop first. Ryoma said to the white wolf and the other 2 beasts, then looked at Qin Feiyang and said, Tell me your purpose in coming to the temple. Because it could see that Qin Feiyang was the one who could really make the decision among these people. Qin Feiyang said, We're just curious about what's inside this temple. Curious? Ryoma was stunned. Yes. Just curious. So I hope we can get along peacefully. Qin Feiyang showed a very sincere smile. The fierce crocodile on the side suddenly said angrily, If you want to get along peacefully, then why did you kill our companion? It's not our fault, it's only its fault for courting death. Qin Feiyang was helpless. According to human words, this Hulwan was a sinister villain. Why are you talking so much nonsense with them? Kill. The white-eyed wolf suddenly roared angrily and rushed toward it. The white wolf and the silver wolf looked at each other and also rushed toward the white-eyed wolf with murderous intent. TSK, TSK, TSK. I really admire your courage. The white-eyed wolf looked at the 3 beasts, its eyes full of contempt. Oh. As its voice fell, the giant golden wolf behind it suddenly stood up and punched at the 3 beasts. Let's see how long you can be arrogant. The three beasts roared. At the same time, they raised their claws and attacked the giant golden wolf. Boom! In an instant, the giant golden wolf and the three beasts collided. With a loud bang, the three beasts were immediately sent flying. But at the same time, the giant golden wolf was also torn apart. The white-eyed wolf also seemed to be seriously injured, with a trace of blood dripping from the corner of its mouth. White-eyed wolf, are you okay? Seeing this, Qin Fei Yang and the others hurriedly asked with concern. I'm fine. The white-eyed wolf shook its head. The three beasts stabilized their bodies, stared at the white-eyed wolf, and sneered, You do have some ability, but that's all there is to it. 3 against 1, and you were sent flying. You have the nerve to be proud. The white-eyed wolf pursed its lips. Hearing this, the three beasts were a little angry. Ryoma glanced at the three beasts and shouted, Human, there is nothing in the temple that you want, please leave immediately. Qin Fei Yang was stunned and asked suspiciously, You know what we want? All the creatures that enter the divine demon forest are after the heaven-defying artifact and the law of time. But these two things are not here. This is the last warning. Leave immediately, or don't blame us for being rude. Ryoma said in a deep voice. Qin Fei Yang frowned. Is there no room for negotiation? No. Ryoma shook its head. Now that you mention it, I'm more curious about this temple. Qin Fei Yang looked at the temple once more, his eyes shining. Curiosity will kill, Ryoma said gloomily. Qin Fei Yang glanced at the dragon horse and lowered his head to ponder. Suddenly, he seemed to have noticed something as he glanced at the mountains behind him with a glint in his eyes. Immediately after, he looked at Ryoma again and smiled. All right, I won't force you. Let's go. What? Go? Wang Ming and the others looked at Qin Fei Yang in shock. They came all the way here and he was going to leave without a conclusion. If they're not willing, why are we still here? If we force our way in, we'll be the unreasonable ones in the end. Qin Fei Yang said. All right. Wang Ming nodded. How is it? I'm considered very sincere. Qin Fei Yang looked at Ryoma and asked with a smile. You're not bad. Ryoma nodded. Qin Fei Yang smiled and said, However, we shouldn't be the only ones entering the forest of gods and demons this time. They won't be as reasonable as us. You don't have to worry about that. Ryoma said indifferently. All right. Qin Fei Yang nodded and turned to walk towards the cliff. White-eyed wolf, madman, and Wang Ming exchanged glances and could only follow helplessly. When they reached the cliff, Madman said telepathically, Qin Fei Yang, what are you doing? Someone seems to be hiding nearby. Let's leave first and check out the situation first. Qin Fei Yang thought. Someone? Madman was shocked. I just happened to catch a figure, but I didn't see it clearly. It might just be an illusion. Qin Fei Yang thought. Illusion? The corner of Madman's mouth twitched. Why did it sound so unreliable? Whether it's an illusion or not, it's always good to be on guard. Otherwise, others will benefit in the end. Qin Fei Yang smiled secretly and was about to jump down. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. If there really was someone nearby, wouldn't he become the mantis? He didn't want to do such a losing deal. Kill them for me. But at this moment, a shout full of killing intent, anger, and resentment suddenly came from the temple. Ryoma and the 10 beasts hurriedly looked towards the temple with reverence in their eyes. Swish. At the same time, Qin Fei Yang and White-Eyed Wolf heard this voice and their eyes trembled as they turned to look at the temple. This voice. It was Fire Dragon. Chapter 2732. The Fire Dragon was in the temple. The White-Eyed Wolf turned to Qin Fei Yang and said, Little Qin Zi, this must be an illusion, right? It must be an illusion. Qin Fei Yang nodded. How could the Fire Dragon be in the temple? Didn't you hear my order? Kill them quickly. The voice sounded again. Qin Fei Yang and the White-Eyed Wolf trembled. They didn't hear wrong. This was the Fire Dragon's voice. Boom. The 10 ferocious beasts shook violently and immediately released terrifying auras toward Qin Fei Yang and the others. Get lost. Qin Feiyang glanced at the 10 ferocious beasts and directly activated the Rising Dragon spell. His cultivation instantly soared to the great perfection 9th heaven stage. Then, an invisible force rushed toward the 10 ferocious beasts like a tide. Soul destruction technique. Since they were the fire dragon's subordinates, there was no need to show mercy. The invisible force roared in all directions. The 10 ferocious beasts immediately felt a fatal threat. Buzz! A divine light emerged from the white blood character mark between their eyebrows and blasted toward the invisible force. Boom! The invisible force immediately collapsed. But Qin Feiyang ignored it and took the opportunity to pass through the 10 ferocious beasts and head straight for the temple. The white-eyed wolf followed closely beside Qin Feiyang, its eyes filled with terrifying ferocity. What's going on with them? Wang Ming and Yang Li were suspicious. The madman said, they must have met their old enemy. He also recognized the fire dragon's voice. If he didn't know about the feud between Qin Feiyang and the fire dragon, he would definitely be as confused as Wang Ming and Yang Li. However, Qin Feiyang had told him about this before. The fire dragon had long been on Qin Feiyang's must-kill list. Hold them back. The madman's gaze fell on the 10 beasts as he shouted. All right. Wang Ming nodded. The heaven and earth cage appeared and instantly enveloped the 10 ferocious beasts. You overestimate yourself. The fierce crocodile let out a cold shout, and the blood character mark between his eyebrows shone brightly. Its body, which was half a meter long, suddenly swelled crazily. The draconic horse, golden rat, black wolf, and the others were also rapidly growing in size. In the blink of an eye, 10 giant beasts appeared out of nowhere. Their bodies were thousands of feet long, and they were like mountains, ferocious and imposing. Boom! The ferocious crocodile's body was covered in black scales. It raised its huge tail and slammed it towards the heaven and earth cage. With a loud crack, the heaven and earth cage shattered. Wang Ming spat out a mouthful of blood and stumbled backward. He said in astonishment, so strong, at least several times stronger than the File One. No way. Yang Li's eyes trembled. Back then, even when he and Wang Ming had teamed up, they hadn't been able to defeat the File One. But now, these 10 vicious beasts were actually several times stronger than the File One. This wasn't something they could defeat. Even if they could restrain them, they might not be able to do it. Most importantly, these vicious beasts were about to fly in the air. This was a huge advantage in front of them. What are you afraid of? I'm here. Lunatic harumphed coldly and activated the Blood Fiend domain, enveloping the 10 vicious beasts instantly. Boom! The cultivation of the 10 vicious beasts instantly plummeted to the half-step 9 heavens realm. Kill them! Lunatic roared. Heaven vanquishing sword formation. Dragon annihilating formation. Wang Ming and Black Wolf roared and 2 killing formations appeared instantly, charging towards the 10 vicious beasts. Not simple indeed. The draconic horse looked at the 3 of them and murmured. So what? Even if we stand here and let them kill us, they won't be able to do it. Black Wolf had a disdainful expression. Boom! The heaven vanquishing sword formation and dragon annihilating formation descended wildly, drowning the 10 vicious beasts. They're not fighting back. Are they dumb? Wang Ming and Black Wolf were stunned. Who's dumb? The 10 vicious beasts walked out of the 2 killing formations one after another. Lunatic and the other 2 widened their eyes in anger. At this moment, there wasn't a single wound on the bodies of the 10 vicious beast. How was that possible? One had to know, these were 2 Supreme Being level killing techniques. Furthermore, their cultivation was suppressed to the half-step 9 heavens realm by the Blood Fiend domain. Faced with such a situation, even if their bodies were made of iron, it was impossible for them to be unscathed. Yang Li said in a deep voice, it should have something to do with their bloodword imprint. The bodies of the 10 vicious beasts were covered in a layer of white divine light at this moment. It was the divine light that was protecting them. And the divine light came from the bloodword imprints on their foreheads. With the protection of the imprints, we are immortal. The 10 vicious beasts roared and charged towards the heaven-vanquishing sword formation and dragon-annihilating formation at the same time. The 2 killing formations disintegrated instantly. Even the blood fiend domain was shattered on the spot. The three of them spat out blood. The strength of the 10 vicious beasts was so strong that it made one despair. I'm going to swallow you guys alive. The white python smiled malevolently and opened its bloody mouth, revealing its sinister fangs as it pounced towards Lunatic and the other two. Swallow me alive. I'm afraid your stomach won't be able to take it. Lunatic waved his hand and the bloodthirsty demon king appeared with a blood-colored battle sword and a halberd in its hand. It charged towards the white python like a godfiend. It's useless, hehe. The white python did not dodge at all and swung its huge tail at the halberd. Crack. The halberd shattered. The huge tail crushed towards the bloodthirsty demon king and the latter was also shattered instantly. Immediately after, the white python's bloody mouth bit towards Lunatic and the other two. A thick fishy smell assailed their nostrils. Invincible? All right. Let me see if you're really invincible. Lunatic was furious. Bloodlight appeared and a huge blood-colored domain enveloped the white python instantly. Blood Fiend 5 styles, Blood Prison. What? The white python instantly stopped in the air, its entire body as if it was frozen and motionless. Die! Lunatic shouted. Countless blood lightning bolts appeared in the blood prison and pounced towards the white python like small snakes. Blood Prison. Wang Ming and Lunatic looked at each other and were shocked. Although they did not know what was so terrifying about the blood prison, when they recalled how Giant Tiger and the other two beasts were enveloped by the blood prison, they immediately fell into fear. Therefore, it was not hard to imagine that the blood prison was definitely extremely powerful. Perhaps Lunatic could kill these ferocious beasts. Boom! Countless blood lightning bolts swarmed over and drowned the white python. Ah, the white python's painful cries came from the blood prison. What's going on? Black Wolf and the other 9 ferocious beasts looked at this scene in shock. Although the white python's entire body was drowned by the blood lightning and they could not see its current situation, its cries were clearly not good. How dare you clamor at me, you're courting death. Lunatic was filled with killing intent and the blood fiend domain appeared once more, enveloping the blood prison. The white python's cultivation fell to the half-step 9 heavens realm once more. Its cries were even more miserable. Hurry and help! Dragon Horse shouted. The 9 ferocious beasts immediately attacked the blood prison and the blood fiend domain. With a loud crack, the blood prison and the blood fiend domain shattered one after another. As soon as the blood prison shattered, the blood lightning also dissipated and the white python was revealed. At this moment, the white python was a bloody mess, especially its head which was almost torn apart. Even the power of the blood word mark could not help it block the blood lightning and was fatally injured. No way. What kind of divine art is this? It's so strong. Looking at the sorry state of the white python, the 9 ferocious beasts were extremely shocked. If they had been a step later, the white python would definitely have died in the blood prison. Seeing this scene, Lunatic couldn't help but frown. They were just a step away from killing the white python. These ferocious beasts really like to meddle in other people's business. Human, I won't rest until you're dead. The white python roared angrily, and the blood word mark on its forehead blossomed with an even brighter divine light. Immediately, an astonishing scene appeared. The injuries on the white python's body, as well as its head which was almost torn apart, actually healed in an instant. How is this possible? Wang Ming and Yang Li were dumbfounded. Even Lunatic's eyes widened in disbelief. Wasn't this ability the same as the Blood Demon Clan's ability to absorb the power of the evil moon? How could such an abnormal ability kill these ferocious beasts? Unless it was a one-hit kill that was as easy as crushing dry weed. Die! The white python roared. The 9 ferocious beasts also attacked. Poof! Facing the bombardment of the 10 great ferocious beasts, Lunatic and the other 2 were sent flying on the spot and crashed into the mountains below. The mountains within a radius of 10,000 li were directly razed to the ground. Rumble. Back to Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf. They rushed to the front of the palace and attacked the palace gate with all their might. But the palace gate was as steady as Mount Tai and didn't tremble at all. So strong. The white-eyed wolf was astonished. Qin Feiyang, wolf cub, I didn't expect to meet you here. What fate? The fire dragon's voice came from the temple again, full of hatred. "Come out if you have the guts, don't hide inside like a turtle," the white-eyed wolf shouted. "Ha, come in if you have the ability," the fire dragon laughed proudly and said, "But then again, when hell opened, why didn't this emperor notice you guys? You didn't notice us, but we recognized your voice at that time. I didn't want to believe it at first, but I didn't expect you to really be in hell. Answer me, are hell and the third floor of the miracle the same place?" Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice. "Aren't you very smart? You don't know how to guess." The fire dragon joked. "Huff." Qin Feiyang took a deep breath and said, "I promised the fire python that I will kill you." "Fire python?" The fire dragon was taken aback for a moment and said playfully, "Sure, as long as you have the ability, but to be honest, this emperor really has to thank you guys." "What do you mean?" Qin Feiyang frowned. "If it wasn't for you guys, I wouldn't have the chance to come here. Do you know what's inside this temple? One of them is the time array. All these years, this emperor has been cultivating here, and now I have broken through to the 9th heaven stage. Do you know why this emperor is cultivating so hard? It's because this emperor wants to take revenge on you. Originally, this emperor didn't know how to find you, and didn't know if you were dead or alive, but I didn't expect you to take the initiative to come to me. Even the heavens are helping me." Ha, Huolong laughed wildly, forgetting himself. Chapter 2733. So they already know each other and have a deep grudge against each other. The 10 Longma beasts looked at Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf with curiosity. He was actually acquainted with the person inside the temple. Who were these two people? Although the fire dragon's cultivation was not as good as theirs, the fire dragon's status in the temple was naturally higher than theirs. They still remembered the scene when the fire dragon first came to the forest of gods and demons. The wind and clouds suddenly changed. The fire dragon descended from the sky and had the right to use the temple. In such a situation, the fire dragon must have a great background. Therefore, they were in awe of the fire dragon all these years. Because in their opinion, the fire dragon should be an envoy sent by a big shot to guard the forest of gods and demons. All these years, the fire dragon had indeed been cultivating in the temple. But they thought that the fire dragon's cultivation was to convince them. After all, the guardians of the forest of gods and demons were very powerful. If he didn't have powerful strength, how could he convince these guardians? But they didn't expect that the fire dragon's cultivation was because of this man and wolf. He wanted to take revenge on them. To have a grudge against someone like the fire dragon, the identity of this man and wolf was definitely not simple. Qin Feiyang, wolf cub, what do you think about this surprise? The fire dragon stopped laughing and asked jokingly. Surprise? For us, this is indeed a surprise. Because we can finally fulfill our promise to the fire python. But for you, I'm afraid this is bad news. The white-eyed wolf sneered. Bad news? The fire dragon laughed again. You have indeed become very strong over the years, but we have also become stronger. And stronger than you. We could kill you in the past, and we can still kill you now. Don't hide in there. Come out and die. The white-eyed wolf shouted. You want to fight with me? Then let's defeat the 10 strongest guardians first. You will only be qualified if you defeat them first. The fire dragon said proudly. The white-eyed wolf raised his eyebrows and tried to bombard the door of the temple again. However, just like before, he was unable to blast it open. Don't waste your energy. Without my permission, no one can enter the temple. The fire dragon sneered. Answer my question. Is this the 3rd floor of the miracle? I want the truth. Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice. This was what he was most concerned about. Don't worry, I'll tell you when I send you to hell. The fire dragon laughed. Qin Feiyang clenched his fists so tightly that his knuckles cracked. Haha, what a face I haven't seen in a long time. You still look the same when you're angry. The fire dragon laughed wantonly. Who? Qin Feiyang took a deep breath and turned to look at the 10 great beasts. The eyes of the 10 ferocious beasts flashed fiercely. Whoosh. At this moment, Madman and Wang Ming rushed up and landed on the mountain peak. They looked very miserable as they stared at the 10 ferocious beasts with cold eyes. Qin Feiyang looked at the 10 ferocious beasts and said in a deep voice, "This is a personal grudge between me and the fire dragon. I'll give you a chance to leave immediately." Chance? Leave? The 10 ferocious beasts frowned. His arrogant tone made it seem like he had already won. "I advise you to listen to my advice." Madman also spoke. The white python stared at Madman and smiled sinisterly. "How dare you be so arrogant in front of us? It seems that the lesson just now wasn't enough." Murderous intent surged in Qin Feiyang's eyes. "Since you're so stubborn, I'll fulfill your wish. You're courting death." The white wolf, black wolf, and silver wolf roared and pounced at Qin Feiyang in unison. "You're the ones courting death." The white-eyed wolf took a step forward and stood in front of Qin Feiyang, summoning the giant golden wolf. The golden wolf raised its head and howled. It swung its millstone-sized fist and punched the silver wolf and the other 2 beasts. "Do you really think you're a match for us?" The 3 beasts roared and the blood mark between their eyebrows shone brightly as they charged at the giant golden wolf. With a loud bang, the giant golden wolf shattered on the spot. The white-eyed wolf spat out a mouthful of blood and retreated continuously. "Are you okay?" Qin Feiyang was shocked. "I'm fine. It's just 3 little wolf cubs." The white-eyed wolf sneered in disdain. He turned around and rushed down the mountain peak into the forest below, shouting, "Come down and accept your death. Still so arrogant. See how we'll deal with you." The 3 beasts were furious as they rushed down the mountain peak and charged at the white-eyed wolf. "Come with me if you have the guts." Lunatic looked at the white python, crocodile, and Longma with a murderous look in his eyes. He also turned around and rushed down the mountain peak. Because the mountain peak was too small, they couldn't move at all since they couldn't fly. 1 against 3? How big are you? I alone am enough to kill you." The white python roared and rushed down with a murderous look. Longma glanced at the white python and said to the crocodile, "That human can't be underestimated. Go and help him." "Okay." The crocodile nodded and rushed down at lightning speed. In this way, only Qin Feiyang, Wang Ming, and Yang Li were left on the mountain peak. There were still Longma, Golden Rat, Snow Rabbit, Black Bear, and Black Eagle on the Temple Guardian's side. "Young Master, our abilities are limited. We only need one of us to help you pin down one of them." Wang Ming glanced at the 5 beasts and said helplessly. Yang Li also looked aggrieved. "It's okay." Qin Feiyang waved his hand. He understood how they felt. If there were no rules, he could kill the 10 ferocious beasts in front of him easily. After all, they were all undead stage powerhouses. But now, in the face of these ant-like ferocious beasts, they could only be beaten up. This feeling of grievance was enough to drive anyone crazy and collapse. Wang Ming pointed at Black Eagle and shouted, "You, come with me. You, come with me too." Yang Li also pointed at Snow Rabbit. With that, the 2 of them rushed down the mountain peak. Hee, Golden Rat and Snow Rabbit looked at each other and immediately fell towards Wang Ming and Yang Li. At this moment, only Qin Feiyang, Longma, Black Bear, and Black Eagle were left on the mountain peak. Boom! Crack! At this moment, the battle between White-Eyed Wolf and Black Wolf, Lunatic, Fierce Crocodile, and White Python had already begun. The battle between Wang Ming and Yang Li, Golden Rat, and Snow Rabbit also began. Blood Demon Domain. Sky Vanquishing Sword Array. Dragon Slaying Array. Facing the strongest guardians, no one dared to let their guard down. They used a supreme level killing technique as soon as they attacked. Qin Feiyang scanned the 4 battlefields. For now, the White-Eyed Wolf, Madman, and the other 2 were all fine. Looking away, Qin Feiyang looked at Longma and said, "Let's begin too. Tell us the truth. This emperor truly admires your bravery." Back then, when Big Shwe of the Blood Demon race came to the Forest of Gods and Devils, he took a detour. "You know Big Shwe's identity. He is the commander of the Blood Demon race, second only to King Yu. Even he doesn't dare to fight with us, and you dare to challenge us directly. You humans are really ignorant creatures." Longma laughed disdainfully, and the blood character mark between their eyebrows instantly glowed with divine light. Immediately after, The three beasts pounced toward Qin Fei Yang with monstrous ferocity. Big Shui, of course I know him. But just because Big Shui is afraid of you doesn't mean I'm afraid of you too. Qin Fei Yang's eyes turned cold. The return to ruins, eclipse moon, and Guiyuan sword technique instantly appeared. After activating the rising dragon technique, his cultivation was already at the great perfection ninth heaven realm. He was invincible under the imperishable realm. The three supreme divine techniques shattered the sky and blasted toward the three beasts. Even so, Longma and Longma didn't activate their divine techniques or use their divine artifacts. They used their physical bodies to face the three supreme divine techniques. Their eyes were full of contempt. It was as if in their eyes, Qin Fei Yang wasn't even qualified to make them use their divine techniques and divine artifacts. You'll pay the price for being arrogant in front of me, Qin Fei Yang. Qin Fei Yang roared. The three divine techniques blasted onto the three beasts. Boom. But even so, the three beasts didn't retreat half a step. The blood character mark between their eyebrows emitted divine light that covered their entire body. It appeared as if he was wearing a white armor. The three divine arts landed on their bodies, but they did not break through the divine light barrier, nor did they cause any damage to them. Haha, the power of the mark is invincible. An ant like you will never be able to understand. He Xiong laughed. He was hundreds of feet tall and swooped down from the sky, punching toward Qin Fei Yang. Qin Fei Yang's eyes darkened slightly. He used the heavenly dragon's 9 steps and dodged like lightning. Boom. He Xiong's punch directly hit the square. However, the square didn't have the slightest trace of damage. The temple next to it also didn't shake in the slightest. Even the entire giant peak didn't tremble. Obviously, this temple, this giant peak, had been tempered by a peerless expert with divine power. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so hard. After all, even Qin Fei Yang didn't dare to take He Xiong's punch head-on. One could imagine how powerful it was. Can you dodge it? Just as Qin Fei Yang dodged, He Xiong spread his wings and swept over the top of Qin Fei Yang's head. 2 giant claws emitted a bone-piercing sharpness, grabbing toward Qin Fei Yang's head, and Longma also swooped down and attacked Qin Fei Yang from the side. He Xiong's punch missed and he swung his giant fist again, attacking Qin Fei Yang from the front. This was an unavoidable situation. Qin Fei Yang glanced at the three beasts and his face was a bit gloomy. These beasts weren't terrifying. What was truly terrifying was the power of the mark. The power of the mark not only increased the strength of the three beasts, but also made their bodies almost immortal. The End Ruins art, Divine Dragon art, Sun and Moon Eclipse, these paragon divine arts couldn't pose a threat to them anymore. Because the power of the mark had already exceeded this limit. In other words, to defeat them, only a heaven-defying divine art, a heaven-defying divine weapon or an indestructible realm cultivation could do it. But there were rules in hell and these weren't allowed. If it were anyone else, even Yi Zhong and the ancestral dragons, they could only run for their lives. No wonder the Beast Emperor didn't want to enter the divine demon forest. This was the fear of the giant beasts. However, Qin Fei Yang wasn't an ordinary person. If they looked at him with ordinary eyes, it would be fatal. Chapter 2734. Guiyuan Sword Technique, 9-1. 90 sword shadows appeared out of nowhere and instantly condensed into a sword shadow that was 10,000 feet long. 9-1 was now Qin Fei Yang's trump card and its power had reached the peak of the supreme level. Clang! The sword shadow slashed at the three beasts. But in the end, it was easily blocked by the divine light shield on the three beasts. This, Qin Fei Yang was stunned. The power of this mark was so strong that it was incomprehensible. One had to know. There were rules and restrictions in the Nether King Hell. The power of the mark could not reach the level of a divine object and the eternal realm. In other words, no matter how strong the mark was, it was only below the eternal realm and the divine object. Since it did not break this limit, why couldn't it break the divine light shield on their bodies? Boom! At the same time, the three beasts attacked. At the critical moment, Qin Fei Yang indeed activated the Wisdom King's golden body. The next moment, the three beasts hit him. Even with the Wisdom King golden body, He flew out on the spot and spat out a mouthful of blood. This was a very inconceivable thing. The Wisdom King Golden Body could block a fatal blow of a higher realm, and now facing the three beasts, the Nether King Hell did save his life, but it also severely injured Qin Fei Yang. In other words, even the Wisdom King Golden Body could not completely dissolve the power of the three beasts. Was the power of this mark so terrifying? They were clearly just three ordinary ferocious beasts, but they possessed heaven-defying battle prowess. Boom! With a loud bang, Qin Fei Yang smashed into the mountain below. He was dizzy and his blood was surging. He had the Wisdom King Golden Body, but he was still seriously injured. This was hard for him to accept. I thought you were strong, but it turns out that you are just SOSO. The three beasts rushed down from the top of the mountain aggressively, and the contempt on their faces was even stronger. Qin Fei Yang glanced at the three beasts, took out a divine life pill and threw it into his mouth. The majestic vitality suddenly exploded in his body and rushed to his limbs and bones. With the healing ability of the bloodline power and the merged fire of life, his injuries were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Immediately after, he looked around the battlefield. The white-eyed wolf, Madman, Wang Ming, and Yang Li didn't seem to be in a good situation. In particular, Wang Ming and Yang Li were already at a clear disadvantage even in a one-on-one fight. And all of this was caused by the power of the mark. The power of the mark could not only make the 10 great ferocious beasts stronger, but it also had amazing healing abilities. It was even more powerful than the blood demon race's evil moon. Looks like I'll have to reevaluate this power. This can no longer be explained by common sense. Qin Fei Yang murmured. He retracted his gaze and looked at the three beasts. The three beasts were brimming with murderous intent. Divine light enveloped their entire bodies, making them look like invincible beast gods. Not a single wound could be seen on their bodies. This kind of situation was enough to make people despair. In any case, they had already exchanged a few blows. There was no need to talk too much. It was good to have a little wound. This way, there was still hope. But now, not to mention a wound, not even a strand of hair fell off. If it was a weak person, their mentality would have already collapsed. Despair. You can just admit it openly. No one will laugh at you. Because against us, any living creature will die of despair. The three beasts smiled proudly. Without any fancy moves, they directly used their huge bodies to crash into Qin Fei Yang. That terrifying aura, that invisible power, like the Grim Reaper, the Three Reapers, it made one shudder. Despair. In this world, there are indeed people who can make me feel despair, but it's not you, Qin Fei Yang murmured. The figures of Ice Dragon and the golden small beast involuntarily appeared in his mind. Every time he faced these two supreme beings, he couldn't help but feel despair. But apart from them, no one else had the ability to make him truly despair. The three great ferocious beasts in front of him were no exception. Swish. Suddenly, one by one, his clones appeared. There were a total of 300. To deal with these three great ferocious beasts, he didn't need to fully activate his 3,000 clones. 9 by 9 to 1, kill, Qin Fei Yang shouted. Boom. Clang. The 300 clones immediately activated the Guiyuan sword technique, the sharp edge tearing the sky and splitting the earth. What? Young Master has already activated 3,000 clones? Wang Ming and Wang Lin's eyes trembled. It seemed that even Young Master had to use his trump card in the face of these strongest guardians. What the hell? Do you think you can reverse the situation by creating a few hundred clones? Stupid, ridiculous. The three beasts became more and more disdainful. Without the slightest pause, they crashed straight into Qin Fei Yang. Clones. I hope you can keep laughing like this. Qin Fei Yang murmured. Kill. The 300 clones roared angrily, and the sword shadows in the sky instantly charged toward the three beasts. 9 by 9 to 1, 300 clones, a total of 300 sword shadows. 100 sword shadows charged toward the dragon and horse. 100 sword shadows charged toward the black eagle. 100 sword shadows charged toward the black bear. The three beasts were as confident as ever in the divine light shield on their bodies. Boom. Clang. But when they collided with the 300 sword shadows, the three beasts' expressions changed abruptly. The power was exactly the same. How could it be? Who didn't know that the strength of the clones would be much weaker than the original body? But why was the power of these 300 sword shadows no different from the sword shadows that Qin Feiyang had created before? Crack. A crack suddenly appeared on the divine light shield on the three beasts. The cracking sound was not loud. But when it fell into the ears of the three beasts, it was like a clap of thunder. The shield formed by the power of the mark was actually broken by these sword shadows. Was this a dream? Crack. The cracking sound kept ringing. The cracks on the shield were increasing in number and size. This scene shocked the three beasts to the extreme. A little human actually had such terrifying combat strength. Keep laughing. Qin Feiyang said expressionlessly. Crack. As his voice fell, the shield on the three beasts was completely shattered. 300 sword shadows suddenly fell on them. Roar. Chirp. Immediately, there was a wail. The bodies of the three beasts were torn apart, and flesh and blood flew everywhere. Without the power of the mark, what are you? Any random person would be able to kill you easily. Qin Feiyang shook his head, turned around and led the 300 clones to the battlefield of madmen and the others. Do you think you should have one? However, at this moment, a sinister laugh sounded. Qin Feiyang frowned and turned to look at the three beasts. He saw the blood mark between the eyebrows of the three beasts, shooting out a dazzling divine light. That divine light rushed towards the torn bodies of the three beasts. An astonishing scene immediately appeared. The flesh that had been torn apart, even if it was crushed into pieces by the sword shadows, actually quickly pieced together. Then, the bodies of the three beasts quickly healed. In just 3 breaths, the three beasts came back to life, and there were no wounds on their bodies. This is too ridiculous, Qin Feiyang murmured. They were almost shattered, but they could still be reborn and healed. How is it? Seeing us not die like this, is it more powerless and desperate? I have to admit that we have indeed underestimated your strength. But, you have also greatly underestimated our strength. The real battle has only just begun. The three beasts roared, divine power surged out, and a mighty divine aura suddenly shrouded all directions. This was the prelude to activating the divine art. That's right. They didn't dare to be careless. Qin Feiyang's strength had already exceeded their expectations. If they continued to underestimate this human, they would definitely be the ones to fall in the end. Sigh. Qin Feiyang shook his head and sighed. Why are you sighing? Longma frowned. What you said is completely wrong. I didn't underestimate your strength, but the power of the mark. Qin Feiyang said. The power of the mark is our power. Is there a difference? Don't be so self-righteous, it will be your end soon. The three beasts roared. Roar. Accompanied by an earth-shaking beast roar, a huge beast shadow appeared above the black bear's head. The beast shadow was 10,000 feet tall, with its feet on the ground and its head in the sky, exuding a monstrous ferocious aura. Boom. A black sun also appeared above the black eagle's head. A vast and mighty aura surged out in all directions. Roar. Accompanied by a dragon roar, a huge dragon shadow appeared above the dragon horse's head, and a terrifying dragon aura shrouded the world. These were the 3 supreme-level deity arts. Tremble. Despair. The three beasts roared. The 3 supreme divine arts immediately shattered the void and the earth, and charged toward Qin Feiyang. Sigh. Qin Feiyang sighed again. Are you crazy? The black eagle said angrily. Sighing, isn't it annoying? This is the stupidest part of you. If you don't activate the divine art, you can still struggle for a while. Qin Feiyang shook his head. What does this mean? The three beasts raised their eyebrows. It means that the moment you activate the divine art, your fate has already been decided. The outcome has already been decided. Eye of Heaven, open. As Qin Feiyang's words fell, the 300 clones behind him began to activate the dragon soul. Copy. In an instant, the divine arts of the three beasts were copied, and 300 times more. The three beasts looked at this scene in shock. Eye of Heaven. Could this be one of the 10 heaven-defying divine souls in the teleportation? What is the origin of this human being? He actually has such a heaven-defying battle soul. Destroy in despair, Qin Feiyang said. The divine arts that filled the sky suddenly blasted out. Facing more than 300 times the number, the divine arts of the three beasts were shattered on the spot without any suspense. Puff! The three beasts spat out blood. Looking at the densely packed divine arts, their eyes were full of horror. Between their eyebrows, the blood word imprint bloomed with dazzling light, and a divine light shield enveloped their entire body. At this moment, they truly experienced despair. Their hearts were trembling, and their souls were in fear. The aura of death descended. But the divine light shield did not help. Because no matter how powerful something is, there is a limit. Once this limit is broken, it will be unstoppable. Chapter 27:35. Crack. As the godly art filled the sky, the divine light shield on the three beasts shattered again. Then, the three beasts were drowned by the godly art, and their bodies instantly turned into a bloody mist, leaving only 3 desperate screams that echoed in the air for a long time. Ha ha, young master is indeed powerful. Wang Ming and Yang Ming laughed. The death of the three beasts was undoubtedly a reassuring pill for them, and it also stimulated their fighting spirit. Even if they were at a disadvantage, they became braver as they fought. But their opponents, the white python and the other beasts, were horrified. They were well aware of the strength of the three beasts. Relying on the power of the mark, even the transformed blood demon could easily crush them. But at this moment, they had died in the hands of this human. And it was a one-sided battle. What a joke! How could a human have the strength to shake the power of the mark? You two dregs. It's time to let you experience my true strength. Madman roared. Blood light emerged, and the blood prison instantly enveloped the white python and the fierce crocodile. You think this blood prison is still useful to us? The white python and the fierce crocodile's expressions changed. Is that so? The corners of Madman's mouth lifted, and countless blood lightning emerged from the blood prison, drowning the white python and the fierce crocodile. It's useless. The two beasts roared out of the blood lightning, and their terrifying aura made the entire blood prison tremble as if it was about to shatter. Blood prison, explode for me, Madman shouted, and his divine power poured into the blood prison. Explode. The two beasts were bewildered. What the hell was this? Boom. All of a sudden, an earth-shaking loud sound rang out, and the entire blood prison suddenly exploded. A destructive aura suddenly emerged. The divine light shield on the two beasts shattered. Then, his physical body was also reduced to ashes under the destructive aura. Seeing this scene, Wang Ming, Yang Li, Qin Feiyang, and Madman couldn't help but be shocked. The power of this blood prison explosion was even more terrifying than the self-destruction of a great perfection ninth heaven's realm. They really didn't expect Madman to create such a terrifying godly art. Poof. However, after the fierce crocodile and the white python died, Madman also spat out a mouthful of blood and fell down powerlessly. What's the situation? Qin Feiyang was slightly taken aback. He quickly executed the heavenly dragon's 9 steps and rushed to Madman's side, extending his hand to support Madman. The Madman coughed up blood as he shook his head and bitterly smiled. The after-effects of the blood prison explosion are still so fierce. Sequely. Qin Feiyang was stunned. That's right. Blood prison self-destruction requires the support of all divine power. In other words, the self-destruction of the blood prison will consume all of my divine power, and I will also suffer a certain amount of backlash. In short, I won't be able to fight for a while, Madman said as he took out a few god power pills and stuffed them into his mouth. I see. Qin Feiyang suddenly understood and asked, then, what kind of lethality does this blood prison of yours have besides the explosion? Divine soul. The blood prison itself has the effect of immobilization. I believe you should be able to see this. Blood lightning, on the other hand, targets the divine soul. It is extremely destructive to the divine soul. It should be a bit stronger than your soul destruction technique, the Madman said humbly, but his face was full of pride. So it's like this. Qin Feiyang nodded in understanding. Although the madman was showing off, it was undeniable that the blood lightning's lethality to the divine soul was stronger than the soul destruction technique. This was because the soul destruction technique couldn't pose any threat to the giant beasts in the forest of gods. But the blood lightning could make the giant beasts feel fear. Didn't this mean that the blood lightning's power was actually stronger than the soul destruction technique? Wait. Qin Feiyang suddenly stretched out his hand and asked, "What do you mean by immobilization?" The madman said, in layman terms, it immobilizes a person in the void. You can do that? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Immobilization and confinement, these two words were two completely different concepts. Immobilization, as the madman said, immobilized a person and no matter how they struggled, they couldn't break free. Imprisonment, on the other hand, used pressure. If one didn't have an overwhelming advantage in cultivation, they wouldn't be able to immobilize others at all. Just like Qin Feiyang and the madman. Both of them were at the ninth heaven stage, so their pressure couldn't immobilize the other. So, although they both had the ability to immobilize others, the difference was like heaven and earth. Immobilization, soul destruction, and explosion, as expected of senior brother madman. Qin Feiyang's face was full of admiration. Just this move alone was enough to dominate under the imperishable stage. Ha, the madman laughed, his face full of pride. Don't be so proud. Although the power of the explosion is very strong, the after-effects are too great. You have to improve it. Qin Feiyang said. You think I haven't thought about it? I've been improving over the years. Although I haven't made any breakthroughs, I've improved a lot. I remember the first time I exploded the blood prison, I became a cripple on the spot and had to lie in bed for 3 days to recover. The after-effects are still good. At least I didn't become a cripple. The madman said. Well, I'm worried for nothing. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Little Qin Zi and Little Madman have both dealt with their opponents. I can't fall behind. Suddenly, the white-eyed wolf's voice came into the ears of Qin Feiyang and Madman. The two turned around to look. They saw the white-eyed wolf standing on the broken ground, looking a little embarrassed. The black wolf and the other two beasts were suspended in the air, but if one looked carefully, they would find that there was a trace of panic in their eyes. Dragon horse, black eagle, black bear, white python, and fierce crocodile were killed one after another. This was enough to show that this group of people were not to be trifled with. At the very least, their strength was above them. What do you think this white-eyed wolf is hiding? The madman whispered. Who knows? Since it became a god, it hasn't really made a move. Now I can't see through it at all. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Then it seems that I have to find it to spar. The madman muttered. The white-eyed wolf stared at the panicked black wolf and the other two beasts and said, Let me tell you, I'm in high spirits. Don't run away. It would have been better if the white-eyed wolf had not said that. Once he spoke, the black wolf and the other two beasts could no longer suppress the panic in their hearts and immediately ran toward the temple. Boom. At the same time, the golden rat and the snow rabbit also sent Wang Ming and Madman flying and rushed toward the top of the mountain. They were also afraid. The madman aside, although he had killed the white python and fierce crocodile and lost his ability to fight, Qin Feiyang was obviously fine. When Qin Feiyang came, it would be too late to escape. Weren't you quite arrogant just now? Why are you running now? Don't even think about leaving. Wang Ming and Madman shouted angrily and led the heaven-destroying sword formation, god-killing sword formation, dragon-slaying formation, and dragon-slaying formation to attack wildly. I told you not to run, but you still ran. You really don't give me face. The white-eyed wolf cursed angrily and shouted, Little Qin Zi, go and kill them. What? Qin Feiyang was stunned. The madman also looked at the white-eyed wolf in astonishment. Looking at the white-eyed wolf's angry appearance, they all thought that the white-eyed wolf would take out his trump card to kill the black wolf and the other two beasts. It was a good opportunity for them to see how strong the white-eyed wolf was now. Unexpectedly, the result was that the thunder was loud but the rain was small, and Qin Feiyang was forced to take action. White-eyed wolf, aren't we friends and brothers? What's the point of hiding like this? The madman came back to his senses and immediately scolded angrily. "TSK. I'm a person who does big things. No matter how weak my opponent is, it has to be an expert at the level of the dragon god. These small fries are not worthy of my full strength at all." The white-eyed wolf raised his head and said proudly, "Will you die if you don't pretend?" The madman's face was dark. The veins on Qin Feiyang's forehead were also throbbing violently. "And an expert at the level of the dragon god? When the dragon god appeared, I didn't see you take any action. You just want to be lazy. Is there a need to find so many excuses?" Sigh. Qin Feiyang shook his head and sighed. This wolf cub was getting more and more unreliable. Take care of senior brother madman. He's a little weak now, be careful of a sneak attack. Glaring at the white-eyed wolf, Qin Feiyang used the heavenly dragon's 9 steps and rushed to the bottom of the mountain like lightning. Wang Ming and Yang Li also ran over. "It's really annoying that we can't fly, otherwise they wouldn't have been able to escape to the top of the mountain." Yang Li said angrily, "Don't worry. As long as they don't escape to other places, it won't be a big problem." Qin Feiyang shook his head. The 3 of them jumped onto the roof and ran straight to the top of the mountain. "Lord Dragon Emperor, save us." On the top of the mountain, sensing the auras of Qin Feiyang and Wang Ming, Black Wolf and the other 2 beasts immediately lay on the square and looked at the temple and shouted, "With the power of the mark, you can't beat them. You're really trash, trash." Fire Dragon's roar immediately sounded in the temple. "It's our incompetence, please save us, Lord Dragon Emperor." The 5 great beasts were burning with anxiety. The auras of Qin Feiyang and the other 2 were about to reach the top of the mountain. "Not only are you incompetent, you're also stupid. There are so many beasts nearby, don't you know to gather them?" Fire Dragon roared. "Beasts?" The 5 beasts were stunned. That's right. There were countless beasts nearby. As long as they gathered all of them, even if Qin Feiyang's group was heaven-defying, they could only die. "Quick!" Golden Rat roared. Whoosh! Hei Lang immediately soared into the sky. Standing high up in the sky, he roared, "All ferocious beasts, heed my command. Immediately come to the temple and kill Qin Feiyang and his group." His voice was like a bell, resounding in all directions. "Huh!" Wang Ming and Black Wolf's eyes trembled. Qin Feiyang's pupils also shrank slightly. Madman and White-Eyed Wolf below were also shocked when they heard this. That's right. This place not only had the 10 strongest guardians, but also countless giant beasts. And each of the giant beasts here had the cultivation of the 9th heaven Great Perfection Realm. If that was all, it didn't matter. Because with their methods, they could easily kill a large number of them. But one had to know. These giant beasts could all borrow the power of the blood mark. Although they weren't as strong as the guardians, they were comparable to the Blood Demon clan. It could be said that each of the giant beasts near the temple was an existence comparable to the ancestral dragon. Once these giant beasts attacked, the consequences would be unimaginable. "Young master." Wang Ming and Black Wolf looked at Qin Feiyang with panicked expressions. "Don't worry. I'll get rid of them," Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice. So what if there were many giant beasts? As long as there were no heaven-defying godly objects or imperishable realm experts interfering, he was invincible. Chapter 2736. Roar. As Black Wolf finished speaking, all the giant beasts in this area roared and flew out of the mountains towards the temple. There was a blood-colored word mark on their glabella that glowed with a thick bloodlight. 10, 20, 50, 80, 120, 260, 300. Lunatic's face turned pale as he scanned the beasts. There were already 300 behemoths that he could see, and they were all at the 9 heavens perfection realm. How could he fight so many of them? "Little Lunatic, can you do it?" The white-eyed wolf glanced at Lunatic. "Nonsense. Can't you see that the after-effects haven't disappeared?" Lunatic said angrily. "How long will it take for your after-effects to disappear?" The white-eyed wolf frowned. "At least an hour." Lunatic's face darkened. "Then have a good rest." The white-eyed wolf shook his head. The battle would probably be over in an hour. At the same time, Qin Feiyang, Wang Ming, and Yang Li rushed to the top of the mountain with murderous intent. White wolf, black wolf, silver wolf, golden rat, and snow rabbit's pupils constricted. Go to hell! Wang Ming and Yang Li roared as the god-vanquishing sword formation, heaven-vanquishing sword formation, dragon-subduing killing formation, and dragon-annihilating formation charged towards the 5 beasts. Die! Black Wolf smiled sinisterly. When those beasts arrive, you guys will be the ones to die. The 5 beasts' ferocious auras surged into the sky as the blood mark shone brightly. They used their bodies to crash into the 4 killing formations. Boom! The 4 killing formations shattered on the spot as Wang Ming and Yang Li spat out a mouthful of blood, their faces pale. Roar! At this moment, the first batch of behemoths had arrived. The golden rat pointed at Lunatic and the white-eyed wolf below and shouted, "Kill them first." Hearing that, the behemoths immediately pounced towards Lunatic and the white-eyed wolf. What? Qin Feiyang and the other 2 hurriedly looked down. Are you finally afraid? That wolf pup is indeed very strong, but how long can it last against so many behemoths? 3 breaths. 5 breaths. I'm afraid he won't even last a breath. Black Wolf and the other 5 beasts laughed wildly. Wang Ming, Yang Li, Qin Feiyang shouted. The 2 of them understood and rushed down the mountain peak like lightning towards the madman and the white-eyed wolf. It's useless. With just the few of you, it's impossible to stop so many giant beasts. This is the result of going against us. The golden rat grinned maliciously. Shut up. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed with killing intent as 500 incarnations appeared. 500. The 5 beasts were stunned. Wasn't there 300 before? How did it become 500? He has the eye of heaven. Don't activate your deity skill or battle soul. Otherwise, he will only become stronger. Fight him with your physical body. The snow rabbit shouted. That's right. This way, he won't be able to replicate it. The golden rat nodded. Boom. Immediately, the 5 beasts rushed toward Qin Feiyang. You guys are pretty smart. But do you know how strong these incarnations are? If you guys think that these are just incarnations like the dragon horse and the other 3 beasts, that would be the biggest mistake. Guiyuan sword technique, 9 return to 1, Qin Feiyang shouted in a low voice. Clang. The 500 incarnations immediately activated Guiyuan sword technique and thousands of sword shadows appeared out of thin air. Following that, the thousands of sword shadows merged into 500. The power of the mark can't protect you guys, Qin Feiyang shouted. The 500 sword shadows suddenly turned into 5 torrents and rushed toward the 5 beasts. Incarnations? What the hell is this? The 5 beasts were bewildered. Before they could think about it, the 500 sword shadows arrived and drowned them in an instant. Crack! The divine light shield on the 5 beasts was shattered almost at the same time. The 5 beasts turned pale with fright. A fatal crisis arose in their hearts. The power of each sword shadow was actually the same. No wonder the dragon horse, black bear, and black eagle were killed. Without hesitation, they turned and fled. I won't give you a chance. Activate the battle soul, Qin Feiyang shouted angrily. Roar. Accompanied by a sky-shaking dragon roar, the 500 incarnations activated the purple gold dragon soul. Emperor Divine Prison. 500 Emperor God domains flew toward the 5 beasts in unison. The Emperor Divine Prison now had 2 major abilities. Imprison. Deprive them of consciousness. If there was only one Emperor Divine Prison, it would only be able to imprison the 5 beasts and deprive them of their consciousness for a moment. After all, they were quite strong. But now there were 500 Emperor Divine Prisons. Moreover, 500 Emperor Divine Prisons enveloped the 5 beasts together. One could imagine the power. The 5 beasts were immediately imprisoned in the Emperor Divine Prison, unable to move at all. Their consciousness was also deprived, and their minds were blank. And this was fatal. One had to know. In a battle of this level, the slightest distraction would give the opponent an opportunity, let alone losing consciousness. Clang. At the same time, the 500 sword shadows once again drowned the 5 beasts. Roar. Roar. When they regained consciousness, it was already too late. Accompanied by miserable howls, their bodies were shattered one after another. So strong. The fire dragon's surprised voice came from the temple. Yes. You are becoming stronger, and so am I, so you will never be my opponent. After saying that, Qin Feiyang led the 500 incarnations and charged toward the battlefield below. The white-eyed wolf had already started fighting with the giant beasts. Wang Ming and Yang Li had also arrived. But at this moment, their situation was not optimistic. After all, there were too many giant beasts, and they could borrow the power of the mark. If they did not go and help, they would be in trouble. Want to save them? Haha, do you think I will give you this chance? Aren't you a loyal and righteous person? I will let you have a taste of losing your companions. The fire dragon laughed. A fiery red divine power surged out from the temple and instantly enveloped the entire mountain peak. At that moment, a barrier appeared. You want to keep me here with a mere barrier? Qin Feiyang snorted coldly. The 500 incarnations took a step forward and punched the barrier. However, the full-strength punch of the 500 incarnations was like a stone sinking into the sea, and did not cause any damage to the barrier. How is this possible? Qin Feiyang was dumbfounded. Haha, this is also the power of the mark. Furthermore, the power of this emperor's imprint is even stronger than the imprints of those protectors. Just stand here obediently and watch the white-eyed wolf and the others die. The fire dragon laughed wildly. The power of the mark, even more powerful than the guardian's mark? Qin Feiyang's eyes darkened as he looked at the white-eyed wolf and the madman trio. The madman had no combat strength now and still needed Yang Li's special protection. So now, only the white-eyed wolf and Wang Ming were fighting the giant beasts. Wang Ming was already covered in wounds and was on the verge of death. The white-eyed wolf was not much better. Quick! Qin Feiyang shouted at the 500 incarnations. Clang! Sword shadows appeared one after another as the 500 incarnations activated the Guiyuan sword art and blasted the barrier again. Boom! However, the barrier only trembled a little. How is this possible? Qin Feiyang looked at the barrier in shock. The power of the fire dragon's mark was ridiculously powerful. After all, 100 clones, plus 9 to 1, were enough to kill the strongest guardians like the Longma. But now, the combined power of 500 incarnations was actually unable to break the barrier. Suddenly, there was a miserable cry. Qin Feiyang hurriedly looked over and saw Wang Ming being besieged by a group of ferocious beasts. His arm was shattered and his body was almost cracked. White-eyed wolf, hurry up and attack with all your strength, Qin Feiyang shouted. The white-eyed wolf looked at Wang Ming and raised his eyebrows. He looked at the surrounding ferocious beasts and said, "You really want to force me to use my trump card? Don't regret it." Boom! A huge golden beast shadow suddenly appeared behind him. That was his battle soul. Why did you activate your battle soul? Qin Feiyang frowned. He was clear about the white-eyed wolf's battle soul. Although it was very powerful, it could only deprive the opponent of their battle soul. But now, none of the hundreds of giant beasts had activated their battle soul. Wasn't it meaningless to activate their battle soul? Swallow it. Devour their cultivations. The white-eyed wolf roared. The golden giant beast opened its mouth and a gust of wind blew between heaven and earth. What? Devour their cultivation? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Yang Li and Lunatic were also shocked. Did they hear it wrong? They had only heard of swallowing life and divine power, but had never heard of swallowing cultivation. However, what happened next, horrified them to no end. They saw that the surrounding giant beasts were uncontrollably emitting waves of qi and blood from their bodies. As the qi and blood gushed out, their cultivation actually began to plummet. Ninth Heaven Realm. Ninth Heaven Realm. Initial Ninth Heaven Realm. Initial Ninth Heaven Realm. But in the blink of an eye, all the beasts' cultivation had plummeted to initial Ninth Heaven Realm. At this moment, the hundreds of giant beasts also fell into panic. Yang Li, quick! Lunatic shouted. Yang Li nodded and rushed to Wang Ming's side like lightning. He then carried Wang Ming and returned to Lunatic's side without looking back. Quick, give him this divine pill. Lunatic took out a divine pill with 4 dragon-shaped core qi and threw it to Yang Li. Yang Li caught the pill and stuffed it directly into Wang Ming's mouth. I'm not that weak. After taking the pill, Wang Ming struggled to stand up and looked up at the white-eyed wolf with a face full of shock. Swallowing cultivation. This was too heaven-defying. Taste the taste of despair. The white-eyed wolf sneered. The giant beasts around had already fallen to paramount god. But it didn't stop, it was still going on. What the hell is going on? Could it really devour all of our cultivation? The hundreds of giant beasts were horrified. The giant beasts that were charging over from all directions also stopped in the distant void, watching this scene in horror. This was too terrifying. What kind of monster was this golden wolf? Amazing, amazing. On the mountain peak, Qin Feiyang also couldn't calm the shock in his heart. The white-eyed wolf's battle soul could only deprive the opponent of their battle soul. But now, it had an additional heaven-defying ability to deprive the opponent of their cultivation. It could be said that in China, this deprivation of cultivation was even more terrifying than the deprivation of battle soul. Because even if the battle soul was deprived, at least the cultivation was still there. But when the cultivation was deprived, it was completely destroying a person. Chapter 2737. Run. Soon. The cultivation of hundreds of giant beasts fell to Monarch God. They could no longer suppress the panic in their hearts and fled in all directions. Wang Ming, can you still fight? Madman shouted. Of course. Wang Ming nodded. With a wave of his hand, the heaven and earth cage appeared, covering an area of tens of thousands of miles. Haha, run. The white-eyed wolf laughed, and the golden beast shadow devoured crazily. The chi and blood of hundreds of giant beasts gushed out endlessly and were all swallowed by the golden beast shadow. After a few breaths, the cultivation of these giant beasts fell to war god level. But it was still going on. Yang Li murmured, it's really going to devour their cultivation. What are you waiting for? Go and kill them. Madman said angrily. Okay. Yang Li quivered and came back to his senses, immediately activating the supreme killing technique. Dragon subduing formation, dragon slaying formation, carried the aura of destruction as it charged towards the group of giant beasts. Roar. Roar. These giant beasts were no longer on the same level as everyone else. With the cultivation of a mere war god, even with the power of the mark, Yang Li's strength was enough to kill a large number of them. Boom. In just an instant, hundreds of giant beasts were all destroyed, and blood flowed like a waterfall, dyeing the void red. I really didn't expect that apart from Qin Feiyang and Madman, even this wolf cub is so strong. Yeah. In the past, everyone only paid attention to Qin Feiyang, and by Qin Feiyang's side, only that person called Hue Yi could attract everyone's attention. But after entering the hell of the king of the underworld, first, the madman displayed astonishing talent and strength, and now this wolf king. There's a good saying, birds of a feather flock together. Qin Feiyang himself is so monstrous, how can the people and beasts around him be weak? In the distance, the straw-shoes old man, the green-robed old woman, little demon child, the burly man, the golden-robed man, and the enchanting woman were all shocked. That's right. They were the first people that Qin Feiyang noticed. After they followed, they didn't show their faces and hid in the dark to observe. The giant tiger and the other 2 beasts were still beside them. They looked at the white-eyed wolf in awe. What should we do? Are we still going? The death of hundreds of giant beasts also served as a deterrent to the surrounding beast hordes. There were even more ferocious beasts in the distant void. There were at least a few thousand of them. Furthermore, a large number of giant beasts were rushing over. But at this moment, the thousands of giant beasts looked at each other, but none of them dared to charge forward. Their eyes were filled with fear. Come one, I'll kill one, kill 2, I'll kill 2. The white-eyed wolf looked around in a domineering manner. The pupils of all the beasts shrank. Trash, all of you are trash. What's the use of keeping your consciousness? The roar of the fire dragon suddenly rang out. Following closely, The blood character mark on the forehead of all the giant beasts automatically emitted a dazzling bloody light. Immediately, the gazes of these ferocious beasts became sluggish. What happened? The white-eyed wolf and madman were bewildered. The same was true for the straw-sandal old man's group because the giant tiger and the other two beasts beside them had also become like this. Kill them all, don't leave a single one alive. The fire dragon roared. Roar. Immediately, the eyes of those sluggish giant beasts suddenly turned blood-red, glowing with a bloodthirsty light as they pounced on the white-eyed wolf and madman. And at the same time, the giant tiger and the other two beasts also pounced on the straw-sandal old man with red eyes. What the hell is going on? The few of them dodged and looked at the giant tiger and the other two beasts. Die, all of you have to die, kill all of you. The giant beasts seemed to have been possessed. Their fear of the few of them disappeared, leaving only madness and bloodthirstiness in their eyes. Roar. With a fierce roar, the three beasts pounced on the few of them again. Looking at their current appearance, it seems that their minds have been controlled by the fire dragon. Little demon child frowned. Then just kill them. The burly man took a step forward and punched the giant tiger and the other two beasts. The giant tiger and the other two beasts did not have the slightest fear. Their expressions were extremely ferocious as they attacked the burly man. With a loud bang, the burly man was sent flying by the giant tiger and the other two beasts, blood gushing out of his mouth. The white-eyed wolf and madman immediately looked at the burly man. Sure enough, there was someone. Qin Feiyang, who was standing on the top of the mountain, could not help but frown. The burly man glanced at Qin Feiyang and the others, then turned to stare at the giant tiger and the other two beasts with a murderous look in his eyes. After being controlled by the fire dragon, their strength seems to have become a lot stronger. Let's join forces and kill them, little demon child shouted. Boom. The six of them attacked together and killed the giant tiger and the other two beasts with unstoppable strength. However, the commotion here also attracted the attention of other giant beasts. Roar. Immediately, hundreds of beasts charged toward them. What should we do? The enchanting woman frowned. I originally wanted to sit back and enjoy the fruits of their labor, but now it seems that we can only join forces with Qin Feiyang and the others. Let's go. The strawshoe old man waved his hand, and the six of them immediately flew toward the white-eyed wolf and madman. There's more than one. Madman frowned. It's actually them. Wang Ming and Yang Li were startled. You know them? Madman and the white-eyed wolf looked at the two of them in bewilderment. They are the ultimate experts in seclusion. Wang Ming nodded. Ultimate experts in seclusion, Madman murmured. It seemed that these ultimate experts in seclusion had indeed been hiding near the plains as they had expected. When they saw them enter the forest of gods and demons, they had followed them all the way here. They wanted to reap the benefits without doing anything. At this thought, a cold light flashed in Madman's eyes. Don't be rash. They have also become the targets of the giant beasts. We might as well join forces with them first. After all, I'm seriously injured and you don't have any combat strength. There's only Yang Li and the white-eyed wolf. If we fight with them, it'll be one disaster after another, Wang Ming said telepathically. I agree. From the looks of it, they seem to be thinking the same thing. Yang Li nodded. All right. Madman said to himself. Everyone, nice to meet you. The six of them smiled as they stood in front of Madman and the others. Enough chit-chat. Prepare for battle, Madman said in a deep voice. The six of them were slightly stunned. This was truly a straightforward youngster. Roar. A group of giant beasts charged at them from all directions. There was no way out. Brother Wolf, you're in charge of depriving them of their cultivation. Yang Li, and you six ultimate experts in seclusion, you're in charge of killing them. Wang Ming, quickly heal your injuries and be ready to provide support. Begin. Madman shouted. At this moment, although he had lost his combat strength, he was like a commander. He was calm and controlled the situation. Boom. Yang Li, the burly man, and the other five immediately released their auras. Their auras weren't any weaker than Yang Li's. Hee hee. This is more interesting. The white-eyed wolf grinned and roared, "Swallow." The golden beast shadow suddenly opened its mouth, and a gust of wind swept through the area like a storm. Roar. The giant beasts rushed in like locusts, and their cultivation immediately began to plummet. Perfect 9 heavens realm, great success 9 heavens realm, minor success 9 heavens realm, in just an instant. The cultivation of the group of giant beasts at the front fell to the paramount god level. Kill. It was also at this moment that Madman roared. Yang Li waved his hand, and 2 killing arrays whizzed forward. The burly man and the other 5 also took out a divine artifact each. There were long spears, long swords, iron rods, they were all supreme-level divine artifact. Clang. As divine power poured in, the 6 supreme-level divine artifacts recovered and charged at the giant beast. As long as these giant beasts' cultivation fell to the paramount god level, it wouldn't be difficult for them to kill them. In an instant, a rain of blood fell from the sky. But those giant beasts weren't afraid of death at all. They were like puppets, one after another, more than a dozen fierce beasts whose cultivation had fallen to the minor success supreme level rushed behind Yang Li like crazy. They opened their bloody mouths and bared their fangs as they charged at Yang Li. Wang Ming. Madman immediately shouted coldly. Although Wang Ming was recovering from his injuries, his gaze was still sweeping over the battlefield. When he heard Madman's shout, he immediately attacked with the god-slaying sword array. The dozen or so fierce beasts were splattered with blood. Thanks. Yang Li thanked him without turning his head and continued to charge at the giant beasts in front of him. The strawshoe old man and the others looked at Wang Ming and Yang Li with an inexplicable light in their eyes. Although it seemed like a small matter, there was a deep meaning behind it. Because Yang Li didn't turn his head from beginning to end. This was a form of trust. He trusted Madman and Wang Ming. He trusted that Madman and Wang Ming could help him deal with the crisis behind him. This kind of unconditional trust for each other was rare in this world. They were also aware of Wang Ming and Yang Li's situation. As the 2 divine emperors of the Dragon Slayer Palace, although they could be considered companions, there was more or less a grudge between them. After all, in the outside world, even family members couldn't completely trust each other. But now, the 2 of them trusted each other so much. Obviously. This changed after following Qin Feiyang. What kind of charm did this little guy have to change 2 people in such a short time? At the top of the mountain, Qin Feiyang also breathed a sigh of relief. With the strawshoe old man and the other 5, plus the white-eyed wolf's heaven-defying ability, there shouldn't be any danger for the time being. Withdrawing his gaze, Qin Feiyang looked at the temple and frowned. You can control these giant beasts. That's right. Simply put, this blood word mark is equivalent to a secret control technique. On the one hand, the blood word mark can lend them powerful combat strength. On the other hand, when they are disobedient, you can control their minds and turn them into obedient killing puppets. The fire dragon's voice rang out. So, only by killing you can we end all of this? Qin Feiyang said. Yes. But do you have this ability? You can enter the temple? Haha, the fire dragon laughed contemptuously. Phew. Qin Feiyang let out a long breath and said, maybe the lesson I taught you back then wasn't enough. Swish. As soon as he finished speaking, more than 2,000 incarnations appeared behind him. The fire dragon was bewildered. This is all of the 3,000 incarnations. Qin Feiyang shouted. Clang. The 3,000 incarnations activated the Guiyuan sword art at the same time. In an instant, 3,000 sword shadows soared into the sky, their terrifying sharpness tearing through the void. The barrier that enveloped the mountain peak began to distort and shatter. If we want to end all of this, we must kill the fire dragon and follow me to blast open this temple. Qin Feiyang roared, and above his head, a sword shadow also condensed. Kill. Following closely, 3,001 sword shadows mightily smashed towards the temple gate.